Section 0 of the Indian Cookery book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Indian Cookery book. Introduction. Observations on the kitchen and its requirements. The kitchen should be roomy, light and airy, with contrivances in the shape of shelves and other conveniences for laying out in order all utensils and other necessaries inseparable from the kitchen. The oven and all the fireplaces should be constructed of fire bricks and not of the ordinary clay bricks so generally used in Indian kitchens, requiring constant repairs to the great annoyance of the cook and hindrance to his work. A good supply of reservoirs or large earthen jars, jallas, for fresh water is essential. Of these, there should be 2 at least, both to contain equally good, clean water, but yet to be applied to 2 widely different purposes, the one for washing and the other exclusively for cooking the victuals. Those who can afford the expense ought to have a reservoir on the terrace of the kitchen, and the water brought down by means of a pipe with cork attached, which would effectually prevent dirty and greasy hands being put into the reservoirs. The drainage should be well constructed, with a sufficient incline to carry away easily all washings and offal, and the doors and windows provided with finely made bamboo chicks to keep out the flies, which at some seasons are more troublesome than at others. Great cleanliness is necessary throughout the kitchen. The flooring as well as the ceiling, the walls, and every nook and corner ought to be kept constantly in familiar acquaintance with the whisk, and the knight of the broom called in occasionally to aid the cook in the work of a thorough turnover. There are very many kitchens in India, the ceilings of which are cleaned only once in 3 years, when the triennial repairs to the premises oblige it to be done. The very best recipes, however, for ensuring a perfectly clean kitchen, well-tinned utensils and fresh water are the frequent visits of the lord and lady of the mansions to the cook. On these occasions, expressions of satisfaction should never be withheld, if deserved, at the mode of cooking or serving up. Where not merited, the 1 or more instances should be particularized, and such modification as may appear necessary be gradually suggested. Attention should next be directed to the order and cleanliness of the kitchen, etc. Let there be no sparing of praise, if well deserved. Such treatment is encouraging, and then, if need be, anything disorderly or unclean can be pointed out more as a passing remark than as one of complaint or censure. Utensils, etc. The following implements are necessary in every kitchen, and in describing them, care has been taken to use terms generally understood by the native cooks, servants, and bazaar shopkeepers, in order that young housekeepers may the more easily comprehend the requirements of the cook and provide them accordingly. 1 curry stone and muller, an iron fish kettle or ham boiler, without the aid of which large joints such as briskets and rounds cannot be boiled. An iron enamel digester with patent top for soups and boiling small joints, etc. A set of 4 copper stew pans with covers. 2 large iron kettles for boiling water in, with corks to draw off. 2 small ones for ditto, without corks. A copper one for serving up hot water at the table. A set of 3 copper frying pans of sizes. 1 pancake, ditto. A good gridiron with wells and drains. 1 coconut scraper or nariyal ka khurni. 2 iron spits or sheiks for roasting meats, etc. An iron pestle and mortar. A brass ditto. A marble ditto. An iron stove or angti. Half a dozen iron wire dish covers. A good English chopper. A korali or an axe for cutting wood. A butcher's knife. 2 cookroom knives. Half a dozen common steel forks. Half a dozen metal spoons. half a dozen small plated skewers for curry, a dozen wooden spoons, 2 dal churns or Chutnees, half a dozen palm leaf fans, 2 common baskets and 2 brooms, 4 pooknees or blowpipes, a couple of common reed mats, a fire poker, pincers and shovel, 3 copper deegchees for boiling milk, rice, custard, etc., 1 iron preserving pan, 1 copper ditto, half a dozen perforated bowls or colanders of sizes, half a dozen copper-plated pie and pudding dishes of sizes, half a dozen jelly molds of sizes, pepper, salt, cayenne and flour dredging casters, 1 dozen patty pans, larding pins of sizes, nutmeg, bread and vegetable graters, coffee mill and coffee roaster, perforated ladles of sorts, a salting tub, of which there are 2 kinds, one made of staves and iron hooped, and the other scooped out of 1 block of wood, a large square board of fine or close-grained wood for rolling pastry, and 2 rolling pins, a kitchen table, and a couple of wooden stools for sitting at the table, a set of scales and weights, a meat safe, an almirah or cupboard to lock up small articles, a good supply of enamelled plates, soup plates, and bowls for kitchen purposes as a preventive against the necessity of using portions of dinner, breakfast, and tea services of china and porcelain. If enamelled articles are not procurable, the commonest descriptions of sports or queensware will do, as well as the most expensive wares. The cook should be kept well supplied with dusters of the commonest kind for cleaning and wiping pots and pans, and 2 dozens of a better yet coarse description for straining soups, gravy, etc. There ought always to be a supply of twine for tying up roast meats, etc. A quarterly reckoning should be taken of all the kitchen property in charge of the cook. This is more particularly necessary in houses where there are frequent changes of cooks and servants. Finally, one other suggestion is of no little importance, viz., cats, dogs, and sweepers, as a rule, have no business in the kitchen. The sweeper, or as he is elsewhere called, the knight of the broom, should only be admitted either before the operations of the day have commenced or after their final termination. 99 sweepers out of 100 know that intrusions in the kitchen are against all established rule throughout the length and breadth of India, and yet, if the master or mistress be indifferent, not only the knight but his lady also will indulge their fingers in many a savoury pie. It is no uncommon thing to find them constantly in kitchens of houses of gentlemen, ignorant of the rule, peeling potatoes, shelling peas, and performing other offices for the cook, in expectation of some return for such assistance or service rendered. Tinning of copper utensils. Copper utensils are at all times preferable, but the greatest possible care must be observed in seeing that they be perfectly and thoroughly tinned every fortnight or 3 weeks, or at least once every month. Fuel. Coal should be used for all purposes of cooking, excepting only for boiling large and heavy joints of meat, requiring many hours of a steady flaming fire. Cooks. Never quarrel with a good cook, if his only fault be that of eating from your kitchen. All cooks will do so, and a good one will eat no more than a bad one. Coinage and weights and measures. For all practical purposes of this work, it is not necessary to enter into any lengthened tables of the Indian weights and measures in general daily use in sale and delivery of commodities. Nor is it necessary to do more than to state in a few words the different coins current in the Indian markets. Coinage. Although the introduction of the half pice, a small copper coin, has partially superseded the use of shells called cowries, yet they are in daily use for the payment of fractional parts of a pice, not only by poor natives, but also by servants on behalf of their masters dwelling in princely mansions in the city and town of Calcutta. It is not unusual to see on tables, groaning with viands the most costly, a few unpretending fresh green chilies in a small glass urn with water, particularly on breakfast tables, the actual cost of which never exceeded 1 ganda, or 4 cowries. The Indian money table is computed thus: 4 cowries make 1 ganda, 5 gandas make 1 pice, 4 pice make 1 anna, 2 annas are the eighth of a rupee, 4 annas are the quarter of a rupee, 8 annas are the half of a rupee, 16 annas make 1 rupee. The copper coins are of 3 degrees: the half pice, the pice, and the double pice. There are 4 degrees of silver coin: the 2 anna piece, the 4 anna piece, the 8 anna piece, and the rupee. It is not necessary to remark on the gold coin, but some valuable suggestions may be offered in dealing with Government of India notes in the Calcutta bazaars. The shopkeepers and poddars, as a rule, require a signature endorsed on the note before accepting it in payment for an account or exchanging it for silver. This should be resisted in every instance. But if from any cause you are obliged to comply with the only condition on which the note will be accepted, never omit to insert, under the name, distinctly in ink, the date of the endorsement. By the observance of this simple precaution, you prevent the possibility of the annoyance of being unnecessarily subjected to examination and inquiry in the event of the note being stolen subsequently to your having parted with it. Weights and measures. Bazaar weights, dry measure. 5 sikka weight, make 1 chatak. 16 chataks, make 1 seer. 5 seers, make 1 pasari. 40 seers or 8 pasaris, make 1 mon. Bazaar weights, liquid measure. 5 sikka weight, make 1 chatak. 5 chataks, make 1 pav. 4 pavs, make 1 seer. 5 seers, make 1 pasari. 40 seers or 8 pasaris, make 1 mon. The following are the different weights made use of in Bengal with their value in sikka weights. 80 sikka weight, make 1 Calcutta Bazaar seer. 80 sikka weight, make 1 Serampur seer. 82 sikka weight, make 1 Hooghly seer. 84 sikka weight, make 1 Banaras seer. 96 sikka weight, make 1 Lucknow seer. 84 sikka weight, make 1 Mirzapur seer. 96 sikka weight, make 1 Allahabad seer. 72 sikka weight, 11 annas, 2 puns, 10 gandas, cowrie 0.6 tek, make 1 Calcutta factory seer. Grain measure. 5 chataks is equal to 1 cookie. 4 cookies or 20 chataks is equal to 1 raik or 1 1/4 seer. 4 raiks or 5 seers is equal to 1 palli or pasari. 8 pallis is equal to 1 mon. 20 pallis is equal to 1 sholli or 2.5 mons. 16 sholis is equal to 1 kaun or 40 mons. British Indian weights and English troy weights. 1 mon makes 100 pounds, 0 ounces, 9 pennyweights, 0 grains. 1 seer makes 2 pounds, 6 ounces, 0 pennyweights, 0 grains. 1 chatak makes 1 ounce, 17 pennyweights, 12 grains. 1 tola makes 7 pennyweights, 12 grains. 1 masha makes 15 grains. 1 ratti makes 1,873 grains. The articles of rice, sugar, ghee, curry condiments, poultry, salt and other non-perishable articles are procurable all the year round and may be purchased at all times of the day or night. But it is not so with meat, fish and game, or with fruits and vegetables. There are seasons for these, and when in season, if not procured betimes in the morning, the chances are 10 to 1 that all the arrangements for that day's meals will be sadly disorganized. Another inconvenience is experienced by some families ordering a particular description of fish or vegetable which is really not in season. The order is frequently misunderstood by the servant, who procures an article widely different from that ordered, or he returns empty-handed with the declaration of the truth, "Paya nahi" or "Mila nahi," which means could not get or could not find. In order, therefore, to obviate these disappointments and inconveniences, it is deemed desirable to give a list of such articles of consumption as are procurable monthly in the Calcutta daily markets, before proceeding further with other matters. Kitchen Calendar. The following is a list of such articles of consumption as are procurable monthly in the Calcutta Daily Bazaar. January. Green peas, cauliflowers, cabbages, turnips, yams, potatoes, carrots, spinach, greens, cucumbers, radishes, celery, lettuces, young onions, nol khol, kochu, French beans, sheem, brinjals, red and white beet, etc. are in perfection and plentiful. Beef, mutton, veal, lamb, pork, kid, poultry, etc. are also plentiful and of the first quality. Game in great abundance, snipe, duck, teal, etc. The fish market is well found with bhetki, munji, roe, katla, koi, shoal, selia, bhola, eels, bashpata, etc. The fruits in season are sillet oranges, loknuts, plantains, pineapples, sugarcanes, country almonds, limes and tepari. February. The fish market this month has the addition of the small hilsa. Meat and vegetables continue good and abundant. The additional vegetables are asparagus, pumpkins, and young cucumbers, and custard apples, mulberries, bale, and small watermelons are added to the fruit. March. The meat market continues good to about the end of this month. Fish in abundance, with the addition of the guntia, a small and well-flavored fish. Green peas and turnips disappear. Salad, cabbage, carrots, and celery are on the decline, but asparagus and potatoes continue excellent. Green mangoes and unripe footy are to be had. Also amra, greens, watercresses, and the karela. Fruit is also plentiful. Large watermelons appear during the month and continue in perfection for 2 or 3 months. April. This is an unfavorable month for meat, which begins to be flabby and poor, fat, spongy, and yellow. Indeed, very little good of any description is to be found in the market. The fish market has the addition of carp, the magur, and the mango fish, so called from its annual visit to all the Bengal rivers at this season to spawn. This latter fish appears as soon as the mango is formed on the tree and disappears at the close of the season, that is, about the middle of July. It has perhaps the most agreeable flavor of any in the known world, and is so sought after by natives as well as Europeans that although not so large as a middle-sized whiting, it is sold at the beginning of the month at from 4 to 8 per rupee. Before the end of May, as it becomes plentiful, the price is 1 rupee the score, and in June from 2 to 3 scores are sold for 1 rupee. Potatoes, asparagus, onions, cucumbers, and a few cabbage sprouts are the only vegetables procurable. Watermelons and muskmelons are in perfection. Green mangoes for pickling, and karunda for tarts are in great abundance. May. Grapes of the largest size, peaches, pineapples, limes, rose apples, lychees, jamruls, and wampis, together with watermelons, muskmelons, pomegranates, and custard apples come in during this month. The meat market is very inferior to that of last month. Fish continues good and abundant, and bhetki accepted, which becomes scarce. Mango fish are in great perfection this month. Asparagus, potatoes, and cabbage sprouts, with indifferent turnips, sweet potatoes, cucumbers, and onions are nearly all the vegetables now in the market. Pumpkins and other cucurbitaceous roots are however procurable. June. Meat, as must be expected, is very indifferent this month. The fish market is much the same as that of last month. Mangoes and mango fish are in great abundance. The Malda mangoes arrive in Calcutta and are considered the best that can be procured in Bengal. Grapes, peaches, lychees, etc. disappear. Custard apples, pineapples, jackfruits and guavas are in perfection. Asparagus, potatoes, onions and Indian corn are the principal vegetables that remain. July. Meat continues lean and poor. The fish market continues good. The munji, the roe, the katla, the koi, the shoal, the magur, the chingri, the tangra and the tuna are procurable all the year round. The hilsa or sable fish makes its appearance this month. This fish is delicious, boiled, baked or roasted, but very unwholesome. On being cured with tamarind, it forms a good substitute for the herring. It is then known by the appellation of the tamarind fish. Mangoes and mango fish disappear this month. Pineapples, custard apples, jacks and guavas continue in season. The vegetable market is very indifferent. Asparagus is in season, but potatoes become poor and watery. Young lettuces, cucumbers and sweet potatoes are now procurable. Also kamranga and karunda. August. The meat and fish markets look much the same as those of last month. Pamplemousse or shaddock appears this month. Pineapples, custard apples and guavas continue in perfection. The vegetables procurable are salad, asparagus, cucumbers, brinjals, makhun shim, a kind of French beans, radishes, turnips, cabbage sprouts, and some indifferent potatoes. Indian corn, cucumbers, and spinach are to be had all the year round, but are tasteless, except at this season, when they become firm, good, and palatable. The avocado pear is sometimes procurable at this period. September. The meat market does not improve. The fish market experiences but slight improvement. For although there is abundance, yet it is not always firm and good, except the bhetki, which becomes larger and better flavored. The following are also in the market: the bholia, deshi tangra, gontia, bhengris, gontora, kwetunte, pairachanda, and the shellfish or bagda chingri. Vegetables are very indifferent. Yams come into season about this time. In the fruit market, small oranges make their appearance. Custard apples, pineapples, guavas and pamplemousse continue in season. October. The meat market begins to revive and the fish market to improve. The bhetki becomes firm and the others proportionately good. Snipes make their appearance. Vegetables and fruit continue much the same as last month. But if the season be favorable, both experience a considerable improvement about the end of the month. Oranges become large and better flavored, and custard apples are in great perfection. Young potatoes sometimes make their appearance this month. Pomegranates are procurable, also cut bale. November. The meat market looks wholesome. Beef, mutton, veal, pork and poultry become firm and good. Game comes in also in considerable quantities. Wild duck, snipes, teal, etc. Abundance of fish is procurable, such as bhetki, bashpata, gontora, mirgal, carp, and mango fish without roes. The vegetable market begins with the introduction of green peas, new potatoes, lettuces, greens of various kinds, spinach, radishes, and turnips. In the fruit market may be had oranges, lemons, pamplemousse, custard apples, papayas, plantains, coconuts, country almonds, pomegranates, cut bale, etc. December. The meat and fish markets are in great perfection, both as to quantity and quality. Game of all kinds in abundance. The vegetable market is excellent, yielding green peas, young potatoes, lettuces, young onions, radishes, small salad, sweet potatoes, French beans, sheens, brinjals, yams, carrots, turnips, greens, young cabbages, and cauliflowers. The fruit market continues much the same as last month. Tepari or Brazil currants make their appearance this month, together with wood apples and other fruits. End of section 0. Section 1 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rice or chowl. Rice is consumed by most European families at breakfast, tiffin and dinner. It is eaten at breakfast with fried meat, fish, omelette, country captain, or some other curried dish, and being invariably followed by toast and eggs, jams, fruit, etc., one cookie, which contains about as much as an ordinary breakfast cup, or say half a pound, will always be ample for 4 tolerably hearty consumers. There are 2 sizes of cookies, large and small. Reference is here made to the small cookie, well filled. The quantity, however, of raw rice for a party of 4 should not exceed half a pound. The rice at dinner is usually preceded by soup, fish, roast, and made dishes. The best or generally approved qualities of rice for table use are known as the bhog tulsi, the bonapul, the basmati, and chini shakkar. In purchasing these, or indeed any other approved quality, care must be taken to avoid new rice and what is called urua, which latter has been put through some process of boiling, or damped and then dried. Both are considered unwholesome for general daily consumption, and few Indians will use them. Good rice, when rubbed in the palm of the hand and cleared of dust, will appear of a bright and nearly transparent yellowish color, whereas the urua will be found of a dull whitish hue, and the grain streaked and speckled with white powder, which crumbles on the application of a needle's point. The price of rice, like other commodities, varies according to its plenty or scarcity in the market. After the cyclone of October 1864, and again of November 1867, the price of the bhog tulsi and the bonapul, which are fine, large, stout grain rice without being coarse, ruled at from 8 to 9 seers per rupee, and the basmati and the chini shakkar at from 7 to 8 seers per rupee. The rice used by the poorer classes of the native population is of a very coarse description and incredibly cheap. Within 6 weeks after the cyclone of November 1867, it was readily procurable at 25 to 30 seers per rupee. Rice is used in a variety of forms. It is boiled, made into khichdi, pulao, puddings, blancmange, cakes, bread, etc. The bhog tulsi, the bonapul, and other stout-grained rice are the best adapted for boiling. Boiled rice is called bhat. The basmati, chini shakkar, and all small and fine-grained rice are selected for khichdi, pulao, and puddings for children's food and for invalids. The urua is used in some houses in ignorance, but for the most part it is made into flour and used for blancmange, cakes, etc. The flour is abundantly procurable in the Calcutta markets and is largely used by all native bakers in the making of bread. 22 or 25 seers of rice monthly, consuming it 3 times a day, entertainments included, will be ample for a party of 4, allowing occasionally for a rice pudding. It is necessary to wash rice thoroughly in several waters before using it, and a colander is very useful for draining away the water after washing the rice. 1. Boiled rice. Wash half a pound or a cookie full of rice and put it to boil in a large quantity of water over a brisk fire. Immediately the rice begins to boil. The water will bubble up to the surface of the pot and overflow, carrying away quantities of scum and impurities. The cover of the pot should now be kept partially open, and the rice stirred to prevent an entire overflow of the water. On the subsiding of the water or the bubbling, the fire should be reduced until it is satisfactorily ascertained that the grains of rice, without being pappy, are quite soft, when the pot should be removed from the fire and a quart of cold water be added. All the liquid, which is kanji, should then be drained. and the pot replaced over a gentle charcoal heat to allow all moisture to evaporate, assisting the process by occasionally shaking the pot or stirring its contents gently with a wooden spoon. Time to boil, half an hour. The cookie of rice, when properly boiled, will fill a good-sized curry or vegetable dish. The rice will be found quite soft and yet every grain perfectly separate. Rice should never be cooked into a pap, excepting it is required for very young children, and leaving the grains hard or uncooked should be equally avoided. A small pinch of pounded alum or fitgiri is used by some cooks, with advantage to improve the whiteness of boiled rice. 2. Rice kanji. The water in which rice is boiled should never be thrown away. It is nutritious and fattening for all cattle, horses included, and may be given daily to milch cows and goats with great advantage. 3. Rice kheer. This is occasionally served upon the breakfast table as a treat, but few Europeans care for it. It is made as follows. Thoroughly boil 1 cookie or half a pound of the basmati or the chini shakkar rice. Then drain the water away. Add 2 cups of pure cow's milk and put over a slow fire. As the rice begins to absorb the milk, 2 or 3 small sticks of cinnamon are put in, with 1 tablespoon and a half to 2 tablespoons of fine quality white sugar. On the milk being entirely absorbed, the kheer is either turned out upon a dish and eaten hot, or put into a buttered mold, served up in shape and eaten cold. Kheer is sometimes cooked or boiled in milk only, but the foregoing recipe is supposed to be that more generally approved. 4. Pish bash. Pick and wash in several waters a cookie or half a pound of the basmati or other fine grain rice. Add to it, cleaned and cut up, a chicken, some sliced ginger, sliced onions, a few bay leaves, some peppercorns, a few hot spice, a dessert spoonful of salt, 1 chatak or 2 ounces of butter, and water sufficient to cover the whole. Simmer over a slow fire until the chicken becomes perfectly tender and the rice quite pappy. Serve up hot. This is considered a most excellent and nutritious meal for invalids. Khichiris. These are occasionally substituted for boiled rice at breakfast and are eaten with fried fish, omelettes, croquettes, chal fraisi, etc. They are prepared as follows. 5. Puni khichdi. Take rather more than 3/4 of a cookie of basmati or chini shakkar and half a cookie of dal, or if preferred, take the rice and dal in equal parts. Take 12 large curry onions and cut them up lengthways into fine slices. Warm up 2 chataks or 4 ounces of ghee, but before doing so be careful to warm the pot, and while bubbling, throw in the sliced onions. Removing them immediately, they become of a bright brown color. Set the fried onions aside and throw in the dal and rice, having previously allowed all the water in which they were washed to drain through a colander. Fry until the dal and rice have absorbed all the ghee. Then add a few slices of green ginger, some peppercorns, salt to taste, say 1 dessert spoonful, a few cloves, 3 or 4 cardamoms, half a dozen bay leaves, and as many small sticks of cinnamon. Mix well together. Add as much water only as will entirely cover over the whole of the rice and dal. Put a good fitting cover on and set over a slow fire, reducing the same from time to time as the water is being absorbed. Care must be taken not to allow the khichdi to burn, which might be prevented by occasionally shaking the pot or stirring its contents with a wooden spoon. Serve up quite hot, strewing over it the fried onions, which serve both as a relish and garnish of the dish. 6. Bhuni khichdi of the masoor or red dal is made according to recipe number 5. 7. Bhuni khichdi of the moong or small grain yellow dal is made according to recipe number 5. 8. Bhuni khichdi of the gram or chana dal. The chana or gram dal makes a very nice khichdi, but as it is rather hard, it should be boiled or soaked in cold water for an hour or so before frying it with the raw rice. 9. Bhuni khichdi of green peas. Khichdi made of green peas grown of English seeds is a rarity. Large peas should be picked out and shelled. They should not be fried with the rice, but added to it when nearly cooked. The instructions given in recipe number 5 are to be observed in all other respects. 10. Jorud or yellow-tinted khichdi. Jorud or yellow-tinted khichdi is nothing more than one of the above khichdis to which is added at the time of frying the rice and dal either a small quantity of saffron or turmeric, according to the color desired to be imparted. Such introduction in no way affects the flavor, nor does it render the appearance of the dish more attractive, but serves admirably as a variety for a large breakfast table. 11. Gila khichdi. This is usually made of moong dal with less than 1/4 the quantity of ghee allowed for the bhuni, or with no ghee at all, and little or no condiments are used, excepting a small quantity of finely sliced green ginger, a few peppercorns, 1 or 2 bay leaves, and salt to taste. It is supposed to be better adapted than bhuni khichdi for children and invalids. By bhuni is meant crisp, and gila signifies soft. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pellow or Pooloo. Pullows are purely Hindoostani dishes. There are several kinds of pullow, but some of them are so entirely of an Asiatic character and taste that no European will ever be persuaded to partake of them. It is therefore considered useless to offer instructions how to prepare such as the ukni pullow, in which are introduced cream, milk, buttermilk, garlic and lime juice, or the sweet pullow, in which almonds and raisins are introduced in addition to sugar, etc. The following are the pullows in general use. 12. Chicken pullow. Take a good-sized chicken. Clean, truss and boil it with 1 pound of beef in 2 cupfuls of clean water, seasoning it with onions, ginger and salt. When sufficiently cooked, but yet quite firm, remove the chicken and set it out and the gravy aside. Cut up 12 onions lengthways into fine slices. Warm your pot, then melt in it 2 chattaks or 4 ounces of ghee, and as it bubbles, throw in the sliced onions and fry to a light brown. Remove and set aside. Then put in 1/2 pound or a cookie of the best basmati or chini shakkar, having drained away all the water in which it was washed, and fry. On the rice absorbing the ghee, throw in a few cloves, 4 or 5 cardamoms, 1/2 dozen small sticks of cinnamon, some peppercorns, a blade or 2 of mace, and 1 dessertspoonful of salt. Mix up the whole and pour over it the gravy in which the chicken and beef were boiled, or as much of it only as will entirely cover the rice. Close the pot immediately with a close-fitting cover and set on a slow fire. As the gravy continues to decrease or to be absorbed, so keep reducing the fire, shaking up the pot occasionally or stirring its contents to prevent the pullow from burning. Brown the boiled chicken in a pan with ghee or butter and serve up as follows. Place the chicken, either whole or cut up, on the center of a dish, covering it with the pullow. Strew over it the fried onions, garnishing it besides with 2 hard-boiled eggs cut into halves, or in some device, and with 1/2 dozen bits of finely sliced and fried bacon to suit the taste of those who like the latter. 13. Beef, mutton or kid pullow. Take 2 pounds of beef and cut up as for a curry, or take a small but good leg of mutton, or take 2 legs of a kid, rejecting the loin. Make a good strong gravy with seasoning of sliced onions, ginger and salt with water, which when cooked down will be reduced to about sufficient only to cover the rice. Then proceed to make the pullow in all respects as directed in the foregoing recipe. The beef is not further used for the table, but treat the legs of the kid or the mutton the same as the chicken, and serve up with fried onions, hard-boiled eggs, and fried bacon like the chicken pulao. 14. Prawn pulao. Instead of a chicken, provide yourself with 8 or 10 good-sized bhagta prawns and a good hard coconut. After frying and setting aside the sliced onions as directed above, the rice is to be fried. But instead of using chicken or any other meat broth, cook it in the milk of the coconut. Vide recipe number 54. Observing in all particulars the instructions given for the chicken pulao, recipe number 12, and serve up as follows. Dish up the pulao, strew over it the fried onions and garnish with the prawns finely boiled and 2 hard-boiled eggs cut in halves or in some device. The coconut milk will impart a sweetish flavor to the pulao, but it is not disagreeable, and its sweetness may be subdued if required by reducing the strength of the coconut milk. 15. Lobster or fish pulao. Take out the center bones of 1 or 2 hilsa or bhetki fishes, which are procurable fresh and good in the market, and 8 or 10 large, long-legged lobsters with the roe or coral. Thoroughly wash in several waters with salt and boil with plenty of seasoning of onions, sliced ginger, peppercorns, a dozen bay leaves, a tablespoon of unroasted dhania or coriander seed, and salt, with water sufficient to give the required quantity of gravy. When ready, remove and shell the lobsters, reserving the roe or red coral in the heads, which bruise down with a little unroasted coriander seed and mix with the fish gravy. Make the pulao in all other respects the same as prawn pulao, using the gravy of the fish instead of coconut or other gravy, and garnish with lobsters, etc. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries. A curry stone and mullah, or what the natives call sheel or luria, are necessary for the preparation of condiments for daily use. The condiments should be carefully and each kind separately ground to a nice paste with a little water. Condiments prepared with water will not keep good any number of days. If required for a journey, therefore, or as presents for friends at home, good sweet oil and the best English vinegar should be substituted for the water. For the preparation of condiments for this purpose, see recipe number 65. The first cost of a curry stone and mullah of large size will not exceed 1 rupee, but they will require recutting every 3 or 4 months at a cost not exceeding 1 anna each resetting. The following is a list of curry condiments and hot spice in almost daily use. Curry onions or curry ka pyaj, price from 3 to 8 paise per seer. Turmeric or haldi, price from 3 to 5 annas per seer. Garlic or lasun, price from 2 to 3 annas per seer. Green ginger or adrak, price from 2 to 4 annas per seer. Dry chilies or sukha mirch, price from 3 to 5 annas per seer. Coriander seed or dhania, price from 3 to 4 annas per seer. Cumin seed or jeera, price from 5 to 6 annas per seer. Peppercorns or gol mirch, 5 to 6 annas per seer. Bay leaves or tej patta, price from 2 to 3 annas per seer. Lemongrass or ugia ghas, price from 3 to 6 paise for a bundle of 16 to 20 blades of grass. Poppy seed or post kadana, price from 3 to 4 annas per seer. Onion seed or kalinga, price from 5 to 8 annas per seer. Stick cinnamon or dalchini, cardamoms or elaichi, cloves or long, nutmeg or jaifal, mace or javitri are mixed. Prices range from Rs 3.14 to 4 per seer. However high prices may range, 1 rupee worth of mixed condiments, including hot spice, will suffice for a month's consumption for a party of from 4 to 6 adults, allowing for 3 curries per day, cutlets, and made dishes included. Gravy curries. The following directions for an everyday gravy chicken curry will apply equally to all ordinary meat gravy curries. 16. Chicken curry. Take 1 chattak or 2 ounces of ghee, 2 breakfast cupfuls of water, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful each of ground turmeric and chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground ginger, and a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic. To suit the taste of those who like it, half a teaspoonful of ground coriander seed may be added, which should be roasted before being ground. Observe the following directions for cooking. Take the usual full-sized curry chicken, the price of which has latterly ranged from 3 to 4 annas, and divide it into 16 or 18 pieces. Warm a pot, melt in it the ghee, and immediately it begins to bubble, throw in all the ground condiments, stirring until quite brown. Then put in the cut-up chicken and the salt, and stir up to a good light brown color. Then add the water, and allow the whole to simmer over a slow fire until the chicken is quite tender, and the liquid reduced to about half its original quantity. The operation of cooking or simmering will take from a half to 3/4 of an hour. 17. Kid curry. Take a hind quarter or a forequarter of kid, which may be obtained at from 3 to 4 annas the quarter. Cut it up into 16 or 18 pieces. Take condiments in the proportion given in recipe number 16 and cook it in every particular the same as the chicken curry, allowing it to simmer 3/4 of an hour. 18. Veal curry. A small shoulder of veal, the price of which ranges from 3 to 4 annas, may be selected. Cut off from it 16 or 18 1-inch square pieces of the best part of the meat, and curry it in every particular the same as a chicken, only allowing it to simmer half to 3/4 of an hour. 19. Mutton curry. Obtain a small shoulder, add from 5 to 6 annas. Cut it up into 16 or 18 1-inch square pieces, rejecting all the bones. Curry it the same as a chicken, allowing it to simmer for half an hour longer, or until the meat is tender. N.B. The bones of the veal and mutton referred to in this and the foregoing recipe may be turned to account for stock or gravy for some made dish. 20. Beef curry. 2 pounds of well-selected meat will cost from 3 to 4 annas. Cut it up into 1-inch square pieces, rejecting all the scraggy parts. Cook it in every respect according to the instructions given in recipe number 16 for cooking a gravy chicken curry, only allowing it to simmer for a much longer time than any other curry, or until the beef becomes tender. 21. Green duck curry. The price of a young tender duck may be quoted at from 4 to 5 annas. Cut it up exactly as you would a chicken, and cut it in the same manner, allowing it to simmer for an hour and a half. It is desirable to introduce half a teaspoonful each of coriander and cumin seeds in this curry. 22. Young pigeon curry. Take 4 young pigeons, cut each into 4 pieces, making in all 16 pieces. The price of young pigeons ranges from 5 to 6 annas the pair. The instructions given for the cooking of a gravy chicken curry apply equally to a pigeon curry. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries, Doopiajas. The literal translation of Doopiaja is 2 onions, and the term probably is correctly applicable, as it will be noticed in the recipes for preparing the Doopiaja curries, that besides the full quantity of ground onions, it is necessary to put in about an equal quantity of fried onions, thereby doubling the quantity of onions. Doopiajas are more piquant curries. They are cooked with more ghee and less water. The following condiments, etc. are considered ample for a really good Doopiaja of chicken or of any meat. 1 chattak and a half or 3 ounces of ghee, 1 breakfast cupful of water, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful each of ground turmeric and chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground ginger, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, 12 onions cut lengthways, each into 6 or 8 slices, and half a teaspoonful of ground coriander seed if it be liked. 23. Chicken Doopiaja. Take a full-sized curry chicken and divide it into 16 or 18 pieces. Melt the ghee in a warm or heated pot. Fry brown the sliced onions and set aside. Then fry the ground condiments, stirring the whole. When brown, add the cut-up chicken with the salt and fry to a rich brown. Chop the fried onions and put into the pot with 1 cup of water and allow to simmer over a slow fire for about 1 hour, when the chicken will be perfectly tender and the liquid reduced to a thick consistency and to half its original quantity. 24. Kid Doopiaja is made in all respects as a chicken Doopiaja, the kid to be cut up in the usual manner. The hind quarter is preferable to the fore quarter. 25. Veal Doopiaja. Take only the meat from a shoulder, cut it up into squares, and allow it to simmer for half an hour longer than the chicken Doopiaja. 26. Mutton Doopiaja. The flesh part of a shoulder is cut up in squares and doopiazed exactly as a chicken, allowing it to simmer over a slow fire for half an hour longer. 27. Beef Doopiaja. Cut 2 pounds of beef into 1-inch square pieces and follow all the instructions given in recipe number 23, only allowing it to simmer for a much longer time over a slow fire until the beef is perfectly tender. 28. Duck Doopiaja. Divide as you would a chicken and cook the duck in the same manner, allowing it to simmer a little longer than the chicken Doopiaja. Half a teaspoonful each of ground coriander and cumin seed should be mixed with the condiments. 29. Doopiaja of Pigeons. Take 4 pigeons, cut each into 4 pieces, and proceed in every particular the same as for a chicken Doopiaja. 30. Cold boiled pork Doopiaja. Cut from the remains of cold boiled pork 16 1-inch square pieces and doopiaja it in the way directed for a chicken. The time required to simmer will not exceed that allowed for the chicken doopiaja. 31. Udder Doopiaja. Take 2 pounds of udder. Before cutting it into squares, it should be parboiled and then made into doopiaja, allowing it to simmer over a slow fire for about 2 hours. 32. Udder and beef doopiaja. Take 1 pound each of udder and beef. Parboil the udder and then cut it up with the beef into 1-inch square pieces and doopiaja it, allowing it to simmer for about 2 hours. It is necessary to impress on the amateur artist the importance of paying particular attention to the firing. A brisk fire will dry up the ghee and water before the curry is half cooked and necessitate the addition of more water, which will in every instance spoil the doopiaja, although the addition of a little water, if such be necessary when the curry is nearly cooked, will do it no harm. In every instance, where ghee, butter, etc. is to be melted, it is desirable first to warm the pot. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries. Forcemeat ball curries or Kofta ka curry. Beef, mutton, chicken, fish, crabs and prawns are usually taken for making these curries. The ingredients for 2 pounds of meat or fish are as follows. Lard, ghee or mustard oil 3 to 4 ounces. Water or stock 5 to 6 ounces. Ground onions 1 tablespoonful or 1 ounce. Ground chilies, 1/4 tablespoonful. Ground turmeric, 1/4 tablespoonful. Ground green ginger, 1/2 teaspoonful. Ground peppercorns, 1/2 teaspoonful. Ground garlic, 1/4 teaspoonful. Garden herbs finely chopped, 1 dessertspoonful. Salt, 1 dessertspoonful. Finely grated breadcrumbs, 3 tablespoonfuls. 1 egg. N.B. In the fish, crab and prawn koftas, the ginger must be omitted. 33. Beef forcemeat ball curry. Get rather more than 2 pounds of good fat beef. Wash it thoroughly and cut it into pieces, rejecting all veins and scraggy portions. Put about 2 pounds of it into a mortar and pound it fine, removing all fibers, veins, etc. and if it be desired, put up a broth of all the rejections. Mix with the pounded beef a teaspoonful of salt, pepper, and garden herbs, and 2 tablespoonfuls of breadcrumbs. Add a little of the broth, or in its absence, some milk. Mix the whole well together. Beat up the yolk and white of the egg. Add it to the mixture, and make into balls about the size of large walnuts. Roll them in breadcrumbs. After heating the pot, melt the lard or ghee, and fry brown the ground ingredients, sprinkling a tablespoonful of cold water over them. Then add the koftas or balls with salt to taste, and fry or brown them. After which, pour into the pot either a cup of broth or of water, and allow to simmer for about 2 hours. N.B. Some cooks add to the beef kofta curries ground spices, which are fried with the curry condiments and are suited to most tastes. 34. Chicken forcemeat ball curry. Procure a good fat chicken and 1/4 pound of beef suet. Put the suet into a mortar with all the fleshy parts of the chicken and pound to a pulp. Make a stock of gravy of the bones. Mix with the pounded meat all the several ingredients named in the foregoing recipe with the addition of an egg well beaten up. Make into balls, roll in breadcrumbs and curry as directed above. N.B. The chicken kofta curry may also be made without any suet. The general practice is to get chickens rather larger than those usually selected for ordinary curries. 35. Mutton forcemeat ball curry. Take the best parts of a leg or shoulder of mutton. Cut them up, wash and pound well down. Make a gravy of the bones and rejections. Mix with the pounded mutton all the ingredients mentioned in the recipe for making beef balls and cook exactly as the beef kofta curry. 36. Ball curry of liver and udder. Get 1 pound each of liver and udder. Thoroughly wash and parboil them, then cut them into pieces. Put into a mortar and pound them to a pulp. Mix with pepper, salt, herbs, breadcrumbs, and an egg. Make into balls and curry them in the same manner as any of the foregoing forcemeat ball curries. 37. Prawn kofta curry. Get 30 to 40 of the best prawns and remove the heads and shells. Wash the prawns well with salt and water, then pound them to a pulp. Mix with it all the ingredients as directed for the beef kofta. Make into balls, roll them in breadcrumbs and set aside. After washing the heads, remove the shells and bruise the contents with a dessert spoonful of unroasted coriander seed. Take all the juice and fry it with the ground condiments. Then put in the balls, brown them, add salt to taste, a cup of water and simmer until they are cooked. N.B. Good mustard oil is preferable to using lard or ghee, and the ginger must be omitted, but the addition of a few bay leaves and blades of lemongrass would be an improvement. It is not usual to dish up the lemongrass. 38. Lobster kofta curry. According to their size, take 8 or 10 lobsters. Clean them thoroughly. Remove the heads and shells. Pull the flesh to pieces and pound to a pulp. Add to it some of the red coral from the head. Then mix into it the breadcrumbs, salt, pepper, herbs, and an egg well beaten up, and make into balls. The remains of the heads and the contents of the long legs bruise down with unroasted coriander seeds. Take all the juice and fry it in mustard oil with the ground condiments, omitting the ginger, and cook the balls in the same way as the prawn balls, with the addition of bay leaves and a few blades of lemongrass. Lemongrass is not served up. 39. Crab kofta curry. Select 10 or 12 ghee wala kakras, or crabs full of red coral. Wash them thoroughly, then boil them. Remove all the meat and coral out of the shells. Pound to a pulp, and after mixing all the ingredients and fixing them with an egg well beaten up, make into balls and cook them in all respects according to the directions for lobster kofta curry. Time to simmer, say half an hour. 40. Fish kofta curry. Cold boiled or fried fish is the best adapted for making koftas. It is not necessary to give other instructions than those already given at length in the foregoing recipes, excepting that mustard oil is the best adapted for fresh fish curries. N.B. The remains of hermetically sealed fish, such as salmon and mackerel removed from dinner, are well adapted for making kofta curries. Underdone roast meats such as beef, mutton, veal, and fowl will make excellent kofta curries. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries. Country Captain. The country captain is usually made of chicken and occasionally of kid and veal. Cold meats and curries are also sometimes converted into this dish, the condiments for which are as follows: 2 chattaks or 4 ounces of ghee, half a teaspoonful of ground chilies, 1 teaspoonful of salt, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground turmeric, and 20 onions cut up lengthways into fine slices. 41. Chicken Country Captain. Cut up in the usual way an ordinary curry chicken. Warm the ghee and fry the sliced onions, which when brown set aside. Fry the ground turmeric and chilies. Then throw in the chicken and salt, and continue to fry, stirring the whole until the chicken is tender. Serve it up, strewing over it the fried onions. 42. Kid Country Captain. Before cutting up the kid, a forequarter let it be partially broiled or roasted, and then make it into country captain in accordance with the above directions. Or instead of partially roasting the chicken, add half a cup of water to assist the meat to dissolve. 43. Veal Country Captain. Partially broil or roast a shoulder of veal before cutting it up, or make the country captain as directed in recipe number 42 by adding half a cup of water instead of partially broiling the meat. 44. Jalfrezi. Cut up into small squares of less than an inch, either cold mutton, beef, or veal, rejecting the bones. Add a large quantity of sliced onions, some chilies cut up, and a teaspoonful of salt. Warm a chattak or 2 ounces of ghee, and throw into it the meat, onions, chilies, and salt, and allow to simmer or fry, stirring the whole while until the onions are quite tender. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries. Hindoostani curries. 45. Sheikh kebab is usually eaten with chapati or hand bread and only occasionally with rice, and contains the following condiments: 2 tablespoonfuls of mustard oil, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground ginger, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, 1 teaspoonful of ground turmeric, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, a cup of thick tair or dahi or curd, half a teaspoonful of ground coriander seed, the juice of 1 large lemon, and a little ghee. Take 2 pounds of beef, mutton, or veal. Remove the bones and chop the meat slightly without mincing or cutting through it. Mix well together all the ground condiments, including the oil, tair, and lemon juice, in which steep the chopped meat, turning it over occasionally to absorb the mixture. After a while, cut up the meat into squares of equal size, say 2 inches, and continue to keep them in the mixture for fully 1 hour. Then pass the squares of meat either on a silver-plated or other metal skewer and roast or broil over a slow charcoal fire, basting the whole time with ghee, to allow the kebab to become of a rich brown color without burning or being singed in the basting. Remove from the skewer and serve hot. 46. Tikya kebab. Take 2 pounds of fat beef, wash it, cut it into small pieces, and pound it to a pulp. Remove all fibers, etc., and then add to it 1 teaspoonful of ground onion, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground turmeric, 1/8 of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground peppercorns, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground ginger, half a teaspoonful of ground hot spices, and 1 tablespoonful of tayir or dahi. Mix the whole well together, add salt to your taste and the yolk and white of an egg well beaten up. Form into balls of equal sizes, flatten them, pass them on iron or plated skewers about 18 inches long. Rub them well over with ghee, wrap them in plantain leaf and roast or broil them over a charcoal fire. Serve them up hot, removed from the skewers. These are usually eaten with chapati. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries, Hussanee curries or curries on stick. The ingredients and condiments necessary for the curries on stick are as follows: 1 chatak and a half of ghee, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of turmeric, half a teaspoonful of ginger, half a cupful of water, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, 1 teaspoonful of chilies, half a capful of tayir or dahi, some finely sliced ginger, and as many small curry onions cut into half as may be required. 6 silver pins 5 inches long, or in the absence of these, 6 bamboo pins are required. 47. Hussanee beef curry. Cut up 2 pounds of beef into small squares, not exceeding 1 inch, and pass them on the silver or bamboo pins alternately with half an onion and a slice of ginger. Half a dozen sticks will be ample for 4 hearty consumers. Warm the ghee and brown the ground condiments. Then put it in the sticks of meat and brown, stirring the whole. After this, add the tayir and a little of water, and allow to simmer over a slow fire for nearly 2 hours, when the curry will be ready. Serve up on a curry dish without removing the sticks. 48. Hussanee mutton curry. Remove the meat from a shoulder of mutton and cut it into small squares. The same instructions will apply to the preparation of mutton curry on stick as those given for beef curry on stick. Time to simmer half an hour. Hussanee veal curry. Cut squares enough from a shoulder of veal and observe the instructions given in the foregoing recipe. Time to simmer 1 hour. Hussanee curry of udder and liver. The udder and liver should be parboiled before being cut up for passing on the sticks, but in all other respects, the instructions given for the beef and mutton curries on stick will apply to the udder and liver curry on stick. Time to simmer fully 1 hour and a half. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries, Kurma or Korma curry. This, without exception, is one of the richest Hindoostani curries, but it is quite unsuited to European taste if made according to the original recipe, of which the following is a copy. 51. Korma curry plain. Take 2 pounds of mutton, 1 pound of tayir or dahi, 2 chataks of garlic, 1 dam of cardamoms, 4 chataks of bruised almonds, 4 mashes of saffron, the juice of 5 lemons, 1 pound of ghee, 4 chataks of sliced onions, 1 dam of cloves, 1 chatak of pepper, 4 chataks of cream, and a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic. The following is the recipe of the korma curry usually put on a gentleman's table. 2 chataks and a half or 5 ounces of ghee, 1 cup or 8 ounces of good thick tayir, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of coriander seed, 6 small sticks of ground cinnamon, 2 or 3 blades of lemongrass, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, a half teaspoonful of ground ginger, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, 8 or 10 peppercorns, 4 or 5 ground cloves, 5 or 6 ground cardamoms, 2 or 3 bay leaves, a quarter of a cup of water, the juice of 1 lemon, and 12 large onions cut lengthways into fine slices. Take 2 pounds of good fat mutton and cut it up into pieces nearly 1 inch and a half square. Warm the ghee, fry in it the sliced onions and set aside. Then fry all the ground condiments, including the ground hot spices. When quite brown, throw in the mutton and salt, and allow the whole to brown, after which add the thair, the hot spices with peppercorns and bay leaves, the lemongrass, the water, and the fried onions finely chopped. Close the pot and allow it to simmer over a gentle coal fire for about an hour and a half or 2 hours, by which time the kurma will be quite ready. The blades of lemongrass are never dished up. 52. Kid Kurma. Cut up a forequarter or a hind quarter of a kid into 8 or 10 pieces and cook it exactly as directed in the foregoing recipe. This is rather preferred to mutton kurma. 53. Fowl Kurma. Take a young, full-grown, tender fowl. Cut it up as for an ordinary curry. Cook it with all the condiments in the proportions given, and observe all the directions laid down in recipe number 51. N.B. Most Europeans give the preference to the fowl kurma. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries, Malay curries. The condiments and other ingredients necessary are as follows: 1 chuttak or 2 ounces of ghee, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground turmeric, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground ginger, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, the milk of a large coconut, say 2 cups, 2 blades of lemongrass, 3 or 4 cloves ground, 3 or 4 cardamoms, and as many small sticks of cinnamon ground. The coriander and cumin seeds must on no account be put into Malay curries, or the delicate flavor of the coconut will be destroyed. It will be necessary to provide what the natives call a nariyal ka khurni, which interpreted means coconut scraper. It is a small circular flat piece of iron, about the size and thickness of a Spanish dollar, the edges being notched. It is of rude construction and fixed on a conveniently shaped wooden frame, also of rude construction. The best of the kind may be procured for 2 annas. 54. Coconut milk. The nut is scraped or rasped with the aid of the khurni into very fine particles. It is then put into a deep vessel and boiling water poured over it until the whole of the scraped coconut is covered. After allowing it to steep for 10 or 15 minutes, it is carefully strained through a clean napkin into another vessel or cup. The pulp is returned into the original vessel and more boiling water is poured over it. The operation of steeping in boiling water and straining is continued until you have obtained the required quantity of the extracted milk of the coconut. The pulp is thrown away. If the coconut be a smaller one, or its nut not hard and deep, it will be necessary to provide a second coconut. Good coconuts are sold at an anna to an anna and a half apiece. 55. Chicken Malay gravy curry with white pumpkin or cucumber. Take the usual full-sized curry chicken and divide it as before directed. Get either 6 cucumbers or a quarter of a white pumpkin. Remove the green skin and the part containing the seeds. Then cut it up into 16 pieces of about 2 inches square and steep in water. Fry in the ghee all the ground condiments, including the ground hot spices. When brown, add the cut-up chicken and salt. Fry to a fine, bright, light brown. Then put in the pumpkin, having previously allowed all the water to drain away through a colander. Pour in the 2 cups of coconut milk, the lemongrass and hot spices, and allow the whole to simmer over a slow fire for about half an hour, when the curry will be ready. The blade of lemongrass is not dished up. 56. Prawn Malay gravy curry with white pumpkin or cucumber. Select the Bagda prawns or Bagda chingri whenever they are procurable, in preference to any other description. The shell and head are of a dark color in comparison with what are called jheel ka chingris, the shell and head of which are very perceptibly several shades lighter than the bagdas. It is impossible to quote any price as a guide, the fluctuation being almost incredible. Find large prawns, not lobsters, prawns which without their heads would be about the size of the ordinary dried Normandy pippins sent out to this country for tarts, may be obtained one day at 2 annas for 20, and the next day they will not be procurable at less than 8 annas for the same number. This remark applies generally to fish of every description brought for sale into the Calcutta market, with one other remark of importance. We shall proceed to the instructions necessary for the preparation of the prawn Malay gravy curry. The prawns should be parboiled after removing the heads to rid them, as the natives call it, of beshne, which means all disagreeable character of fishy smell and taste. As a rule, the heads of prawns should always be rejected, which in the process of frying absorb largely the ghee and in the cooking dispel a liquid from their spongy formation. In other respects, the prawn gravy Malay curry is cooked like the chicken Malay gravy curry, omitting the ginger, but an additional blade or two of the lemongrass would not be amiss, which on the curry being dished are thrown away. 57. Chicken Malay gravy curry with palwal. Take a fat chicken, clean it, remove all the flesh and pound it to a pulp, and prepare it in every respect as directed in recipe number 34 for a kofta curry, omitting the suet. Take a dozen large-sized palwals, scrape or pare away the outer skin, split them down one side, extract all the seeds, etc., and throw the palwals into cold water. Wash and drain away all the water, then stuff them with the prepared forcemeat, tie them with fine sewing cotton, and cook them in the milk of coconut, exactly as directed in recipe number 55. 58. Prawn Malay gravy curry with palwal. Take bagda prawns, shell and clean them, pound to a pulp, and prepare as directed in recipe number 37 for prawn kofta curry. Take a dozen palwals, peel them finely, cut them open lengthways, clear them of all seeds, etc., wash and dry them, then stuff them with the prepared prawn mince. Tie the palwals with sewing cotton and cook in coconut milk as directed in recipe number 56. 59. Chicken Malay Doopiajas. The condiments and ingredients are as follows: 1 chatak and a half or 3 ounces of ghee, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground turmeric, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground ginger, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, 1 cup of strong coconut milk, and 1 dozen onions cut lengthways into fine slices. Cut up the chicken in the usual manner, warm the ghee, fry and set aside the sliced onions. Then fry brown the ground condiments, after which the chicken and salt. When fried brown, pour in the coconut milk and the fried onions finely chopped and allow to simmer over a slow fire. The Malay Doopiajas will be ready in an hour. 60. Prawn Malay Doopiajas. Take 16 or 20 large bagda prawns, throw away the heads, parboil the prawns, and then doopiaja in all respects as for a chicken Malay doopiaja, omitting the ginger. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries. Portuguese curry, Vindaloo or Bindaloo. This well-known Portuguese curry can only be made properly of beef, pork or duck. The following is a recipe of the Vindaloo in general use. 6 ounces or 3 chataks of ghee or lard, 1 teaspoonful of bruised garlic, 1 tablespoonful of ground garlic, 1 tablespoonful of ground ginger, 2 teaspoonfuls of ground chilies, 1 teaspoonful of roasted and ground coriander seed, half a teaspoonful of roasted and ground cumin seed, 2 or 3 bay leaves, a few peppercorns, 4 or 5 cloves, roasted and ground, 4 or 5 cardamoms, roasted and ground, 6 small sticks of cinnamon, roasted and ground, with half a cup of good vinegar to 2 pounds of pork or beef or a duck. NB. The best Vindaloo is that prepared with mustard oil. 61. Beef Vindaloo. Cut up 2 pounds of fat beef into large squares and steep them in the vinegar, together with half a teaspoonful of salt and all the ground condiments, from 18 to 24 hours. Then warm the ghee or lard and throw in the meat together with the condiments and vinegar in which it had been steeped, adding a few peppercorns and bay leaves, and allow to simmer gently over a slow fire for 2 hours, or until the meat is perfectly tender, and serve up hot. 62. Pork Vindaloo. Cut up 2 pounds of fat pork with large squares, and curry according to the directions given in the foregoing recipe, omitting the cloves, cardamoms, and cinnamon. 63. Duck Vindaloo. Take a young, full-grown but tender duck, cut it up as for a curry, and put it through the same course of pickling from 18 to 24 hours before being cooked. 64. Pickled Vindaloo. Adapted as a present to friends at a distance. If the following instructions be carried out carefully, the Vindaloo will keep good for months, and if required, may be sent as an acceptable present to friends at home. In order to keep it good sufficiently long to be sent home round the Cape, select the fattest parts of pork. Satisfy yourself that the meat is fresh and sound, and that it has not been washed with water in the butcher's shop. Cut the meat into 2-inch squares. Wash thoroughly in vinegar, no water. Rub over with the following condiments, and then steep them in really good English vinegar for 24 hours. Garlic bruised, not ground down. Dry ginger powdered. Turmeric powdered. Peppercorns roasted and powdered. Coriander seeds roasted and powdered. Cumin seeds roasted and powdered. And dry salt. Melt a large quantity of the best mustard oil in an earthen pot, and according to the quantity of meat, take additional condiments mentioned above, but in the proportion given in recipe number 61. Grind in vinegar, then fry in the oil, then put in the meat, and all the vinegar, etc., in which it had been steeped, together with some more salt, a little vinegar, a few bay leaves, and peppercorns, and allow to simmer until the meat is quite tender. Remove from the fire and allow it to get cold. Then put it into dry stone jars with patent screw tops, well filled with plenty of the oil in which the Vindaloo is cooked. Take care that all the meat is well covered over the oil, which latter ought to be at least from 2 to 3 inches above the meat in the jar. Screw down the lid and cover it over with a good sound bladder to render it perfectly airtight. When required for use, take out only as much as will suffice, and simply warm it in a little of its own gravy. 65. Curry paste is likewise adapted for sending as a present to friends at home. It is made in the following manner: 8 ounces of dhania or coriander seed roasted, 1 ounce of jeera or cumin seed roasted, 2 ounces of haldi or dry turmeric, 2 ounces of lal mirch, dry chilies, 2 ounces of kala mirch or black pepper roasted, 2 ounces of rye or mustard seed, 1 ounce of suet, 1 ounce of saunt or dry ginger, 1 ounce of lasan or garlic, 4 ounces of nimak or salt, 4 ounces of chini or sugar, 4 ounces of chana or gram dal without husk and roasted. The above ingredients in the proportions given to be carefully pounded and ground down with the best English white vinegar to the consistency of a thick jelly. Then warm some good sweet oil, and while bubbling, fry in it the mixture until it is reduced to a paste. Let it cool and then bottle it. NB. Great care must be taken not to use any water in the preparation, and mustard oil is better adapted than sweet oil for frying the mixture in. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Indian Cookery book, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries, Madras Mulligatawny Curry. As this dish is usually served up and partaken of in the place of ordinary soup, reference will be made to it hereafter under the head of soups. Before proceeding to remark on fish, vegetable and peas curries, a few useful hints and suggestions may be offered on meat curries generally. In many families, the remains of cold meat, if not required for other purposes, are made into curry. Cold roast or boiled mutton is admirably adapted for the purpose, and in 99 cases out of 100, consumers cannot tell the difference. If there be any difference or advantage, it is decidedly in favor of the cold meat. The roasting joints are always of a superior quality to meats sold under the designation of curry meats. The remains of cold roast beef make the best kofta curries, croquettes, etc. And if the beef be underdone, no fresh beef will make a better doopiaja. Vegetables are sometimes put into gravy meat curries, never into doopiajas, but as a rule, the introduction of vegetable into any meat curry is objectionable from the fact that all vegetables in the process of boiling or cooking throw out a liquid, some more and some less. The potato throws out the least, but of a disagreeable character. It is true potatoes may be boiled before being put into a curry, but the piquancy and peculiarity of flavor looked for in a curry is so palpably destroyed that the innovation may be discovered with closed eyes. The introduction of vegetable into gravy fish curries, however, is no innovation, as the condiments used for the one answer for the other. Both are cooked in oil and the ginger omitted. 66. Gravy fish curries. The condiments are as follows: mustard oil 1 chatak or 2 ounces, water 2 cups, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground turmeric, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, and 1/4 teaspoonful of garlic. It will be noticed that mustard oil is used instead of ghee and no ginger. Too much care cannot be observed in thoroughly cleaning, rubbing and washing the fish in salt and water before cooking it for the table. Fish, if properly washed, when served up will never be offensive, unless it is bad when purchased. 67. Hilsa fish gravy curry. The head and tail are thrown away, and the fish cut into slices of rather more than half an inch thick. These should be washed in several waters with salt to rid them of all bechene before they are curried. The acid of tamarind is considered an improvement, or amchur, which is sliced green mango dried in salt. 68. Bhetki fish gravy curry is sliced and washed in salt like the hilsa before being cooked. It is not usual to put any acid in the bhetki fish curry. 69. Prawn doopiaja. Take 1 chatak and a half of mustard oil, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground turmeric, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, 1/4 teaspoonful of garlic, 12 curry onions cut lengthways, each into 6 or 8 slices, 1 cupful of water, and 12 large prawns. Clean and thoroughly wash the prawns, rejecting the heads, or taking only their substance pounded and squeezed out with unroasted coriander seed, and after parboiling the prawns, make the doopiaja in all respects according to the ordinary mode. 70. Sliced hilsa fish fried in curry condiments. Take 2 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, 1 teaspoonful of salt, 1/2 teaspoonful of ground turmeric, 1/4 teaspoonful of ground garlic, and 1 chatak of mustard oil. After slicing a hilsa in the manner directed for a curry, and having thoroughly cleaned and washed it with salt, rub into the slices all the ground condiments and the remaining salt, and allow them to remain for at least an hour. Warm the oil, and fry the slices of fish of a very light and bright brown. Serve up hot. 71. Sliced bhetki fish fried in curry condiments. Slice, wash and fry exactly as directed above. Fish served up in this manner is well suited to some European tastes, and makes an agreeable change to the ordinary mode of frying fish for breakfast. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Curries. 72. Egg curry. Take 6 or 8 eggs. Boil hard, shell, cut into halves, and set them aside. Take ghee, ground condiments, and sliced fried onions, in all respects the same as for a chicken doopiaja, and observe precisely the same method of cooking, keeping in mind the fact that the eggs being already cooked or boiled, a smaller quantity of water and a shorter time to simmer will suffice. 73. Egg curry with green peas. This is a favorite curry with some families in winter when the English green peas are procurable. The method of preparing it is exactly the same as recipe number 71, allowing the curry to simmer until the peas are quite tender. 74. Egg curry with chana ka dal. Parboil the dal, say half a cupful. Curry the dal first. When about nearly cooked, throw in the hard-boiled eggs and finish the simmering immediately the dal is soft or tender. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chahkees. Chahkee is a term applied to vegetable curries, some of which are deservedly popular, and one in particular which many families have daily during the season the vegetables are procurable and yet never tire of, viz. 75. Sheem, potato and peas chahkee. Take 25 sheems, 4 new potatoes and a quarter of a seer of green peas. Divide each sheem into 3 pieces and throw into a bowl of water. Divide each potato into 4 pieces and throw into water. Shell the peas, wash all thoroughly. Put into a colander to drain and cook with the following condiments: 1 chuttak and a half of mustard oil, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground turmeric, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, and 1 cupful of water. Warm the oil, let it bubble well, and fry the ground condiments. When these are quite brown, put in the vegetables and salt. Let the whole fry, stirring it well. Then add the water and allow it to simmer over a slow fire until the vegetables are quite tender. N.B. A cauliflower may be added if required for a change. 76. Palwal, potatoes and tori. Clean as much of the above 3 kinds of vegetables as will overfill a vegetable dish, and make the chahkee in all respects as the foregoing. 77. Red pumpkin and tamarind. A quarter of a red pumpkin and the pulp of 2 or 3 tamarinds will be enough. Dissolve the pulp of the tamarind in the water and put it into the curry after the pumpkin has been fried. 78. White pumpkin and tamarind. Chahkee it in the same way as the red pumpkin. 79. White pumpkin, plain, cut small. It is not necessary to give any further instructions than those already given. 80. Tomato with tamarind. Take 20 tomatoes and the pulp of 2 or 3 tamarinds, and chahkee as directed for red pumpkin. 81. Tomato, plain. Chahkee 20 tomatoes according to instructions given for other chahkees. N.B. There is a fresh green herb called shoa mati, which is sometimes put into fish, vegetable and other curries. Some Europeans like the flavor and have it daily when procurable. Inquiry and trial are recommended. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saug curries. Half an anna's worth of any saug will suffice for a party of 4. For curries made of greens, such as spinach, etc. The following condiments, etc. are used. 1 chattak and a half of mustard oil, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground turmeric, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, 1 teaspoonful and a half of ground salt, and 1 cupful of water. 82. Red saag and amra. The amra should be peeled and half fried if large. Great care must be taken to thoroughly clean and wash the greens. Put them into a colander and allow all the water to drain away. Then warm the oil and fry the ground condiments. Then the saag and amra, and when crisp, add the water and cook over a slow fire until the greens and amra are tender. 83. Red saag, amra and shrimps. Observe in all respects the same process as that required in cooking without the shrimps, omitting the ginger. 84. Red saag and prawns. The prawns should be parboiled and then follow all the instructions in recipe number 82. 85. Green saag with prawns. Proceed in every particular as with the last. 86. Data curry with shrimps. The data is a fine, delicate, long green pod which the horseradish tree yields and contains small peas. These pods are cut into lengths of 3 or 4 inches and cooked with shrimps. Beyond this explanation, it is not necessary to enlarge upon the instructions already given. 87. Khatta curry or acid vegetable curry. Take small quantities of all kinds of vegetables in season, but the best curry is that made of potatoes, kochu or artichoke, sweet potatoes or shakarkand, carrots, red and white pumpkins and tomatoes. The vegetables should be cut into large pieces and boiled in water with the following condiments: 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful each of ground turmeric and chilies, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, and 1 teaspoonful of roasted and ground coriander seed. Prepare 2 large cups of tamarind water, slightly sweetened with jaggery. Strain through a sieve and add the strained water to the boiled vegetables with a few fresh chilies. Then melt in a separate pot 1 chattak or 2 ounces of mustard oil. While the oil is bubbling, fry in it a teaspoonful of kalonji or onion seeds, and when sufficiently fried, pour it over the boiled vegetables, including the tamarind water. Close up the pot and allow it to simmer for 15 to 20 minutes, when it will be ready. It is eaten cold. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bhahjees. By bhajie is meant fried. The 2 most generally approved vegetable bhajis are those made of brinjals and palwals. The following are the condiments, etc. Mustard oil, according to the quantity of vegetable to be fried, a little ground turmeric and chilies, and some salt. 88. Brinjal bhaji. Take young, full-sized brinjals, wash them thoroughly, and slice them about 1/8 of an inch thick. Dry them, steep them for half an hour in the ground condiments and salt. Fry in oil and serve up hot. 89. Palwal bhaji. Take a dozen or more palwals, a most excellent and wholesome native vegetable. Scrape or pare away very finely the upper green coating. Divide them lengthways into 2 pieces. Clear away all the seeds, etc. Wash, drain away all the water, and steep them in ground turmeric, chilies, and salt for half an hour or longer. Then fry them quite crisp in melted mustard oil. They are much liked by some Europeans. NB, the vegetable called ram's horns or lady's fingers, known by the natives as dharus, makes an excellent bhaji. So does the karela, a small green and intensely bitter native vegetable, which comes into the market in March and April. It is not, however, well suited to the European taste. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Indian Cookery Book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dal or peas curries. Half an anna's worth of any dal will suffice for a party of 4. The condiments are as follows: 3/4 of a chuttock of ghee, 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground turmeric, half a teaspoonful of ground ginger, 1/4 of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, 1 teaspoonful and a half of salt, and half a dozen onions cut into 6 or 8 slices each. 90. Moong dal. Take half a pound of the raw dal, or say half a cupful. Clean, pick and roast it. Mix it up with all the ground condiments and salt. Put into a pot. Pour water over the whole, some 2 inches above the dal, and boil it well until the dal has quite dissolved. Be careful not to disturb it while in the process of boiling, but allow it to cake as it were en masse. When thoroughly boiled, churn the dal by twirling it in a wooden instrument called a Chutnee. Then warm the ghee in a separate pot, fry the onions, chop them, and throw into the churned dal, after which pour the dal into the pot of melted ghee and keep stirring until the dal and ghee have well mixed. Then put the cover on and allow to simmer over a slow fire for about 1/4 hour. N.B. The standard price of the best roasted moong dal is 2 annas and a half per seer. 91. Masoor or red dal. The process in all respects for preparing and cooking the red dal is the same as for the moong dal, excepting that instead of fried sliced onions, a large clove of garlic is cut up small, fried, and takes the place of the onion. The price of the best quality masoor dal, free of husk, is 2 annas per seer. 92. Masoor dal with amchur or with tamarind. Put the amchur, or if preferred tamarind, into the pot with the dal. Allow it to dissolve, and when the dal is going through the process of being churned, remove the hard stones of the amchur or seeds of the tamarind. 93. Masoor dal chochuri. Instead of only half a dozen onions, take a dozen and cut them into fine slices lengthways. Warm the 3/4 of a chuttock of ghee. Fry and set aside the sliced onions. Then fry all the ground condiments. Next, put in and fry the dal, having previously washed it well, soaked it in water for about 1/4 hour, and drained it through a colander. When thoroughly fried and browned, add only a little water, barely sufficient to cover the fried dal, and allow to simmer for 10 to 15 minutes, or until the dal has dissolved. Serve up, strewing over it the fried onions. If chana ka dal be used, soak it for half an hour. Other dals are occasionally served up, but very rarely at European tables. The price of the best clean chana ka dal rarely exceeds 2 annas per seer. 94. Dal fulleri is much liked by Europeans, but is rarely served up well, owing to the trouble and time required in making it properly. For the recipe, see number 223. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Indian Cookery Book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Burtas or mashes. Burtas are mashes of potatoes and other vegetables, cold meats, dry fish, etc. They are palatable and much liked by Europeans as accompaniments to curry and rice. The ingredients to almost every bharta are the fine, large, white patna onions, fresh green chilies, and the juice of fresh lemons. 95. Potato bharta. Take a moderate or middling-sized white patna onion, remove the outer coats and slice very fine. Then slice or cut up 2 hot green chilies and squeeze over the onions and chilies the juice of a fresh lime. Allow to soak. Take 8 or 10 well-boiled potatoes, half a teaspoonful of salt, and a teaspoonful of good mustard oil. Bruise the potatoes down with a large silver or plated fork, adding, when they are half bruised, the onions and chilies, with as much only of the lime juice as may be agreeable. Mix all well together with a light hand so that the potatoes may not cake, and yet be well and thoroughly mashed and mixed. 96. Brinjal Bharta. Prepare the sliced onions, chilies and lime juice in the manner directed for potato bharta. Take 2 fine young brinjals of large size. Carefully and thoroughly roast them in a quick ash fire. Remove the ashes and burnt parts of the skin if any. Then open the brinjals and with a clean spoon remove the contents to as near the skin as possible, to which add a good teaspoonful of salt and a teaspoonful of mustard oil. Work these with a spoon to a perfect pulp, throwing away the lumps or shreds if any. Then mix with it all the onions, chilies and lime juice. If not to your taste, add more salt or lime juice according to fancy. 97. Dry fish bharta. Prepare onions, chilies and lime juice as before. Take a part of the Arabian dried bhetki and well broil it. Remove all the bones and pound the fish to nearly a powder. Mix it thoroughly with a teaspoonful of mustard oil and add the onions, chilies and lime juice. 98. Red herring bharta. Take onions, chilies and lime juice. Place the herring with its original paper backing on a gridiron or on a frying pan and warm it well. Then clear it of all skin. Very carefully pick out all the bones, bruise the herring and mix it thoroughly with the sliced onions, chilies and lime juice. NB. This is an inimitable bharta. 99. Cold corned beef bharta. Steep sliced onions in chilies and lime juice. Have the red, well-corned part of a cold round of beef nicely pounded. Add it to the onions, chilies, and as much of the lime juice as may be desirable. 100. Cold tongue bharta. The remains of a well-corned cold tongue make an excellent bharta, as per recipe for cold beef bharta. 101. Cold ham bharta is made in the same way as the beef and tongue bhartas. 102. Green mango bharta. The condiments for this bharta are a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground fresh mint leaves, half a teaspoonful of ground ginger, half a teaspoonful of salt, and a teaspoonful of sugar. Take 2 ordinary large-size green mangoes. Peel, divide and throw them into clean water. Remove the stones, then bruise them to a perfect pulp with the aid of the curry stone and muller. Care must be taken that the stone is perfectly clean and will not impart the flavor of garlic or turmeric to the bharta. Mix the sugar well with the pulp. If the mango be very acid, add a little more sugar. Then mix it with the salt and ground condiments. More salt or sugar may be added if required. 103. Tomato bharta. Bake in an oven a dozen good-sized tomatoes until the skin cracks. Break them down and mix with them a little ground green chilies, ginger, salt, and half a teaspoonful of good mustard oil. A small squeeze of lemon juice may be added if desired. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Soups. A digester is best adapted for boiling soups in, as no steam can escape and consequently less water is required than in a common pot. To extract the substance or essence of meat, long and slow boiling over a charcoal fire is absolutely necessary. In the first instance, however, it is desirable to boil up the meat with pepper and salt on a quick, brisk fire and take away all the black scum which rises to the surface. Then pour a little cold water into the pot to raise up the white scum, which also remove, and reduce the fire, taking care that in the process of slow boiling, the pot is never off the boil. 104. Shin of beef soup. Take a shin of beef, cut it up small, wash it thoroughly, and boil with pepper and salt in sufficient water to well over the meat. Let it boil over a brisk fire, taking away the black scum. Add a little cold water and skim off the white scum. Then reduce the fire, and allow the soup to simmer until it somewhat thickens. Strain the soup, cut away all the fat, season with soup herbs and add more pepper and salt if necessary. Give it a good boil up and then clear it with the white of an egg well beaten up, after which add a tablespoon of Lee & Perrins Worcestershire sauce and half a wineglassful of sherry. 105. Shin of beef soup with forcemeat and egg balls. Prepare a shin of beef soup in all respects according to the above directions. Clear with an egg well beaten up. Add to it sauce, sherry, forcemeat and egg balls. 106. Vermicelli soup. Prepare a shin of beef soup as directed above, omitting the sauce and sherry. Parboil some vermicelli and after clearing the soup with the white of an egg, add to it the parboiled vermicelli and give it all a good boil up before serving. 107. Macaroni soup. Prepare a shin of beef soup as directed above, omitting the sauce and wine. Boil some macaroni until perfectly tender. Clear the soup with the white of an egg. Then add the boiled macaroni and warm up before serving. 108. Mulligatawny soup. Prepare a shin of beef soup as above, omitting the sauce, wine and white of egg. Set the soup aside. Take a full-sized curry chicken. Cut it up into 16 or 18 pieces and wash them thoroughly. Warm a pot and melt in it 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of ghee. Fry in it some finely sliced onions and set aside. Then fry in the melted ghee the following condiments, etc. 4 teaspoonfuls of ground onions, 1 teaspoonful of ground turmeric, 1 teaspoonful of ground chilies, half a teaspoonful of ground ginger, a quarter of a teaspoonful of ground garlic, half a teaspoonful of roasted and ground coriander seeds, and a quarter of a teaspoonful of roasted and ground cumin seed. Sprinkle a little water over these while frying. Then add the cut-up chicken with 2 teaspoonfuls of salt. When nearly brown, add 1 chuttak or 2 ounces of roasted and ground poppy seeds. Pour in the beef soup, add the fried onion and half a dozen of the Carree full leaves. Close the pot and allow the whole to simmer over a slow fire until the chicken be perfectly tender. Serve up hot with limes cut in slices in a separate plate. 109. Another way. Prepare a shin of beef as directed above. Cut up a chicken, wash it and set it aside. Heat a pot and melt in it 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of ghee. After frying in it and setting aside some finely sliced onions, fry the condiments in the proportions given in the foregoing recipe. Then add the cut-up chicken with 2 teaspoonfuls of salt. Brown it nicely. Have ready 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of roasted and ground chana ka or gram dal, which mix thoroughly in a cup of strong coconut milk and pour over the chicken just as it has become brown. Stir it well and add the fried onions and the soup with half a dozen of the Carree full leaves. Close the pot and allow the whole to simmer for 3/4 of an hour. Serve up hot with limes, either whole or cut in slices on a separate plate. 110. Delicious curry soup. Prepare a strong beef soup. Slice some onions and cut up a chicken. Take curry condiments as directed above, omitting the coriander and cumin seed. Melt 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of ghee. Fry and set aside the sliced onions. Then fry the condiments. Add the cut-up chicken and fry that also. In a part of the beef soup, boil a spoonful of tamarind so as to separate the stalks and stones. Strain and stir it into the fried chicken. After a while, add the remainder of the beef soup with half a dozen Carree full leaves and the fried onions. Close up the pot and continue to simmer the whole until the chicken is quite tender. Serve up hot. 111. Bright onion soup. Take a shoulder of veal, cut it up small, breaking all the bones. Wash it thoroughly. Put it into a pan with pepper, salt and water. Boil it well and remove all the scum as it rises. Reduce the fire and let it simmer until the meat is perfectly dissolved. Strain it. Cut away all the fat. Add soup herbs and more pepper and salt if required. Give it a boil up and clear it with the white of an egg well beaten up. Slice very fine some pure silvery white butna onions and steep them in boiling water, changing the water 3 or 4 times every 10 minutes. Drain away all the water and add the onions to the soup. Boil and serve up hot. 112. Bridal soup or soup elegant. Take 2 large shoulders of veal, cut them up small, bones and all, and after washing thoroughly, boil over a brisk fire with white pepper and the best white salt. Be careful that the scum that rises is well skimmed. Reduce the fire and allow it to simmer until the meat falls off the bones. Strain the soup. Let it cool and then thoroughly free it of all fat. Return it into a clean digester. Add more salt and white pepper if necessary, and some white stalks of celery. Boil it and clear it with the whites of 2 eggs well beaten up. Strain through flannel and set aside. Take the best and most transparent parts of a calf's head and the tongue and boil perfectly tender without reducing them to shreds, being careful to remove all the scum that rises to the surface. Lay the boiled tongue and meat out on a clean dish. Slice the tongue fine and cut out all manner of devices such as diamonds, squares, circles, hearts, stars, etc. Do the same with the best and cleanest parts of the meat, selected from the head. Take care that no particles of scum or other impurities be adhering to them. Where any does adhere, rinse it off in a little of the cleared soup, then place them carefully into the tureen in which it is purposed to serve up the soup. If fancy macaroni be procurable, a tablespoonful may be boiled tender, free of all particles of dust or powder, and add it to the cut-up meat and tongue, over which pour the boiling hot soup. Add to it a wineglassful of the palest sherry and serve up hot. N.B. The calf's tongue and meat of the head may be boiled with the veal, but they should be removed when tender and not allowed to dissolve with the longer simmering of the veal. This is an elegant soup, beautifully transparent and of the color of light champagne. 113. Soup Royal. Take a shin of beef, the best parts of meat cut off from a calf's head and the tongue. Cut the beef into small particles, but leave the tongue and the meat from the calf's head whole. Add pepper and salt, and boil well, clearing the scum as it rises. Remove the tongue and the meat of the calf's head when sufficiently tender, but continue to boil the shin of beef until it is well dissolved. Then strain it and cut away all the fat. Put it up again with plenty of soup herbs and more salt and pepper if necessary. Boil it well up. Squeeze into the soup the juice of half a lemon and skim it well. Strain it once more and set it aside. Cut the tongue into slices of 1/8 of an inch thick. Trim them into the shape of large diamonds and set aside. Cut up the meat of the calf's head into 1-inch squares and strips of 1.5 inches long and half an inch wide. Add to these a few ready fried circular flat brain cakes. Make also a few egg balls and forcemeat balls, and after cooking, add them to the rest of the meat, tongue, etc. and set aside. Take 4 red carrots, 1 pound of green peas, half a pound of boiled potatoes, 1 large turnip, 1 large patna onion, 1/4 pound of roasted and ground split peas or gram dal, some soup herbs, pepper and salt, the pulp of 1 orange, and the peels of half an orange and half a lemon. Put these into a stew pan with water sufficient to cover the whole. Boil them thoroughly, skimming all the while. When perfectly dissolved, turn them out into a colander and allow all the water to drain away. Then turn the contents of the colander into a sieve and pass the vegetables, etc. through it, rejecting all such as will not pass. Add the whole or a part of the strained vegetables to the soup, which should not be thicker in consistency than a good thick potato soup. Next, stew 1 dozen good French prunes in a claret glassful of port wine, which also strain through a sieve, rejecting stones, etc., and add the strained portion to the soup. Then boil the whole. Strain it once more. Add to it all the forcemeat and egg balls, the brain cakes, tongue, etc., and serve up, adding to it more salt, wine or sauce if needed. NB. This soup, properly made, is without its equal. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 114. Fish Mooloo. Fry the fish and let it cool. Scrape a coconut, put a teacupful of hot water into it, rub it well, strain it and put it aside. Then put 2 spoonfuls more of water, strain this also. Cut up 3 or 4 green chilies and as many onions as you like, with half a garlic. Fry them with a little ghee, and whilst frying, put the last straining of the coconut water in with the ingredients till it is dry. Then add the first water of the nut and pour the whole over the fish with some vinegar, ginger, whole pepper and salt to your taste. 115. Another way. Fry in a little ghee 3 or 4 chilies cut up, half a clove of garlic and some sliced onions. When half fried, add 2 tablespoonfuls of coconut milk and continue to fry until dry. Then stir into it a teacupful of coconut milk, a little vinegar, some sliced ginger, peppercorns and salt to taste, and while hot, pour it over a cold fried or boiled fish. 116. Another way. Cut up a fish into small 2-inch squares and fry in ghee with egg, breadcrumbs and turmeric of a nice brown color. Boil in coconut milk, some sliced green ginger and sliced green chilies. Then add the fish with salt to taste and let it stew until the sauce has thickened. Serve up hot. 117. Prawn Cutlet. Shell and wash the prawns. Remove the heads, but leave the tails. Slit them down in the center and gently beat them flat with a rolling pin. Sprinkle them with pepper and salt and some finely minced soup herbs. Rub them over with the yolks of eggs and dredge with flour. Fry over a very moderate fire to a rich, light brown color. Garnish the dish with fried green parsley or serve up with tomato sauce gravy as per recipe number 300. 118. Crabs and shell. Clean and boil the crabs in salt. Remove them out of the shells. Pick and clean them well and reserve the coral for dressing. Chop and mince fine the crabs. Add some onion and ginger juice, a little lime juice, pepper and salt, and a little mushroom cut up. Melt some butter and fry the mixture in it until the butter be absorbed. Then add a little stock and remove from the fire immediately the stock begins to dry. Butter the shells and fill with the mixture. The meat of 6 crabs will refill 5 shells. Take some finely sifted breadcrumbs, grind down the coral, and put it over the mixture on the shells, with the breadcrumbs and bits of butter. Bake for a few minutes. 119. Tamarind fish. Make a thick pickle of ripe tamarinds, good English vinegar, and a little salt. Pass through a sieve, rejecting all stones and fibers. Select really good fresh Hilsa fish, full size with roes. Remove all the scales and fins. Cut away the heads and tails. Remove the roes. Clean out the fish inside, and then slice up an inch thick. Wipe away all blood, etc. with a clean dry towel. Care must be taken to use no water in the cleaning of the fish or in the preparation of the pickle. The board on which the fish is cut up and also the knife must be very clean. After all the blood, etc. has been thoroughly cleaned and wiped away, lay out the slices of fish and roe on a clean dish. Sprinkle thickly with salt and place over them a wire dish cover to keep away the flies. 4 or 5 hours afterwards, put a layer of the pickle into a wide-mouthed bottle or jar and a thick coating of pickle over each slice of fish and the roes. After washing away the salt with a little vinegar, lay them in order in the jar until the last of the fish is put in. Then be careful to put in a very thick layer of the pickle. Cork the jar securely and tie it down with a good bladder to keep it airtight, and in 3 weeks it will be fit for use. it is desirable to fill each jar well up to the mouth, to effect which the jars or bottles to be selected should be of the required size. N.B. If the fish be really fresh, all the ingredients of good quality, and no water be used in the operation of cleaning and pickling, the jars well filled, and mouths secured with sound bladder, the fish will keep good for months, and will be fit to send home. 120. Smoked fish. The mango fish, petki or hilsa, should be cut down the back, spread open and well washed and salted. Have a bright charcoal fire and sprinkle over it some bran with brown sugar. Cover the fire with an open work bamboo basket, having over it a coarse duster. Arrange the fish over the duster and allow them to smoke. When one side has browned, turn and brown the other side. As the smoke decreases, add more bran and fan up the fire. A duster thrown over the fish while smoking will facilitate the operation. 121. Dried prawns. Strip the prawns of their shells. Keep them for a day in salt mixed with turmeric. Then string and put them out in the sun daily for 15 or 20 days. 122. Prawn powder. Take a sear of dry prawns. Wash them well. Dry over the fire until crisp. Pound fine with some red pepper and nutmeg. Pass through a sieve and bottle for use. A teaspoonful spread over bread and butter is considered a relish. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joints, made dishes, etc. 123. Corned round of beef. Select a good round of beef 4 days previously to its being required for the table, together with 2 seers of cooking salt, 8 fresh juicy limes, 1 anna worth of saltpeter, and a tablespoonful of shakkar, a description of moist brown sugar. Pound fine the saltpeter. Put the rind of 4 limes, pared fine, into a marble mortar with a tablespoonful of brandy or other spirit. Bruise and pound it well, adding to it the shakkar or brown sugar and gradually half the powdered saltpeter. Mix all well together. Take 1 seer of the salt and mix into it the contents of the marble mortar. Divide the mixture into 4 equal parts and rub briskly 1/4 part of it into the round. Puncture the beef lightly during the operation with a clean bright steel sailmaker's needle to allow the mixture to penetrate more freely. An hour or 2 after, take another 1/4 part of the mixture. Squeeze into it the juice of the 4 limes from which the rind has been removed, and repeat the operation of rubbing it into the round, puncturing it lightly with the needle. Turn the beef over from side to side continually, so that one side does not soak or steep more in the brine than another. Repeat the operation of rubbing it well several times during the day. Next morning, place it on a dry dish and rub into it another 1/4 part of the prepared salt. Let it stand for an hour or so, then pour over it the old brine. Repeat the rubbing 2 or 3 times during the day, turning the beef continually. On the 3rd day, rub half of the remaining saltpeter into the beef dry and allow it to stand for an hour or 2. Then add the rest of the saltpeter and the juice of the 4 limes to the remaining 1/4 part of the mixture, in which keep turning and rubbing the beef during the day as before. In the evening, pour over it the stale brine, cover it thickly with the 1 seer of remaining salt, and place a heavy weight upon it until required to be boiled the next day. 124. Beef à la mode. Corn a round of beef in every particular as directed above, and 24 hours previously to its being cooked. Lard it as follows, with the undermentioned ingredients: 4 pounds of lard or fat bacon, half a tablespoonful of cinnamon powdered, half a seer or 1 pound of finely powdered pepper, 1 tablespoonful of cloves powdered, and 4 tablespoonfuls of chutney strained through muslin. Mix the ground pepper, ground hot spices and strained chutney with a claret glass full of mixed sauces, such as Harvey, walnut, Worcestershire, tap, tomato, etc. Cut up into long narrow slips the lard or bacon to correspond in thickness with the larding pin, and lay the slips into the mixture of spices, sauces, etc. for an hour or two before larding the beef, which should be larded through and through and as closely as possible. Cook it the next day either in plain water with half a pint of vinegar and with bay leaves and peppercorns as is usual, or in a preparation of claret or champagne with vinegar, bay leaves, etc. This is not necessary, but it tends to the improvement of the flavor at some considerable cost. 125. Le fricandeau de veau. Take a large leg of veal. Remove the knuckle bone, corn and lard it in all respects, like a beef à la mode, reducing the ingredients in proportion to the difference in size and weight between a round of beef and the leg of veal. Boil, baste and glaze it well in the liquor in which it is boiled. Serve up with all sorts of boiled and glazed vegetables. 126. Hunter's beef or spiced beef. Corn a round of beef as per recipe number 123 with the addition of large quantities of finely powdered pepper and hot spices. Some of the pepper and spice should be well rubbed in with the saltpeter, and the beef should be punctured well the whole time with a needle to ensure the saltpeter and spices penetrating. After the dry saltpeter and spices have been well rubbed in, prepare a mixture of salt, saltpeter, shakkar, lemon rind, pepper and spice, and rub in 1/4 of the mixture, continuing to puncture the beef. Add subsequently to the brine the juice of lemon, and observe closely all the instructions given in recipe number 123. On the 7th day, remove the beef from the brine, rub it well with 2 tablespoons of finely powdered spices and pepper. Enclose it thoroughly in skins of fat, and then in a strong coarse pie crust, and bake it in a good oven. A baker's oven is the best. 127. Collared brisket. Bone a brisket of beef. Rub into it saltpeter, shakkar or brown sugar, and 1 seer of salt, with some lime juice. Keep it in the brine for 36 hours, rubbing it continually. Then remove it from the brine and clear away all the salt. Roll the beef tightly into a collar, secure it well, enclose it in a stout duster and boil it. 128. Spiced collared brisket. The process is the same as the above, but if the beef be required to keep for any lengthened time, the quantity of salt ought to be doubled, the beef kept in the brine for 72 hours, and hot spices, pepper, chutney, and sauces added. The beef, after being rolled, should be packed in the skin of fat, then in a coarse pastry, instead of in plantain leaf, and baked in a baker's oven. 129. Pigeons with petit pois. Kill and feather, without plunging into hot water, 4 young, full-grown pigeons, taking care not to break their skins. Singe them to destroy any remaining feathers. Then wash them in 3 or 4 cold waters, cut them in halves, dredge them well with salt and finely sifted pepper, and allow to remain for an hour. Then boil up 2 tablespoonfuls of ghee or lard, and fry the birds to a rich brown, turning them over. When sufficiently browned, put in a cupful of beef stock, and allow to simmer until the birds are quite tender. Pour over them a tin of petit pois with their gravy, and serve up hot. 130. Ducks with green olives. Choose young, full-grown, tender ducks. Feather and singe them as directed in the foregoing recipe, after which wash them in 3 or 4 cold waters. Stuff the ducks according to recipe number 325 and bake in a deep dish in a moderate oven until brown. Then add a good beef stock with sliced onions and bake until the stock is reduced. Remove the ducks and put into the pan the contents of a bottle of olives stoned and allow to bake for 10 or 15 minutes to soften the olives. Place the ducks on a clean dish, arrange the olives round the ducks, and pour the gravy over. Serve up hot. 131. Kidney stew. Steep in lukewarm water for a few minutes a dozen mutton kidneys and remove the white skin or coat, which will become perceptible. Cut into halves or quarter them. Wash in 3 or 4 waters and allow them to remain as long as possible in pepper, salt, and the juice of onions, ginger, and garlic. Boil up 3 dessertspoonfuls of ghee or lard in a deep frying pan. Throw in the kidneys with the juice. Put in half a clove of garlic and cover over the whole with 8 large patna onions, sliced each into 8 slices, and separated so as to cover over the whole surface of the pan. Pour over it as much hot stock as will keep all the onions under, and simmer over a slow fire until the onions disappear, when serve up quite hot. 132. French mutton chops. Take half a dozen chops cut from a breast of mutton, throwing away the intermediate bones. That is to say, allow the meat of 2 chops to remain on 1 bone. Wash dry and steep the chops for an hour or 2 before dinner in the juice of onions, ginger, and garlic. Say 4 teaspoonfuls of the first to 3 of the second and 2 of the last. Mix on a large board pepper, salt, and flour with which dredge the chops thoroughly and fry quickly in boiling ghee or lard, taking care in turning over and removing the chops out to use a fork or anything to occasion any wound to the chops, which should be held by the bones with a pair of pincers. Serve up hot immediately they have become of a good rich brown color. 133. Mutton stew. Cut up a breast of mutton in the usual way for a stew. Wash and dry the meat. Take of the juice of onions 1 tablespoonful, of ginger half a tablespoonful, and of garlic 1/4 of a tablespoonful. Mix with the meat, add pepper and salt, and allow to stand for any time from 1 to 4 hours. Fry in a large stew pan 2 tablespoonfuls of ghee or lard, and when on the boil, fry to a nice brown all the meat only. Afterwards, pour in the liquor in which the meat had been steeped, and allow to simmer for 15 or 20 minutes. Thicken some stock with a teaspoonful of flour and add it to the stew. Allow to simmer until the meat is perfectly tender. If vegetables be required, the addition of which, however, is not considered any improvement, the original gravy, before adding the stock, must be removed and set aside. Let the vegetables consisting of, say, potatoes, carrots, turnips, and cut up and sliced cabbage, after being cleaned, remain for an hour or 2 in cold water. Lay them over the meat and pour in hot stock sufficient to cover the whole of the meat and vegetables, and allow to simmer over a brisk coal fire until quite tender. Then pour into the pot the original gravy which had been removed and serve up hot. Or instead of the vegetables named above, take only 25 or 30 tomatoes, in which case the stock should be lessened, as the tomatoes produce a large amount of liquid and do not require as much boiling as the harder vegetables. 134. Mutton brains and love apples. Take 6 brains, 16 or 20 large tomatoes, 2 chattaks or 4 ounces of butter, and 8 biscuits. Wash the brains well. Clean, boil, and halve or cut each into 3 pieces. Thoroughly butter the dish, which will be put on the table. Dredge it well with finely powdered biscuit. Lay in the brains, cut the tomatoes, and lay them in the dish between the brains, the cut ends upwards. Add a small cupful of good stock, and after sprinkling a sufficient quantity of pepper and salt as a seasoning, dredge quickly over with the ground biscuit powder, and bake to a rich brown. Serve up hot. 135. Kid roasted whole. Bespeak from a butcher a whole kid with its head on. Prepare a stuffing as per recipe number 323 or 325, and after cleaning the kid, stuff into it the stuffing. Break the joints of the legs and fold and truss them like a pig. Then put it up to roast, basting it the whole time with beef suet melted down, to which add hot water and salt. Serve up in a sitting posture like a pig and with a lime in the mouth. 136. potato pie. Boil and mash down some potatoes with pepper, salt, milk and butter. Line a pie dish 1/4 inch thick with the mash. Arrange in it a nicely browned mutton, beef or chicken stew. Cover it over with a thick coat of the mashed potatoes and bake for 1/4 hour. 137. Minced veal potato pie. Make a good rich veal mince mixed with a little ham and some sippets of breadcrumb cut into small squares, diamonds, etc., and fried in butter. Line the pie dish with mashed potatoes as above directed. Fill into it the veal mince with plenty of gravy. Arrange the sippets, cover over with a thick crust of the mashed potatoes, and bake for 1/4 hour. 138. Beef steak and pigeon pie. This should consist of a slice of good steak, 2 pounds of beef, 1 chuttock or 2 ounces of ghee, a teaspoonful of salt, 2 fresh limes, 4 young pigeons, 12 oysters, 12 curry onions cut lengthways into fine slices, a teaspoonful of ground pepper, some sweet herbs, and a dessertspoonful of flour. Cut up the steak into pieces 3 inches long and 2 inches or 2½ wide by ½ inch thick. Cut and divide each pigeon into 4 pieces. Put up 2 pounds of beef with sufficient water to make a good strong gravy, throwing in all the scraggy parts and other rejections of the steak and pigeons. Warm the ghee and fry in it the sliced onions. Throw in, well dredged with the flour, the steaks and pigeons, and after frying a while, add the pepper, salt, soup herbs, and some of the rind of the limes, and about half the beef gravy. Set the whole on a slow fire and simmer until the meat is tender. Allow to cool. Then add the oysters and the remaining gravy with the juice of 2 limes. Put into a dish lined with pastry, cover over the whole with a pastry crust, and bake. 139. Veal pie. Cut a leg of veal into small pieces, or a breast into chops, and parboil in water enough to fill the pie dish. When about half stewed, take the veal out, season the gravy with pepper, salt, a little mace, and a little bacon. Dredge in a little flour, line the sides of the dish with a pie crust. Arrange the meat, pour in the gravy, cover it with a pie crust, and bake it for an hour. 140. Macaroni pie. Take ½ pound of macaroni, recipe number 218. Boil and throw away the first water. Then boil it again in some milk and remove when it is quite tender. Prepare a strong gravy or soup with 2 pounds of beef, well seasoned with ground white pepper, salt, and soup herbs. Bruise into fine powder 2 ounces of some good English cheese. Take a dessertspoonful of very dry mustard, half a teaspoonful of very finely powdered white pepper, about 2 teaspoonfuls of salt, and 2 chuttocks or 4 ounces of butter. Pound very fine a couple of crisp biscuits. Pour over the boiled macaroni sufficient beef gravy or stock to entirely cover it. Then put in all the pepper, salt, and mustard, but only half the ground cheese. Set it to simmer over a slow fire until the gravy begins to dry and the macaroni acquires some consistency. Then, with 3 ounces of butter, free of water, butter well the baking dish. Pour into it the macaroni. Mix the remaining ground cheese with the powdered biscuit and strew it over the pie. Cut into small pieces the remaining ounce of butter and throw that also over the pie. Then put the dish into an oven and bake to a fine, light but rich brown color. 10 to 15 minutes baking will be sufficient. 141. Alderman's mock turtle pie. Make an extra rich hash of a calf's head, cutting the pieces from the cheeks 2½ to 3 inches long and 1 3/4 to 2 inches wide. Slice the tongue and cut into large-sized shapes. Prepare brain cakes and plenty of forcemeat and egg balls as per recipe numbers 289 to 295. Make an extra strong stock with 8 calves' feet. Season it highly with soup herbs, salt, and plenty of ground black pepper. Simmer until the meat begins to drop away from the bones. Strain through a coarse sieve in order to get a very thick stock, passing as much of the dissolved meat through as possible. Line a deep pie dish with a thick and rich pie pastry, and arrange in it the hash, egg, and meatballs, and brain cakes with some 20 or 30 green leaves of spinach, cut up to about the size and shape of the meat. Pour over the whole as much stock as will fill the dish. Cover over with pastry and bake. 142. Sauce for Alderman's Mock Turtle Pie. Mix with some of the stock the contents of a canister of oysters, well bruised, the pulp of 16 or 20 prunes, a blade of mace, some nutmeg and cloves, a wineglass full of port wine, and a tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce. Allow to simmer for 10 minutes, and add to it the ready baked pie before it is put on the table. 143. Friar Tuck's Mock Venison Pastry Pie. Take the chopped cuts of 2 large fat breasts of mutton, remove the bones, and after the meat has been washed, cleaned, and dried, lard well with narrow slips of lean bacon and corned tongue. Then cut it up into 12 well-shaped chops, nicely trimmed. Steep them in the juice of onions, ginger, and garlic in the proportion of 1 tablespoonful of the former to a dessertspoonful of the latter, and half a teaspoonful of the last. Make a strong broth or stock of the other side of the mutton, and all the rejections of bones, etc. Season it well with pepper, salt, and soup herbs. Remove the scum and cut away all the fat. Then strain through a sieve, rejecting all the fat, but passing through some of the lean. Allow it to simmer until it thickens. Then add to it 2 blades of mace, half a dozen allspice, and as many small sticks of cinnamon. Line a deep metal pie dish with the pastry pie crust as per recipe number 200, reserving sufficient for the upper crust. Prepare a sausage roll, say 6 inches long and 2 inches and a quarter thick, of minced veal and udder, using the ordinary pie crust pastry to enclose in it. Then slice it into 12 equal slices of the thickness of half an inch. Remove the 12 chops out of the onion, garlic, and ginger juice. Dredge them well with finely sifted flour mixed with pepper and salt. Heat in a large deep frying pan 4 tablespoonfuls of lard. Fry the chops of a light brown color and remove them carefully. Then dredge with flour and slightly brown the 12 slices of sausage, 6 of which lay at the bottom of the pie dish. Lay over them 6 of the mutton chops. Over the mutton chops, place another layer of the sliced sausage roll, and over that the remaining 6 chops. Pour in as much of the stock or gravy as will fill the pie dish. Cover it over with a layer of the pastry as per recipe number 200 and bake carefully. 144. Sauce for Friar Tuck's Mock Venison Pastry Pie. Put some of the stock or gravy into the pan in which the chops and sliced sausages have been browned. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of bruised and powdered oysters and simmer from 10 to 15 minutes. Serve hot on the pie being cut, adding at the last moment a wineglass full of port wine and 1 tablespoonful of lime juice. Make a hole in the center of the pie through the crusts and pour in the sauce with the help of a lipped sauce pot. 145. Leg of mutton dumpling. Prepare a good pie crust with 1 seer and a quarter of suji, half a seer of flour, and half a seer of suet, as per recipe number 199. Clean and trim the leg, cutting away the end of the knuckle bone and any other projections likely to injure the dumpling. Sprinkle it well with ground pepper and some salt and confine it securely in the pastry, closing all joinings with the aid of a little water. Place the dumpling into a strong napkin previously buttered and dredged with flour. Tie it securely and allow it to boil from 3 to 4 hours. Care must be taken that during the whole process of boiling, the dumpling remains suspended in the water and not resting on the bottom of the pan. On removing it from the boiler, plunge it immediately into a large tureen of cold water for 2 or 3 minutes. This will strengthen the pastry and prevent its bursting or breaking while it's being served up. 146. Sausage rolls. Take equal portions of cold roast veal and ham or cold fowl and tongue. Chop them together very small. Season with a teaspoonful of powdered sweet herbs. and a spoonful of mixed salt and cayenne pepper. Mix well together. Put 3 tablespoonfuls of meat well rolled together into enough pastry, pie crust recipe number 199, to cover it. When you have used up the whole of your materials, bake them for half an hour in a brisk oven. These rolls are excellent eating, either hot or cold, and are especially adapted for traveling, gypsy, boating, or picnic parties. 147. Dumpod Goose, Indian way. Take a good fat tender goose. Feather, clean and bone it carefully without destroying the skin. When every bone has been removed, pour into the goose a mixture composed of a dessertspoonful each of mustard, sweet oil, and mixed sauces. Take all the bones and the giblet, the liver excepted, and make a good gravy seasoned with pepper, salt, soup herbs, and bay leaves. Mince very fine 3 pounds of beef, 1/4 pound of beef suet, 1/4 pound of fat bacon, and the liver of the goose. Take of chopped garden herbs a tablespoonful, powdered black pepper a dessertspoonful, mixed hot spices, finely powdered a dessertspoonful, finely grated breadcrumbs 2 tablespoonfuls, salt a dessertspoonful, and essence of anchovies if liked 1 teaspoonful. Mix the above well together and stuff the goose. Melt 2 chuttaks and a half or 5 ounces of ghee. Put in the goose and pour over it the soup made of the bones and giblet, and allow it to stew until quite tender. Then glaze the goose, as also some boiled turnips, carrots, onions, and potatoes, and serve up hot, surrounded with the vegetables and some English pickles. 148. Dumpod duck, Eastern way. Take a good fat duck, feather, clean, and bone it without hurting the skin. Pour into it a mixture made up of a teaspoonful each of mustard, sweet oil, and mixed sauce. Make a gravy of the bones and giblet, seasoning it with pepper, salt, soup herbs, and a few bay leaves. Mince together with the liver of the duck 2 pounds and a half of good beef, 1/2 pound of beef suet, a dessertspoonful of chopped garden herbs, a tablespoonful of grated breadcrumbs, 1/2 teaspoonful of mixed hot spices pounded, a teaspoonful each of black pepper and salt, and for those who like it, 1/2 teaspoonful of essence of anchovies. Mix these well together and stuff the duck. Melt 1 chuttak and a half or 3 ounces of ghee. Put in the duck. Pour over it the giblet gravy and allow it to cook until tender. Then place the duck, as also some ready boiled mixed vegetables, and serve up, surrounding the duck with the vegetables and some hot West Indian pickle. 149. Fowl à la cardinal or Dumpod capon or fowl. Feather the bird, clean it, and remove every bone very carefully without injuring the skin. Make a good strong broth or gravy of the bone and giblet, reserving the liver. Pour into the bird a mixture of sweet oil, mustard, and sauces in the proportion of 1 teaspoonful of each. Mince the liver together with 1 pound and a half of good beef, 1 pound and a half of beef suet, a dessertspoonful each of finely chopped garden herbs, and finely grated breadcrumbs, a teaspoonful each of powdered mixed hot spices, finely powdered black pepper and salt, if liked, and 1/2 dozen oysters. Mix all well together and stuff the bird. Melt 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of ghee. Add to it the giblet gravy. Cook and glaze the bird in it, as also some vegetables, and serve up hot, adding a little cayenne pepper to the gravy to make it piquant. 150. Brisket of beef tremblant. Heat or melt in a saucepan 2 chuttaks of butter free of water. Fry to a light brown a tablespoonful of finely sliced onions. Then add a tablespoonful and a half of flour, which must be put in very gradually, stirring the whole time. Add 1/2 teaspoonful of ground pepper and 1 teaspoonful of salt. When these have been well mixed, pour in gradually a large cupful of pure milk, and lastly 2 wineglassfuls of vinegar. Keep stirring to prevent the sauce lumping. Mince fine half a dozen pickled gherkins or French beans, and mince up also the yolks and whites of 6 hard-boiled eggs. Boil a fresh brisket of beef and dish up quite hot. Pour over it the sauce, over which sprinkle the minced pickle, and then cover the whole with the minced eggs. 151. Mutton tremblant. Mutton tremblant is prepared in all respects as the above. The joint best adapted to tremblant is forequarter or only the shoulder, or the breast if required for a small party of 2 or 3. 152. Bubble and squeak. Put into a pot cold meat cut into thin slices 2 inches square, with ready boiled peas, cauliflower, cabbage, potatoes, turnips and carrots cut up, with pepper, salt and sliced ginger, and with as much good stock as will cover the meat and vegetables. Allow the whole to simmer until the meat and vegetables have absorbed half the stock, when it will be ready. Serve it up bubbling and squeaking. 153. To stew a fillet of veal. Bone, lard and stuff a fillet of veal. Half roast and then stew it with 2 quarts of white stock, a teaspoonful of lemon pickle, and 1 of mushroom catsup. Before serving, strain the gravy, thicken it with butter rolled in flour, add a little cayenne, salt and some pickled mushrooms. Heat it and pour it over the veal. Have ready 2 or 3 dozens of forcemeat balls to put round it and upon the top. Garnish with cut lemons. 154. Veal cutlets. Cut a neck of veal into cutlets, or take them off a leg. Season 2 well-beaten eggs with pounded mace, nutmeg, salt, pepper, and finely chopped sweet marjoram, lemon, thyme, and parsley. Dip the cutlets into it. Sift over them grated bread, and fry them in clarified butter. Serve with a white sauce, forcemeat balls, and small mushrooms. Garnish with fried parsley. 155. Kidney toasts. Pound in a marble mortar the kidney and the surrounding fat. Season with pepper, salt, grated lemon peel, and nutmeg. Mix with it the yolk of an egg well beaten. Lay it upon thin toasted bread cut into square bits. Put a little butter into a dish. Lay in it the kidney toasts and brown them in an oven. Serve them very hot. 156. Rolled mutton. Bone a shoulder of mutton carefully so as not to injure the skin. Cut all the meat from the skin, mince it small and season it lightly with pepper, nutmeg and a clove, some parsley, lemon, thyme, sweet marjoram chopped, and a pounded onion, all well mixed, together with the well-beaten yolk of an egg. Roll it up very tightly in the skin, tie it round, and bake it in an oven for 2 or 3 hours, according to the size of the mutton. Make a gravy of the bones and parings. Season with an onion, pepper, and salt. Strain and thicken it with flour and butter. Add a tablespoonful each of vinegar, mushroom, catsup, soy and lemon pickle, and a teacupful of port wine. Garnish with forcemeat balls made of grated bread and part of the mince. 157. Haggis. Wash and clean the heart and lights. Parboil and mince them very small. Add 1 pound of minced suet, 2 or 3 large onions minced, and 2 small handfuls of oatmeal. Season highly with pepper and salt, and mix all well together. The bag being perfectly clean and sweet, put in the ingredients, press out the air, sew it up, and boil it for 3 hours. 158. To boil marrow bones. Saw them even at the bottom. Butter and flour some bits of linen, and tie a piece over the top of each bone. Boil them for an hour or 2. Take off the linen and serve them with thin slices of dry toast cut into square bits. At table, the marrow should be put upon the toast and a little pepper and salt sprinkled over it. 159. Beef or mutton baked with potatoes. Boil some potatoes, peel and pound them in a mortar with 1 or 2 small onions. Moisten them with milk and an egg beaten up. Add a little salt and pepper. Season slices of beef or mutton chops with salt and pepper and more onions if the flavor is approved. Rub the bottom of a pudding dish with butter and put in a layer of the mashed potatoes, which should be as thick as a batter. and then a layer of meat, and so on alternately till the dish is filled, ending with potatoes. Bake in an oven for 1 hour. 160. Olive royals. Boil 1 pound of potatoes, and when nearly cold, rub them perfectly smooth with 4 ounces of flour and 1 ounce of butter. Knead all together till it becomes a paste. Roll it out about 1/4 inch thick. Cut it into rounds and lay upon one side any sort of cold roasted meat, cut into thin small bits, and seasoned with pepper and salt. Put a small bit of butter over the meat. Wet the edges of the paste and close it in the form of half circles. Fry them in boiling fresh dripping till of a light brown color. Lay them before the fire on the back of a sieve to drain. Serve them with or without gravy in the dish. For a change, mince the meat and season it as before directed. The potatoes should be very mealy. 161. To boil ox cheek. Wash half a head very clean. Let it lie in cold water for some hours. Break the bone in two. Take care not to break the flesh. Put it into a pot of boiling water and let it boil from 2 to 3 hours. Take out the bone. Serve it with boiled carrots and turnips. The liquor in which the head has been boiled may be strained and made into barley broth. 162. To stew ox cheek. Clean the head as before directed and parboil it. Take out the bone. Stew it in part of the liquor in which it was boiled, thickened with a piece of butter mixed with flour and browned. Cut into dice or any fancy shape as many carrots and turnips as will fill a pint basin. Mince 2 or 3 onions and the vegetables and season with salt and pepper. Cover the pan closely and stew it for 2 hours. A little before serving, add a glassful of port wine. 163. Dressed ox cheek. Prepare it as directed for stewing. Cut the meat into square pieces. Make a sauce with a quart of good gravy, thickened with butter mixed with flour. Season with salt and pepper, a little cayenne, and a tablespoonful of vinegar. Put in the head and simmer it till quite tender. A few minutes before serving, add a little catsup or white wine. Forcemeat balls may be added. 164. Potted ox cheek may be made of the meat that is left from any one of the above dishes. It is cut into small bits and heated up with a little of the liquor in which the cheek was boiled, seasoned with pepper, salt, nutmeg, and a little vinegar, then put into a mold and turned out when required for use. It is used for supper or luncheon and is eaten with mustard and vinegar. 165. Breasts of mutton à la Saint-Ménol. Stew them with carrots, onions, and spices and gravy, and when done, drain them and take out the bones. Flatten the meat between 2 dishes, and when cold, cut it into the form of cutlets or hearts. Brush them with the beaten yolk of an egg. Roll them in grated bread, then in clarified butter, and again in the grated bread. Bake them in an oven till of a fine brown color, and serve them with an Italian or any other sauce. 166. To cure mutton ham. Cut a hind quarter of good mutton into the shape of a ham. Pound 1 ounce of saltpetre with 1 pound of coarse salt and 1/4 pound of brown sugar. Rub the ham well with this mixture, taking care to stuff the whole of the shank well with salt and sugar, and let it lie a fortnight, rubbing it well with the pickle every 2 or 3 days. Then take it out and press it with a weight for 1 day. Smoke it with sawdust for 10 or 15 days, or hang it to dry in the kitchen. If the ham is to be boiled soon after it has been smoked, soak it 1 hour, and if it has been smoked any length of time, it will require to be soaked several hours. Put it on in cold water and boil it gently 2 hours. It is eaten cold at breakfast, luncheon, or supper. A mutton ham is sometimes cured with the above quantity of salt and sugar, with the addition of half an ounce of pepper, 1/4 ounce of cloves, and 1 nutmeg. 167. Meat or birds in jelly. Clean the meat or the bird or birds, fully roast, bake, or stew in the usual way. Place the meat in the mold, or if birds, arrange them with their breasts downwards. Fill the mold quite full with the jelly. Recipe number 329. Set it to cool till the next day. Then turn it on a dish, breasts upwards. Garnish the dish with curled parsley and some of the jelly cut fine and sprinkled about. If the jelly be clear, it will form a handsome side dish for dinner or supper. 168. Pigeons in savory jelly. Bone 6 pigeons. Remove the heads and feet. Stuff with sausage meat and roast. Lay the pigeons in a mold with the breasts down. Fill up the mold with jelly, recipe number 329, and when cold, turn out. Garnish with parsley and some of the jelly cut fine and sprinkled round the dish. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vegetables. All vegetables should be boiled quickly and with the exception of spinach, in an open vessel, skimming them carefully. Herbs of all sorts should be gathered when in flower and on a dry day, and being well cleaned from dust and dirt, tied up in small bunches and dried before the fire. They may then be kept in paper bags, labelled, or rubbed to a powder, sifted, and put into bottles and labelled. 169. To boil potatoes. Wash and pare them, throwing them into cold water as they are pared. Put them into a saucepan, cover them with cold water, and throw in a little salt. Cover the saucepan closely, and let them boil quickly for half an hour. Pour off the water immediately, and set the pan by the side of the fire to dry the potatoes. 170. Another way. Wash them very clean. Put them on in cold water, cover the saucepan, and let them boil quickly. As soon as the water boils, pour it off and cover them with cold water. Add a little salt, and when the water boils, pour it off instantly. When the potatoes will be sufficiently done, dry them, take off the skins before serving. 171. To broil boiled potatoes. After boiling potatoes not quite sufficiently to send to table, put them on a gridiron over a clear fire and turn them frequently till they are of a nice brown color all over. Serve them hot. Take care they do not become too hard, as that spoils the flavor. 172. To brown potatoes under meat while roasting. After being boiled, lay them on a dish and place it in the dripping pan. Baste them now and then with a little of the meat dripping, and when one side is brown, turn the other. They should all be of an equal color. 173. Potato ribbons. Wash 4 or 5 large potatoes, scrape them, and cut them into thin strips round and round, keeping as nearly to one width as possible. Throw them into cold water as they are cut, and then fry them of a light brown in a very hot or boiling beef dripping. Strew over them a little salt and pepper, and before serving, drain them upon a dish turned up before the fire. 174. To boil turnips. Wash, pare, and throw them into cold water. Put them on in boiling water with a little salt, and boil them from 2 hours to 2.5. Drain them in a colander, put them into a saucepan, and mixing in a bit of butter, with a beater mash them very smoothly. Add half a pint of milk, mix it well with the turnips, and make them quite hot before serving. If they are to be served plain, dish them as soon as the water is drained off. 175. To dress young turnips. Wash, peel, and boil them till tender in water with a little salt. Serve them with melted butter poured over them, or they may be stewed in a pint of milk, thickened with a bit of butter, rolled in flour, and seasoned with salt and pepper, and served with the sauce. 176. To boil spinach. Pick it very carefully and wash it thoroughly 2 or 3 times in plenty of cold water. Then put it on in boiling water with a little salt. Let it boil nearly 20 minutes. Put it into a colander, hold it under the watercock, and let the water run on it for a minute. Put it into a saucepan, Beat it perfectly smooth with a beater or wooden spoon. Add a bit of butter and 3 tablespoonfuls of cream. Mix it well together and make it hot before serving. When dished, it is scored in squares with the back of a knife. 177. Another way. After being nicely picked and well washed, put it into a saucepan with no more water than adheres to it. Add a little salt, cover the pan closely and boil it till tender, frequently shaking it. Beat it quite smooth, adding butter and cream, and make it quite hot. Spinach may be served with poached eggs or fried sausages laid on it. When the spinach is bitter, it is preferable to boil it in water. 178. To boil cauliflowers. Trim them neatly and let them lie an hour or 2 in cold water. Then rinse them in fresh cold water and put them with a very little salt into boiling water. Boil them 20 minutes or half an hour if very large. They may be boiled in milk and water and require to be skimmed with particular attention. 179. To boil French beans. Cut off the stalk and string them. If not very young, cut them in 4 or into very thin slices. Put them into water as they are done and put them on in boiling water with a little salt and let them boil for half an hour. If they are old, they will require a longer time to boil. Melted butter in a sauce tureen is served with them. 180. To boil asparagus. Wash them well, scrape and tie them up in small bundles. Cut them all even at the bottom, and as they are done, put them into cold water. Put them on in boiling water with a little salt and let them boil 20 or 25 minutes. Take them up, lay them upon a slice of toasted bread cut in 4 and the crusts pared off with the tops meeting in the middle of the dish, and cut off the strings. 181. Asparagus à la Française. Boil it and chop small the heads and tender parts of the stalks together with a boiled onion. Add a little salt and pepper and the beaten yolk of an egg. Heat it up. Serve it on sippets of toasted bread and pour over it a little melted butter. 182. To boil broccoli. Wash it, cut off all the outside leaves and stalks. Throw it into cold water as it is trimmed. Put it on in boiling water with a little salt and boil it for 25 minutes or half an hour. It is sometimes served upon bits of toasted bread and a little melted butter poured round it. 183. To boil artichokes. Cut off the stalks close to the bottom. Wash them well and let them lie for some hours in cold water. Put them on in boiling water with a little salt in it. Cover the pan closely and boil them an hour and a half. If they are old and have not been freshly gathered, they will take a longer time to boil. Melted butter is served with them in a sauce tureen. 184. To boil young green cabbages. Wash and clean them well. Put them on in boiling water with a little salt in it and let them boil quickly from 3/4 to nearly an hour. Serve with melted butter. 185. To stew cucumbers. Pare 8 or 10 large cucumbers and cut them into thick slices. Flour them well and fry them in butter. Then put them into a saucepan with a teacupful of gravy. Season it highly with cayenne, salt, mushroom, catsup, and a little port wine. Let them stew for an hour and serve them hot. 186. Another way. Pare the cucumbers and let them lie in vinegar and water with a little salt in it. Drain them and put them into a saucepan with a pint of gravy, a slice of lean ham, an onion stuck with 1 or 2 cloves, and a bunch of parsley and thyme. Let them stew closely covered till tender. Take out the cucumbers, strain and thicken the gravy with a piece of butter rolled in flour. Boil it up and pour it over the cucumbers. 187. To stew mushrooms. Clean them as for pickling, and after washing them, put them into a saucepan with an anchovy, 2 cloves, some nutmeg sliced, mace, whole pepper and salt. Let them stew in their own liquor till tender. In this way they will keep for some time, and when required to be dressed, pick out the spice and to a dish full put 2 large tablespoonfuls of white wine, add part of their own liquor and let them just boil. Then stir in a bit of butter dredged with flour and 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. 188. Another way. For a good-sized dishful, take a pint of white stock, season it with salt, pepper and a little lemon pickle. Thicken it with a bit of butter rolled in flour. Cleanse and peel the mushrooms, sprinkle them with a very little salt, boil them for 3 or 4 minutes, put them into the gravy when it is hot and stew them for 15 minutes. 189. To roast onions. Roast them with the skins on in an oven, that they may brown equally. They are eaten with cold, fresh butter, pepper and salt. 190. Onions, plain boiled. Peel them and let them lie an hour in cold water. Put them on in boiling milk and water. Boil them till tender and serve with melted butter poured over them. 191. To boil carrots. Scrape, wash and clean them. Put them on in boiling water with some salt in it and boil them from 2 to 3 hours. Very young carrots will require 1 hour. 192. Carrots, Flemish way. Prepare after boiling in the form of dice, balls, stars, crescents, etc. and stew them with chopped parsley, young onions, salt and pepper in plain melted butter or good brown gravy. 193. Green peas stewed. Put a quart of good peas into a stew pan with a lettuce and small onions sliced small, but not any water. Add a piece of butter the size of an orange, pepper and salt to taste, and stew gently for 2 hours. Beat up an egg and stir into them, or a lump of butter will do as well. Mint should be stewed if it can be procured with them, and ought to be chopped fine and stirred in with some good gravy. 194. To boil green peas. After being shelled, wash them, drain them in a colander, put them on in plenty of boiling water with a teaspoonful of salt and 1 of pounded loaf of sugar. Boil them till they become tender, which if young will be in less than half an hour. If old, they will require more than an hour. Drain them in a colander and put them immediately into a dish with a slice of fresh butter in it. Some people think it is an improvement to boil a small bunch of mint with the peas. It is then minced finely and laid in small heaps at the end or sides of the dishes. If peas are allowed to stand in the water after being boiled, they lose their color. 195. To stew young peas and lettuce. Wash and make perfectly clean 1 or 2 hands of cabbage lettuce. Pick off the outside leaves and lay them for 2 hours in cold water with a little salt in it. Then slice them and put them into a saucepan with a quart or 3 pints of peas, 3 tablespoonfuls of gravy, a bit of butter dredged with flour, some pepper and salt, and a teaspoonful of pounded loaf sugar. Let them stew closely covered till the peas are soft. 196. Peas for a second course dish à la Française. Put a quart of fine green peas, together with a bit of butter the size of a walnut, into as much warm water as will cover them, in which let them stand for 8 or 10 minutes. Strain off the water, put them into a saucepan, cover it, stir them frequently, and when a little tender add a bunch of parsley and a young onion, nearly a dessertspoonful of loaf sugar, and an ounce of butter mixed with a teaspoonful of flour. Keep stirring them now and then till the peas be tender, and add, if they become too thick, a tablespoonful of hot water. Before serving, take out the onion and bunch of parsley. 197. To steam peas. Shell and close pack the peas securely in a large quantity of lettuce salad leaves. Put the package into a stew pan over a moderate fire for the ordinary time required to boil peas, say half an hour, when they will be ready. 198. Vegetable mash. Take boiled potatoes, cauliflower, carrots, turnips, and green peas. Mash down the potatoes with plenty of butter, pepper and salt. Mince small the cauliflower, carrots and turnips and add them with the peas to the mashed potatoes. Mix them all well together and serve up hot. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 199. Pastry for pies and tarts. To every 3 ounces of flour, take 1 ounce of suji, 2 ounces of beef suet, and a little salt. Pick and clean the suet, pound it in a mortar, and make a flat circular cake of it. Make a dough of the flour and suji. Knead it well. Divide it into 2 equal parts, and make them into 2 flat circular cakes quite as large as the suet cake. Roll the 3 together, placing the suet cake between the 2 flour cakes. Double the whole up twice and roll it out again, when it will be ready for use. 200. Pastry for fried duck smock venison pastry pie. Take of veal 1 pound and of udder 1 pound. Pick, clean and wash them. Chop, mince and pound them in a mortar. Season with salt and white pepper. Fix the mixture with the yolk and white of an egg well beaten up. Pass it through a sieve, rejecting all that will not pass, and form it into a flat circular cake. Make a dough of 2 pounds and a half of flour and half a pound of suji. Add a little salt and knead it well. Then form 2 cakes of the dough. Place the veal and udder cake between and roll out the 3 very carefully. Double up the whole and roll it out again, when it will be ready. The pie dish should be lined thickly with the pastry, and although a single layer should cover the top of the pie, the sides and edges of the dish should be built up high with it. A double layer of the crust is not interdicted to cover the top of the pie if it will not interfere with raising it up. 201. Custard. Take a seer of milk and a stick of cinnamon and boil down to half the quantity. Add sugar to taste. Beat up quickly the yolks of 4 eggs and add them gradually to the egg, stirring it continually. After a while, thicken with a tablespoon of rice flour. Take it off the fire and flavor with rose water, orange flower water, or vanilla. 202. Orange custard. Boil very tender the rind of half an orange and beat it in a mortar until it is very fine. Put to it a spoonful of the best brandy, the juice of an orange, 4 ounces of loaf sugar, and a yolk of 4 eggs. Beat them all together for 10 minutes and then pour in by degrees a pint of boiling water. Beat them until cold. Then put them in custard cups into a dish of hot water. Let them stand till they are set. Then take them out and stick preserved orange peel on the top. This forms a fine flavored dish and may be served up hot or cold. 203. Chocolate custard. Rasp 3 ounces of fine Spanish chocolate, which has the vanilla flavor. Make a paste of it with the smallest possible quantity of water. Put 2 pints of pure milk over the fire and let it boil. Then add powdered loaf sugar to your taste and a little salt. Meanwhile, beat up the chocolate with some of the milk as it boils and mix it well. Pour it into the boiling milk, which you must keep in motion. Add the yolks of 8 eggs well beaten up. Keep stirring in, or rather milling the mixture, until of sufficient consistency. When cool enough, put the custards into glasses. 204. Almond custard. Blanch and pound with 2 tablespoonfuls of orange flower water a 1/4 pound of almonds. Add rather more than a pint of milk, thickened with a teaspoonful of corn flour, and well beaten up yolks of 6 eggs. Sweeten to taste with pounded loaf sugar and stir it over a slow fire till it thickens, but do not allow it to boil. Serve up in glass custard cups. 205. Princess Royal Custard. Beat up in a large deep bowl the yolks of 8 fresh eggs. Dredge into it while beating up a dessert spoonful of corn flour. Sweeten to taste with the best pounded loaf sugar. Add to it 1/4 pound of Jordan almonds, well bruised in a marble mortar. Pour the mixture into a clean, newly tuned copper pan. Stir into it a seer of good cold milk. Have a brisk flame fire ready. Put the pan on the fire. Never cease stirring it, keeping the spoon as much as possible in the center of the pan. Reduce the flame after it has boiled for 15 minutes and continue to boil for a few minutes longer until the custard is of the consistency required. Fill the custard cups or glasses, leaving about 1/2 inch space to fill up with the whites of the eggs, beaten up to a very light froth, which should be done a 1/4 or 1/2 an hour before serving up. While it is being beaten up, flavor it with a little essence of almonds or orange flower water. 206. Rose bloom custard. This is made in every respect like the foregoing, adding some bruised almonds and a little rose bloom to tint the custard. The froth of the white of the eggs is also tinted with a few drops of the rose bloom. 207. Blancmange. Boil till dissolved 3/4 of an ounce of isinglass in as much water as will cover it. When lukewarm, add to it gradually a quart of good rich milk with a stick of cinnamon, some lemon peel, and a few bitter almonds well pounded. Sweeten to taste. Boil for 5 or 6 minutes, stirring it all the while. Strain through muslin into molds and place in a pan of cold water to congeal. 208. Another way. Blanch and pound with a little rose water 2 ounces of sweet and 6 bitter almonds. Dissolve 3/4 of an ounce of isinglass in a little water. When nearly cool, mix it into a quart of good rich milk. Mix in the almonds, the peel of a small lemon, and a stick of cinnamon. Sweeten to taste with good clean sugar. Let it stand for 2 or 3 hours. Then put it into a pan and let it boil for 6 or 8 minutes, stirring it constantly. Strain through muslin and keep stirring it until nearly cold. Then pour it into molds. 209. Rice blancmange. Mix to a stiff smooth paste 4 tablespoonfuls of finely sifted ground rice flour with a little cold milk. Then stir it into a quart of boiling milk, in which had been dissolved 1/8 of an ounce of isinglass, a stick of cinnamon, and the peel of half a small lemon. Sweeten to taste. Boil it from 10 to 15 minutes, stirring it carefully all the while. Remove it from the fire and mix into it briskly a tablespoonful of pounded almonds and pour it while scalding hot into molds previously dipped in cold water. N.B. If it be desired to tint it in streaks like marble, drop into the mold every here and there, at the time of pouring the blancmange, some of the cochineal, recipe number 268. 210. Cornflour blancmange. The above recipe will answer, except that the quantity of cornflour must be in the proportion of 2 tablespoonfuls to every quart of milk. 211. Christmas plum pudding Indian way. This pudding may be made a few days before it is required for the table. Take of cleaned and picked raisins 1 pound and a half, currants 1/2 pound, finely grated breadcrumbs 3/4 pound, finely sliced mixed peel 1/2 pound, finely minced suet 3/4 pound, and sugar 3/4 pound. Mix all these well together with 1/2 teaspoonful of finely powdered mixed spices, say cinnamon, nutmeg, and mace. Then moisten the mixture with 1/2 pound of butter free of water, 12 eggs, well beaten, and a wineglassful of brandy, stirring it well the whole time, that the ingredients may be thoroughly mixed. Butter a large piece of cloth or napkin. Dredge it well with flour. Put the mixture into it and tie it down tightly. After boiling it steadily for 7 hours, take it out of the boiler and hang it up immediately until the day it is intended to be eaten, when it should be boiled again for fully 2 hours, care being taken that the water is boiling before the pudding is put into it. Then turn it out of the towel and serve up with brandy sauce. 212. Bombay pudding. Take 2 pounds or 1 seer of suji, half roast it, then boil it in water until it becomes very thick. Butter a soup plate or any other dish of about the same depth. Pour the boiled suji into it. When it has cooled and congealed, cut it into 8 or more cakes. Rub the cakes over with the yolk of an egg. Dredge with finely sifted flour and fry in ghee until they acquire a rich brown color. Arrange them in a dish and pour over them a thick syrup flavored with lemon juice. 213. Another way. Make a good sweet custard and set it aside. Rasp fine a coconut and fry it in a little butter with grated nutmeg. Pour into it gradually a wine glass full of brandy, stirring it all the time. Having a pudding dish lined with a good puff paste, pour the fried coconut gradually into the custard, stirring it well all the while. Fill the pudding dish with the mixture and bake it in a gentle oven for 15 or 20 minutes or until the pudding is cooked. 214. Coconut rice pudding. Soak a breakfast cupful of fine rice in water until quite soft. Scoop out the contents of a hard coconut. Extract all the milk with a little boiling hot water. Then boil the rice in it. Sweeten it to taste with some date or jaggery or treacle and put in a few grains of aniseed. Pour the mixture into a buttered pudding dish and bake it slightly. 215. Indian lemon pudding. Take 4 chattaks or 8 ounces of butter free of water, 6 chattaks or 12 ounces of white sugar, 12 fresh eggs, 4 wine glassfuls of lemon or lime juice, and 4 tablespoonfuls of finely grated breadcrumbs. Mix the butter and the sugar. Add the yolks of the eggs, then the lime juice and breadcrumbs. And when the oven is ready, add the whites of the eggs well beaten up. Put the whole into a buttered pudding dish and bake it immediately. 216. Marmalade pudding. This pudding requires care in mixing the ingredients thoroughly together, but it proves so excellent when eaten, either cold or hot, that it fully repays the trouble of preparation. Shred 6 ounces of fresh beef suet and chop it up fine. Mix it with 2 ounces of moist sugar, a 1/4 pound of well-grated breadcrumbs, and then stir in 1/2 pint of new milk. When these are all mixed, add the well-beaten yolks of 3 eggs, whisk all together for a 1/4 hour, and set it to stand on a cold stone for an hour. Butter a pudding dish or mold thickly. Place a layer of the above mixture in it, then a layer of marmalade, another layer of mixture, and so on alternately until the mixture is exhausted. For the above quantity, about 1 pound of marmalade will be required. Whisk the whites of the eggs with a little loaf sugar and orange flower water. Place the froth at the top of the pudding and bake for an hour and a half in a moderate oven. 217. Custard pudding. Mix with a pint of cream or milk 6 well-beaten eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of finely sifted flour, 1/2 a small nutmeg grated, or an equal quantity of pounded cinnamon, a tablespoonful of pounded loaf sugar, and a little salt. Put it into a cloth or buttered basin that will exactly hold it and boil it for half an hour. Serve with wine sauce. 218. Macaroni. Take the yolks and whites of 2 fresh eggs and as much finely sifted flour, English or American preferable to country, as will make a good dough of the consistency of dough for pie crusts without the addition of any water. Roll it out to its full extent on a large board to about the thickness of an 8-anna piece. Then cut it up into small squares, diamonds, or circles, or into any shape or design you please, which must be done quickly, as within an hour of its being rolled out, the pastry will harden. It may be used immediately, or in the winter it may be kept good for a few days. N.B. If piped macaroni be required, cut the macaroni in ribbons of the required width, dredge some flour over it, and put it lengthways over glass pipes, joining the 2 cut ends with the aid of a little raw egg, and draw the pipes out as the pastry hardens round them. For piped macaroni, the pastry should be rolled finer. 219. Tart and pie crusts of suji. To 1 seer and a quarter of suji, add half a seer of suet and a teaspoonful of salt. Thoroughly clean the suet, remove all the skin and other objectionable particles. Chop, mince and pound fine in a mortar. Damp the suji for half an hour before kneading it. Then knead it with the suet and a little of the yeast, recipe number 283. Divide it into parts, dredge it with flour and roll in layers. Repeat the operation 2 or 3 times, and the pastry when baked will be light and flaky. Half a seer of flour will be required for dredging and rolling. 220. Chapati or hand bread. The native hand bread is made simply of wheat flour and water. The addition of a little salt would be an improvement. Make a good dough of flour and water. Take a piece about the size of an egg, roll it out to the circumference of a half plate, and bake it over an iron or earthen plate. 221. Dal puri. Prepare a dal chotchuri, recipe number 93. Put it into a marble mortar and reduce it to a fine paste. Prepare an ordinary pie pastry. Take 2 pieces of the prepared dough, each of the size of a walnut. Shape them into 2 small bowls. Take as much of the dal paste as will make a ball of the size of a walnut. Put it into one of the bowls of dough and cover it over with the other bowl, and then roll out the whole very carefully to the size of a dinner plate and fry in ghee of a very light yellow color. The lighter and thinner dal puris can be made the better. They should be eaten hot. 222. Dal pitas. Prepare an ordinary pie crust and the dal chotchuri, recipe number 93. Roll out the pastry, cut into circles of the size of saucers, put into them a tablespoonful of the dal and close them. Fry in ghee of a light brown color. They should be eaten hot. 223. Prawn doopiaja pitas. The same as the above, enclosing in the pastry a tablespoonful of the prawn doopiaja, recipe number 69. Fry in ghee. NB. The prawns should be minced before being put into the pastry. 224. Prawn doopiaja loaf. Pare away very finely all the outer brown crust of the bread without injuring the inner crust. Cut out of the top of the loaf a small square sufficiently large to extract from within all the crumb, leaving the shell complete. Then fill the loaf up to the top, either with some prawn doopiaja minced or with the prawn kofta curry, recipe number 37, and as much gravy as it will take. Replace the square bit at the top, bake it to a light brown, and serve up hot. 225. Fowl doopiaja loaf is made in the same way as the prawn loaf, the difference being that the shell of the bread is stuffed with either a fowl doopiaja, recipe number 23, or with the chicken kofta curry, recipe number 34. All the bones of the fowl will require to be removed before the bread is stuffed with the curry. 226. Fuluri. Take of the finely sifted flour of the chana ka dal, which has been previously parched, 1 seer, 6 large patna onions finely sliced and chopped, 8 fresh green chilies sliced very fine, a tablespoonful each of finely chopped shoa mati shag and parsley, a dessertspoonful of salt, and a teaspoonful of finely ground green ginger. Put the seer of dal flour into a large deep pan and mix into it all the above condiments. Then keep adding to it water very gradually and in very small quantities at a time, mixing it briskly the whole while until it is of a consistency that if poured on a plate from a spoon, it will incline to a pyramid, or if dropped into a glass of water, will not readily dissolve, but drop to the bottom or mass. In this state, the mixture will be ready to fry. Take half a seer of the best mustard oil, put it into a deep frying pan with some fine slices of lemon peel, and fry it or cook it thoroughly. Remove 3/4 of the cooked oil from the frying pan and into the remainder While boiling and bubbling with a tablespoon, pour in the preparation in the shape of rocks and allow to brown, turning them over so that top and bottom may be of the same color. As the oil is being expended, clear the pan of all particles which may accumulate. Pour in some more of the ready cooked oil and continue to fry until all the mixture is fried. They should be eaten hot. 227. Coconut pitas. Scrape finely a coconut. Brown it with some jaggery and a few grains of the black cardamom seed and set aside. Then prepare a pastry of finely sifted rice flour. It must be kneaded with boiling hot water and will not roll out. Take as much as the size of a duck's egg and press it out flat in the palm of your hand to the size of a large saucer. Put a tablespoonful of the fried coconut into it and close it up in a half-moon shape with the help of a little water. Have a wide-mouthed, large earthen pot of boiling water. Stretch and tie over its mouth a napkin and steam the pitas or cakes over them. They will be ready in half an hour and may be eaten hot or cold. 228. Plantain fritters. Prepare a batter of 12 ripe plantains, 4 tablespoonfuls of finely sifted flour, half a cupful of milk, sugar to taste, and cardamom and caraway seeds, with a couple of eggs beaten up. Mix the whole well together and make into small cakes by pouring a tablespoonful at a time of the mixture into melted ghee. Fry them on both sides to a good brown color and serve up hot. 229. Fried plantains. Slice or divide very ripe plantains lengthways into 2. Brush them slightly with the yolk of an egg. Dredge with flour and fry in melted ghee. Serve up hot, sprinkled with crushed, crystallized sugar. 230. Bibinka doce or Portuguese coconut pudding. Extract a cupful of milk from 2 coconuts and set it aside. Make a syrup of 3/4 pound of sugar. Mix into the syrup half a pound of rice flour finely sifted and the coconut milk, which boil over a good fire, stirring the whole while until it thickens. Pour it into a buttered pudding dish and bake it of a rich light brown color. 231. Bole comadre or Portuguese coconut pudding with jaggery. Extract a cupful of milk from 2 coconuts and set it aside. Make a syrup of half a pound of sugar. Mix into it half a pound of finely sifted rice flour and set aside. Fry with the yolk of an egg all the scrapings of the 2 coconuts, half a pound of jaggery and some grains of aniseed. Then mix the whole thoroughly together, and after the oven is well heated and ready to receive the pudding, pour the mixture into a well-buttered pudding dish and bake over a slow fire until it is perfectly set. 232. Gulgula or fritters. Take half a seer or 1 pound each of flour, sugar and milk, half a dozen small sticks of cinnamon, a little yeast and half a seer of ghee. Mix the flour with the yeast and a little milk. Add water sufficient to bring it to a thick consistency. Then put into it gradually the sugar and the remainder of the milk and place it on the fire, adding the cinnamon. Keep stirring it with a large spoon until it is again reduced to a thick consistency. Remove it from the fire, and when it has cooled, make it up into small balls and fry them in ghee. 233. Another way, as usually served on the tea table. Take 2 chattaks or 4 ounces of suji, 4 eggs well beaten up, and 4 chattaks or 8 ounces of milk. Mix the suji and eggs, beating them well together, and gradually add the milk. Melt down 3 chattaks or 6 ounces of ghee in a small but deep pan. Pour into the boiling ghee in one spot the mixture, a dessert spoonful at a time, and fry until a rich brown color. Serve up hot, sprinkled with crushed, crystallized sugar. 234. Kaju. Mix 1 seer of suji with 4 tablespoonfuls of ghee. Add half a seer of sugar, mix well together. Then pour in gradually 1/4 of a seer of milk, and last of all as much flour as will make a good dough. Let it be well kneaded, and then allow to stand for 2 or 3 hours. Have some ghee melted. Take the dough of the size of walnuts, shape them like shells, and fry them in the melted ghee until they acquire a rich brown color. 235. Halwa. Steep half a seer of suji in 1 seer of water for 12 hours, or if the halwa be made in the winter, let it soak for 18 hours. It will then be the milk of suji, which strain through a coarse duster, rejecting only such impurities as remain unstrained. Add to the milk half a seer of sugar and boil it, stirring it all the time, and as it thickens, add 3 chattaks or 6 ounces of ghee, warmed with a few white cardamoms and a few small sticks of cinnamon. Continue stirring it from first to last until the whole is well mixed together, and the halwa finally taken out of the pan. While warm, put it into shapes or molds. 236. Another way. Take half a seer each of suji, ghee, sugar, almonds and raisins, and a few white cardamoms and sticks of cinnamon. Make a syrup of the sugar and set it aside. Roast the suji or brown it and set it aside. Melt the ghee and fry the suji with the spices in it, after which put in the almonds and raisins, stirring it well all the time. Last of all, add the syrup and continue to cook and stir it until it thickens. Then remove into molds or shapes while hot. 237. A 2-pound or 1 seer plum cake. This is the favorite cake for Christmas, weddings, birthdays and christenings in India, and consists of the following ingredients. Butter, perfectly free of water, 4 pounds or 2 seers. Good clean sugar, 2 pounds or 1 seer. Raisins, cleaned, stoned and dried, 2 pounds or 1 seer. Currants, cleaned, stoned, picked and dried, 2 pounds or 1 seer. Jordan almonds, blanched and sliced very fine, 2 pounds or 1 seer. Preserved ginger, preserved citron, preserved orange peel, preserved lemon peel, preserved pumpkin, all cut into small pieces and well dried, mixed, 2 pounds or 1 seer. Cinnamon, finely pounded and sifted, 1 tablespoonful. Nutmegs, finely grated, half a tablespoonful. Dried orange peel, finely pounded and sifted, half a tablespoonful. English caraway seeds, cleaned and picked, 2 tablespoonfuls. Mace, finely pounded and sifted, half a tablespoonful. Finely sifted flour, 1½ pounds or 3/4 seer. Suji, ½ pound or 1/4 seer. Eggs, new or fresh laid, 40. Brandy of the best quality, 1 claret glass. An experienced man ought to be engaged to mix the ingredients, which, if properly done, will take fully 1 hour. Have 2 large glazed earthen preserving pans. Put the sugar into one and bruise it well down, breaking all the lumps. Add to it 3 pounds and 3/4 of butter. Then throw in one by one all the yolks of the 40 eggs and throw the whites into the other preserving pan, mixing the sugar, butter, and the yolks, the whole while briskly and without ceasing. While one man is mixing these ingredients, another ought to be actively employed in beating up the whites of the eggs unceasingly for nearly an hour. After the butter has been well mixed with the sugar and eggs, dredge in all the finely pounded spices and the caraway seeds. After a while, dredge in the flour and suji in small quantities at a time. This must be well mixed. The currants, raisins and preserves with the almonds are next to be added. By this time, the man will have been engaged in mixing the ingredients fully 3/4 of an hour. After the raisins, etc., have been thoroughly mixed, pour in the brandy very gradually and in small quantities at a time. And last of all, add the well-beaten whites of the 40 eggs. The stirring now must be very brisk, to effect a perfect mixture of the whites of the eggs right through. Fill quickly into the molds and bake without a moment's delay in a brisk baker's oven. NB. The molds ought to be lined with paper and well buttered. 238. Swiss cakes. Take butter, flour and sugar, of each the weight of 4 eggs. Beat the yolks with the sugar and some grated lemon peel, or 10 drops of essence of lemon, and 1 large teaspoonful of rose water, or orange flower water if preferred. Add the butter just melted and slowly shake in the flour, beating it until well mixed. Beat the whites of the eggs to a froth. Mix the whole together and beat on for a few minutes after the whites are added. Butter a tin and bake the cake half an hour. 239. Queen cakes. Prepare 8 ounces of fresh butter beaten to a cream, 6 ounces of pounded and sifted loaf sugar, half a pound of dried and sifted flour, the same quantity of cleaned and dried currants, 4 well-beaten eggs, a little grated nutmeg and pounded cinnamon, and a few pounded bitter almonds. Then add the sugar to the butter. Put in the eggs by degrees. After that, the flour and the other ingredients. Beat all well together for half an hour and put it into small buttered tins, nearly filling them, and strew over the top finely powdered loaf sugar. Bake them in a pretty brisk oven. 240. Shrewsbury cakes. Mix with half a pound of fresh butter, washed in rose water and beaten to a cream, the same quantity of dried and sifted flour, 7 ounces of pounded and sifted loaf sugar, half an ounce of caraway seeds, and 2 well-beaten eggs. Make them into a paste, roll it thin, cut it into round cakes, prick them, and bake them upon floured tins. 241. Another way. Rub into a pound of dried and sifted flour, half a pound of fresh butter, 7 ounces of sifted loaf sugar, the same quantity of cleaned and dried currants, and a little grated nutmeg. Make it into a paste with a little water, and 2 tablespoonfuls of rose or orange flower water. Roll it out and cut it into round cakes. Prick them and bake them upon tins dusted with flour. 242. Shortbread. For 2 pounds of sifted flour, allow 1 pound of butter, a quarter of a pound of candied orange and lemon peel, a quarter of a pound each of pounded loaf sugar, blanched sweet almonds, and caraway comfits. Cut the lemon, the orange peel, and almonds into small thin bits and mix them with 1.5 pounds of the flour, a few of the caraway comfits, and the sugar. Melt the butter, and when cool, pour it into the flour, at the same time mixing it quickly with the hands. Form it into a large round, nearly an inch thick, using the remainder of the flour to make it up with. Cut it into 4, and with the finger and thumb, pinch each bit neatly all round the edge. Prick them with a fork and strew the rest of the caraway comfits over the top. Put the pieces upon white paper dusted with flour, and then upon tins. Bake them in a moderate oven. 243. Scotch shortbread. Warm before the fire 2 pounds of flour and 1 pound of butter free of water. Rub the butter with 12 ounces of sugar into the flour with the hand and make it into a stiff paste with 4 eggs, well beaten. The rolling out to the required thickness must be done with as little use of the rolling pin as possible. Either take small pieces and roll them into oblong cakes, or roll out a large piece and cut it into squares or rounds. Prick a pattern round the edge of each cake with the back of a knife and arrange slices of candied peel, caraway seeds, and caraway comfits in a pattern. They will take about 20 minutes to bake, and the oven should not be too quick. The mixing of flour, sugar, and butter, and afterwards of the eggs, must be done very thoroughly and smoothly. 244. Another way. Take 2 pounds of flour, 1 pound of butter, 4 eggs, and 12 ounces of loaf sugar, powdered very finely. Rub the butter and sugar into the flour with the hand, and by means of the eggs, convert it into a stiff paste. Roll it out 1/2 inch thick and cut into square or round cakes. Pinch up the edges to the height of about 1 inch, and on the top of each cake, place some slices of candied peel and some large caraway comfits, pressed down so as to embed about half of each in the cake. Bake in a warm oven upon iron plates. 245. Gingerbread nuts. Take 3 pounds of flour, a pound of sugar, 3 pounds and a half of treacle, 1/2 ounce of caraway seeds, 1/2 ounce of allspice, 2 ounces of butter, 1/2 ounce of candied lemon peel, 3 ounces of ground ginger, 1/2 ounce of coriander, the yolks of 3 eggs, and a wine glass full of brandy. Work the butter to a cream, then the eggs, spice, and brandy, then flour, sugar, and then hot treacle. If not stiff enough, a little more flour must be added in rolling out, but the less the better. 246. Another way. Take 2 pounds of flour, 1 pound and a quarter of treacle, 1/2 pound of sugar, 2 ounces of ginger, 3/4 of a pound of butter melted, and a small quantity of cayenne pepper. Mix all together and roll out to about the thickness of 1/2 inch, or not quite so much. Cut into cakes and bake in a moderate oven. 247. Ginger cakes. In 2 pounds of flour, well mix 3/4 of a pound of good moist sugar and 1 ounce of the best Jamaica ginger. Have ready 3/4 of a pound of lard melted and 4 eggs well beaten. Mix the lard and eggs together and stir into the flour, which will form a paste. Roll out in thin cakes and bake in a moderately heated oven. Lemon biscuits may be made the same way, substituting essence of lemon instead of ginger. 248. Gingerbread spiced. Take 3/4 of a pound of treacle, 1 egg, 4 ounces of moist sugar, an ounce of powdered ginger, 1/4 ounce each of mace, cloves, allspice, and nutmeg powdered, a pound of oiled butter, and sufficient flour to make a stiff paste. Mix well and make into thick pieces, which should be brushed over the top with white of egg and baked for 1/2 hour in a moderate oven. 249. American gingerbread. Take 1/2 pound of fresh butter melted, 1.5 pounds of dried and sifted flour, the same quantity of brown sugar, 1/4 pound of pounded ginger, 9 eggs, the yolks and whites separately beaten, 1 glass of rose water, and 1 of white wine. Mix all well together and beat for an hour. Then with a spoon spread it over flat tin pans, about the thickness of a penny piece. Bake it of a light brown, and while warm, cut it into oblong pieces and place them on end till cool, when they will be very crisp. 250. Rich gingerbread cakes. To 1 pound of dried and sifted flour, allow 1/2 pound of pounded loaf sugar, 3/4 pound of fresh butter, washed in rose water, 1 pound of treacle, 1 nutmeg grated, the weight of a nutmeg of pounded mace, and as much of pounded cinnamon, 1 ounce of pounded ginger, 1½ of candied orange and lemon peel, cut small, 1/2 ounce of blanched sweet almonds, cut into long thin bits, and 2 well-beaten eggs. Melt the butter with the treacle, and when nearly cold, stir in the eggs and the rest of the ingredients. Mix all well together. Make it into round cakes and bake them upon tins. 251. Indian gingerbread. Take 12 ounces of pounded loaf sugar, 1/4 pound of fresh butter, 1 pound of dried flour, 2 ounces of pounded ginger, and 1/4 ounce each of cloves and cinnamon. Mix the ginger and the spice with the flour, Put the sugar and a small teacupful of water into a saucepan. When it is dissolved, add the butter, and as soon as it is melted, mix it with the flour and other things. Work it up, form the paste into cakes or nuts, and bake them upon tins. 252. Oatmeal gingerbread. Gingerbread made with oatmeal instead of flour, besides being nice, is a very useful aperient for children. 253. Excellent cheesecakes, known at Richmond as Maids of Honor. Take half a pound of curd, free of the whey. Add to it 6 ounces of butter, 4 yolks of eggs, and sugar and nutmeg to the taste. Mix all the ingredients well. Line patty pans with a puff paste. Fill them with the mixture and bake in a quick oven. The cheesecake may be flavored with lemon for a variety, and as a further variety, currants and raisins may be introduced. 254. Coconut cheesecakes. Grate a good-sized nut very fine and add to it 4 or 5 spoonfuls of rich syrup and 1 spoonful of rose water. Set it over a few coals and keep stirring till it is mixed. Then take it off the fire and let it cool. Next, mix the yolks of 2 eggs well with it and bake in small pans in the shape of cheesecakes. The pastry for the pans must be made with flour and yolks of eggs, rolled as thin as possible. Wet the tops of the cakes with rose water. Sift some refined sugar over them and bake them in an oven at a gentle heat. 255. Buns. Mix together 1 pound of flour, 6 ounces of butter, 2 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, 1/4 pound of sugar, 1 egg, nearly 1/4 pint of milk, and a few drops of essence of lemon. Bake immediately. The above quantities will make 24 buns. For variety, currants or raisins may be added. 256. Rout cakes. To 1 pound of ground almonds, add 1 pound of powdered sugar. Mix them together with yolks of eggs to a stiff yet flexible paste. Then form it into small biscuits in the shape of coronets, shells, filberts, birds' nests, rings, or any other fancy shapes. Let them remain 5 or 6 hours, or all night, upon the baking tin in a warm oven. 257. French pancakes. Beat separately the yolks and whites of 7 eggs. Beat with the yolks 4 tablespoonfuls of pounded loaf sugar, the same quantity of flour, 1 pint of cream or milk, the grated peel and juice of 1 lemon, and 2 tablespoonfuls of rose water. Add the beaten whites the last thing. Allow 3 tablespoonfuls to each pancake. 258. Common pancakes. With nearly half a pound of flour, mix 5 well-beaten eggs, and then add by degrees a quart of good milk. Fry them in fresh lard and serve them with pounded loaf sugar strewed between each. 259. Indian pancakes. Add to 3 well-beaten eggs, a pint of new milk, 3 tablespoonfuls of flour, some sugar, and a little pounded cinnamon. Mix all well together and fry in butter. Brown the upper side for a minute before the fire. Serve it cut into 4 with pounded sugar strewed over it. 260. Pink pancakes. These are rarely seen at an English table, although they form a very pleasing variety. Boil a large red beetroot until it is very tender. Then peel it, cut it into thin slices, pound it to a pulp in a marble mortar, and strain through muslin. Add the yolks of 5 eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, 4 of cream, plenty of pounded loaf sugar, half a nutmeg grated, and a wineglassful of brandy. Rub the whole into a batter and fry the pancakes with melted butter, ghee, or lard. Serve them up hot, garnished with green candied sweetmeats. 261. Mango fool. Take 6 green mangoes. Remove every particle of the green peel. Cut them into 4 and steep them in clean water. Throw the stones away. Boil the fruit perfectly tender. Pulp and pass it through a sieve. Sweeten to your taste and add to it very gradually, stirring all the while as much good pure milk as will reduce it to the consistency of custard. It should be eaten on the day it is made. Another way. Boil to a pulp some green mangoes without peel or stones. Pass through a sieve and sweeten to taste. Then mix into it very gradually some cold milk, which has been previously boiled. Keep stirring until it has acquired the thickness of an ordinary cream custard. Fill into glass cups and grate a little cinnamon or nutmeg over them. 263. Pink Mango Fool. The pink mango fool is produced by the introduction of beetroot, boiled very tender, bruised down, strained through muslin, and added to the pulp of the mango, and forms an agreeable variety. 264. Vanilla Drops. Take the whites of 4 eggs, beat them up well, and add 3/4 pound of finely powdered white sugar. Flavor with vanilla. Beat up well and drop it on buttered paper. Bake in a cool oven. 265. Mincemeat. Ingredients: 3 large lemons, 3 large apples, 1 pound of stoned raisins, 1 pound of currants, 1 pound of suet, 2 pounds of moist sugar, 1 pound of sliced candied orange peel, 1 ounce of sliced candied citron, the same quantity of lemon peel, 1 teacupful of brandy, and 2 tablespoonfuls of orange marmalade. Grate the rinds of the lemons, squeeze out the juice, strain it and boil the remainder of the lemons until tender enough to pulp or chop very finely. Then add to this pulp the apples, which should be baked and their skins and cores removed. Put in the remaining ingredients one by one, and as they are added, mix everything thoroughly together. Put the mincemeat into a stone jar with a closely fitting lid, and in a fortnight it will be ready for use. This should be made the first or second week in December. 266. Another way. Take 7 pounds of currants, well picked and cleaned, of finely chopped beef suet, the lean of sirloin of beef minced raw, and citron, lemon, and orange peel cut small, each ½ pound, 2 pounds of fine moist sugar, an ounce of mixed spice, and the rinds of 4 lemons and 4 oranges. Mix well and put in a deep pan. Mix a bottle of brandy and white wine and the juice of 4 lemons and oranges. Pour half over and press down tight with the hand. Then add the other half and cover closely. It may be made 1 year to use the next. 267. Ornament for custards or creams. Whisk for an hour the whites of 2 eggs, together with 2 tablespoonfuls of some syrup or thin jelly. Lay it in any form upon a custard or cream piled up to imitate rock, or it may be served in a dish with cream round it. The ornament may be colored, if desired, with cochineal, saffron, spinach, etc., as directed in the following recipe. 268. Coloring for jellies, creams, ices, and cakes. Boil very slowly in a gill of water till reduced to 1/2, 20 grains of cochineal and the same quantity of alum and cream of tartar finely pounded. Strain and keep it in a small phial. For yellow, use an infusion of saffron. For green, wash well and pull into small bits a handful of spinach leaves. Put them into a closely covered saucepan. Let them boil for a few minutes and then press the juice. 269. Coloring mixtures. Yellow. Into a 4-ounce phial, put half a dram of saffron and 2 ounces of spirits of wine of the strength of 62 degrees over proof. Let it stand until the spirit is tinted of a deep yellow. then strain it for use. Red. This is produced by infusing during a fortnight 2 ounces of red sandalwood in a pint of spirits of wine. If at the expiration of that time the color should not be dark enough, a pinch of subcarbonate of soda will give it the required tint. Pink. Dissolve half an ounce of cochineal in a sufficient quantity of spirits of wine. Green. Put a handful of well-cleansed vine leaves or spinach into a decanter. Fill with spirits of wine and let it stand in the sun for 10 or 12 days. Strain when the wine has become of a bright green. N.B. The above coloring matters are only adapted for tinting liqueurs, wines, lemonade and essences. 270. Frost or icing for cakes. Beat till very light the whites of 4 eggs and add gradually 3/4 pound of double refined sugar, pounded and sifted through a lawn sieve. Mix in the juice of half a lemon. Beat it till very light and white. Place the cake before the fire, pour over it the icing, and smooth over the top and sides with the back of a spoon. 271. Another way. Beat to a stiff froth the whites of 3 new laid eggs and add to them 1 pound of sifted white sugar. Flour the cake and then wipe it off, applying the icing by means of a knife smoothly. Then bake in a slow oven. 272. Colored icings. Pink icing should be made by adding cochineal syrup, blue with indigo, yellow with saffron or gamboge, green with spinach syrup or sap green, brown with chocolate. 273. Fine icing for tarts and puffs. Pound and sift 4 ounces of refined loaf sugar. Beat up the white of an egg and by degrees add to it the sugar till it looks white and is thick. When the tarts are baked, lay the icing over the top with a brush or feather and then return them to the oven to harden, but take care that they do not become brown. 274. Raspberry ice cream. Mix a tablespoonful of pounded loaf sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls of raspberry jelly or jam, and a little cochineal to heighten the color with the juice of a large lemon. Strain and put into the freezing pot. Cover it closely and place it in a bucket which has a small hole near the bottom and a spigot to let the water run off, with plenty of ice broken small and mixed with 3 or 4 handfuls of coarse salt. Press the ice closely round the freezing pot. Turn it round and round for about 10 minutes. Take off the cover and remove with a spoon the frozen cream to the center. Cover it again and turn it till all be equally iced. Serve it in china ice pails in block, or put it into molds, cover them securely, and place them in the bucket with ice and salt as before for an hour or more. Dip the molds into cold water before turning out, and serve immediately. Water ices are made in this way, substituting water for cream. 275. Apricot iced cream. Mix a tablespoonful of pounded loaf sugar with 2 of apricot jam, the juice of a lemon, and half an ounce of blanched bitter almonds pounded with a little rose water, and a pint of cream. Stir all well together before putting it into the freezing pot and freeze it as directed above. 276. Mill fruit iced cream. Strain the juice of 3 lemons and grate the peel of 1. Mince finely a dessertspoonful each of orange marmalade, dried cherries, and preserved angelica. Add to these half a pint of syrup and mix the whole with 1.5 pints of cream or a pint of water, and then drop in here and there a few drops of the prepared cochineal. Put it into a mold and freeze as above directed. 277. Orange water iced. Mix with 1 pint of water the strained juice of 3 oranges and 1 lemon. Also the grated peel of 1 orange. Sweeten it well with syrup and freeze it. 278. Juice of fruit iced. Press through a sieve the juice of a pint of currants or raspberries or other fruit preserved for tarts. Add to it 4 or 5 ounces of pounded loaf sugar, a little lemon juice, and a pint of cream. It may be whisked previous to freezing, and a mixture of the juice in which the fruit was preserved may be used. 279. Orange iced cream. Boil down a seer and a half of milk to half the quantity with some isinglass and a quarter of a seer or half a pound of sugar. Strain through a sieve, and when perfectly cool, add the juice of 12 oranges. Mix well, put into freezing pots with 2 seers or 4 pounds of raw rice and some salt, and freeze as above. 280. Bale Sharbat. Take a perfectly ripe sweet bale and scoop out the whole contents into a bowl. Make a paste of it with a little water. Then add sugar to taste and as much water as will bring it to the consistency of good honey. Then pass it through a fine sieve, leaving all the fibers and seeds behind. It is a most delicious drink, and if taken early in the morning in rather a liquid state, say of the consistency of porter, serves as a most effective aperient in a natural and healthy form. But if taken of the consistency of thick pea or potato soup, it has a directly contrary effect, and as such is invaluable in all cases of relaxed bowels. 281. Malay or cream, as prepared by the natives. Boil down over a slow fire milk to less than half its original quantity, and when cold, it will be of the strength and consistency of a well-made blancmange. N.B. The best Indian sweetmeats are made of Malay. 282. Tair or dahi. Warm some milk without boiling it. Stir into it a little stale butter about the size of a large pea. Put the vessel in a warm place, well covered over, and in the course of 8 or 10 hours, the tair will be ready. Yeast. Boil 1 pound of good flour, a quarter of a pound of brown sugar, and a little salt in 2 gallons of water for 1 hour. When milk warm, bottle it close. It will be fit to use in 24 hours. 1 pint of this will make 18 pounds of bread. 284. Another way. Take 2 pounds of suji or flour, a quarter of a pound of brown sugar or shakkar, and half a dram of hops. Dry the hops in the sun and then reduce them to fine powder by pounding it in a mortar. Mix the suji or flour and powdered hops with a little water, just sufficient to make a stiff dough. Then add the sugar and knead all well together. Roll the leaven into a ball. Wrap it lightly in a clean cloth, then in a blanket, and put it away for 3 days, when it will be ready for use. N.B. If worked up or kneaded once daily during the 3 days, the fermentation will be more perfect. The above quantity will be sufficient for 25 pounds weight of bread. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Garnishes, sauces, stuffings, etc. for fish, roast and boiled meats, made dishes, puddings, etc. 285. Casserole of potatoes. Peel and boil some good mealy potatoes, pound them and mix with them some butter, cream and a little salt. Put them about 1.5 inches high upon a dish and leave an opening in the center. Bake it of a light brown color and take out as much more from the center as will admit a ragu fricassee cutlet or macaroni being put in. 286. Rissoles or croquet. Mince very finely some cold roast meat or fowl and a small bit of bacon. Season it with grated nutmeg and salt. Moisten it with cream and make it up into good-sized balls. Dip them into yolks of eggs beaten up, and then into finely grated bread. Bake them in an oven or fry of a light brown color. Before serving, drain them before a fire on the back of a sieve. Garnish with fried parsley. 287. Frikandellens. Mince about 2 pounds of tender lean beef and 3/4 of a pound of fresh suet. Then pound till it is as smooth as a paste and carefully pick out all the threads and sinews. Add 4 well-beaten eggs, half a pint of rich cream, and as much grated and sifted bread as will make it sufficiently consistent to form into rolls resembling corks, and season with salt and pepper. Boil the corks in some good stock or in boiling water or fry them. 288. Forcemeat. Mince very finely the following ingredients: 3 ounces of fresh beef suet, 1 of fat bacon, 3 of raw or dressed veal, 2 of grated bread, a little grated lemon peel, nutmeg, pepper, salt, and finely minced parsley. Mix all well together and bind with the beaten yolks of eggs. Make it into croquettes or balls the size of large nutmegs, and fry them in ghee or clarified beef dripping, or use it for stuffing. 289. Forcemeat balls may be made of pounded veal or mutton, minced beef suet, or fat of veal, taking an equal quantity of meat, suet, and grated breadcrumbs. Add a bit of fat bacon chopped, season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and mix all well together with the beaten yolk of an egg. 290. Another way. To half a pound of beef or veal, add half a pound of udder, mince and pound to a pulp in a mortar. Remove all gristle and parts not pulped, and mix with it the finely grated crumbs of a slice of stale bread. Add a tablespoonful of finely chopped parsley. Soften down the whole with some milk or gravy. Then add a teaspoonful of finely pounded pepper and a teaspoonful of salt. Rub down the whole well together and add the whites and yolks of 2 raw eggs well beaten up. Make into balls. If for soup, the size of the balls should be that of small nutmegs. If to garnish made dishes, make them into the size of large walnuts or of ordinary croquettes or rissoles. 291. Forcemeat onions. Peel 4 or 5 large onions. Scoop out the inside. Fill them with forcemeat and roast them in an oven. They may be served with roast turkey or fowl. 292. Forcemeat for fish. Pick from the bones the meat of a large bhedki, hilsa, or any sort of white fish. Mince it finely and add the same proportions of minced suet and grated bread, a few chopped oysters, and some boiled parsley chopped. Season with a little pounded onion, cayenne pepper, salt, nutmeg, and lemon peel. Mix all well together and bind it with the well-beaten yolks of eggs. Roll it into small balls and fry them. 293. Egg balls. Grind down to a powder or paste the yolks of 4 hard-boiled eggs. Add a teaspoonful of very fine sifted flour, some tender leaves of parsley, finely chopped, and a little white pepper and salt. Grind and mix all well together with the yolk of a raw egg. Roll into small balls and boil for 2 or 3 minutes. 294. Brain cakes. Having previously boiled down the brains, bruise them and add a teaspoonful of finely sifted flour, some grated nutmeg, pepper and salt, and a raw egg. Then roll out like pie crust to the thickness of a rupee. Punch out cakes of the size of Spanish dollars and fry them. 295. Another way. Take the brains and remove any veins, etc. Chop well with a knife. Add salt, nutmeg, and pepper, a little raw egg, and flour enough to make them stick together. Mix well. Make into cakes about the size of the top of a liquor glass and fry them brown on both sides. 296. Sauce for salads. Bruise down when quite cold the yolks of 4 hard-boiled eggs and rub into them half a teaspoonful of pepper, 1 of salt, and 1 tablespoonful of sugar. with 2 to 3 teaspoonfuls of prepared mustard. When well rubbed together, add very gradually 4 tablespoonfuls of oil, stirring it the whole while. When well mixed, add a dessertspoonful of Lee & Perrins Worcestershire sauce, 1 tablespoonful of white wine vinegar, and a dessertspoonful of tarragon vinegar. If the sauce be required thicker than usual, take either a larger number of eggs or a teaspoonful or a dessertspoonful of corn or other flour. Put it into a cup, pour over it the quantity of vinegar prescribed above. Place the cup in a saucepan of boiling water over the fire and stir until the vinegar thickens to the desired consistency. Then mix it gradually into the preparation of eggs, oil, etc. 297. Sauce for lobster salad. Observe all the directions given in the foregoing recipe, adding to the yolks of the hard-boiled eggs some of the spawn or red coral of the lobsters and a dash of essence of anchovy. Omit the sugar and instead of the Worcestershire sauce, substitute mushroom catsup and Indian tap sauce. 298. Excellent fish sauce. Wash and bone 2 anchovies and rub them up in a mortar with 1/4 pound of butter and half a teaspoonful of flour. Put these into a small saucepan. Then add to the yolks of 3 eggs, well beaten up, 2 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, a small bunch of sweet herbs consisting of parsley, green onions and a bay leaf, and a little salt, pepper and nutmeg. Stir these over the fire until the sauce is thick, but be careful not to let it boil, or it will burn. Serve it up in a sauce tureen. 299. Sauce for boiled mutton or boiled brisket of beef. Warm a saucepan and melt in it 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of butter free of water. Fry in it a tablespoonful of finely sliced onions. When half browned, put in gradually 2 tablespoonfuls of finely sifted flour, taking care to keep stirring it the whole while. Then add gradually 8 chuttaks or 16 ounces of pure milk, and lastly 2 wine glasses of vinegar, with finely pounded white pepper and salt to taste. This sauce is without its equal. 300. Fresh tomato gravy sauce for made dishes. Take 40 tomatoes, halved, some soup herbs and salt. Boil them in a little stock. Strain through a sieve, replace on the fire and thicken with the addition more or less of a dessertspoonful of arrowroot or corn or other flour to obtain any required consistency. Finally, add a teaspoonful of good English vinegar. If a sharper gravy sauce be desired, instead of the vinegar, add either a dessertspoonful of tap sauce or a teaspoonful of chili vinegar. 301. Tap sauce gravy for made dishes. Thicken a good seasoned stock with arrowroot or corn flour. Add to every cup of the thickened stock a tablespoonful of tap sauce. Pour it while hot over chicken, veal, beef or prawn cutlets or other made dishes. 302. Sauce for cucumber salad. Slice into a soup plate 2 large Patna onions and a couple of fresh chilies. Sprinkle over with ground pepper and a little salt. Then add 2 tablespoonfuls of vinegar and allow to stand for 2 or 3 hours before adding to it the sliced cucumbers. This sauce is also used occasionally for lobster and prawn salads. 303. Parsley sauce. Pick, clean and mince fine some fresh green crisp parsley and put it into a tureen with a tablespoonful of chopped capers and a teaspoonful of good English vinegar. Fry to a nice light brown a dessertspoonful of curry onions in 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of butter free of water. Add a cup of good white stock free of fat and thicken with crumb of stale bread finely grated, a teaspoonful of salt and a little pepper. Allow to simmer until of a sufficient consistency. Then pour it over the minced parsley and capers. Mix well together and it is ready for use. 304. Onion sauce. Clean and boil 6 or 8 good Patna onions. Allow the water to drain away. Fry to a light brown color in 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of butter free of water, a dessertspoonful of finely sliced curry onions. Then gradually mix into it a tablespoonful of finely sifted flour and half a seer of milk, taking care through the whole operation to keep stirring the sauce to prevent its lumping. Add a teaspoonful of salt and a quarter of a teaspoonful of pepper. Last of all, add the boiled onions, and in a few minutes the sauce will be ready. 305. White onion sauce. Peel and cut in halves 8 large and perfectly sound white button onions and steep them in water for half an hour. Then boil them until quite tender. Drain them of all water. Then chop and bruise them fine and put them into a saucepan with half a chuttak or 1 ounce of butter, half a teaspoonful of salt and some milk. Put the mixture over a brisk fire and keep stirring till it boils. Then rub the whole through a sieve, after which add sufficient milk to make the sauce of the consistency required. This is a favorite sauce for boiled mutton, over which some occasionally strew a tablespoonful of capers. 306. Brown onion sauce for gravy. Heat 1 chuttak or 2 ounces of butter, free of water, in which fry to a light brown half a dozen well-selected white button onions, finely sliced. Then stir into it gradually half a chuttak or 1 ounce of flour. Add a little stock and some pepper and salt. Boil up for a few minutes. Strain through a sieve and then add a tablespoonful of port wine and the same of mushroom catsup. Lemon juice or vinegar may be added if a sharper gravy be required. 307. Sauce for boiled beef. Mince a large onion, parboil it and drain off the water. Put the onion into a saucepan with a tablespoonful of finely chopped parsley, some good gravy and 1 ounce of butter dredged with a little flour. Let it boil nearly 10 minutes and add a spoonful of cut capers. The sauce must be thoroughly heated before being served up. 308. Sauce for any kind of meat. Take 3 tablespoonfuls of gravy, 2 of vinegar, a blade of mace, a little pepper and salt, and a large onion sliced. Boil and strain. 309. Lobster sauce. Pound very finely the spawn of a lobster. Rub it through a sieve. Mix it with a quarter of a pound of melted butter, and then add the meat of the lobster cut into small bits. Make it quite hot, but do not allow it to boil. 310. Oyster sauce. Beard and scale the oysters. Strain the liquor and thicken it with a little flour and butter. Squeeze in a little lemon juice and add 3 tablespoonfuls of cream. Heat it well, but do not let it boil. 311. Sauce for roast beef. Mix well together a large tablespoonful of finely grated horseradish, a dessertspoonful of made mustard, and half a dessertspoonful of brown sugar. Then add vinegar till it be as thick as made mustard. Serve in a sauce tureen. 312. To make a quart bottle of fish or meat sauce. To half a bottle of vinegar, put 1 ounce of cayenne, 2 cloves of garlic, 1 tablespoon of soy, 2 of walnut and 2 of mushroom catsup. Let it stand 6 days, shaking it frequently. Then add the remaining half of the bottle of vinegar. Let it stand another week. Strain and put it into small bottles. 313. Pink sauce for fish. Put into a pan or wide-mouthed jar 1 quart of good vinegar, half a pint of port wine, half an ounce of cayenne, 1 large tablespoonful of walnut catsup, 2 of anchovy liquor, a quarter of an ounce of cochineal, and 6 cloves of garlic. Let it remain 40 hours, stirring it 2 or 3 times a day. Run it through a flannel bag and put it into half-pint bottles. 314. Bread sauce. Boil in a pint of water the crumb of a French roll or of a slice of bread, a minced onion, and some whole pepper. When the onion is tender, drain off the water, pick out the peppercorns, and rub the bread through a sieve. Then put it into a saucepan with a gill of cream, a bit of butter, and a little salt. Stir it till it boils and serve in a sauce tureen. 315. Applesauce. Pare, core and slice some apples. Boil them in water with a bit of lemon peel. When tender, mash them. Add to them a bit of butter, the size of a walnut, and some brown sugar. Heat and serve in a sauce tureen. 316. Egg sauce. Boil 3 or 4 eggs, about a quarter of an hour. Put them into cold water. Take off the shells. Cut 3 of the whites and 4 yolks in small pieces. Mix them with melted butter and heat it well. 317. Shrimp sauce. Pick some shrimps nicely from the shell. Put them into melted butter and add a tablespoonful of lemon pickle and vinegar. Heat it. 318. Mint sauce. Pick and wash some green mint. Add, when minced, a tablespoonful of the young leaves to 4 of vinegar and put it into a sauce tureen with a teaspoonful of brown sugar. 319. Pudding sauce. Mix with half a pint of melted butter, 2 wine glasses of sherry and a tablespoonful of pounded loaf sugar. Make it quite hot and serve in a sauce tureen with grated nutmeg on the top. 320. Parsley and butter. Pick and wash clean a large bunch of parsley. Tie it up and boil it for a few minutes in water. Drain and chop it very finely. Add some melted butter and make it quite hot. It is better to be made thick with parsley. 321. Melted butter. Dust a little flour over a quarter of a pound of butter and put it into a saucepan with about a wineglass of water. Stir it one way constantly till it is melted and let it just boil. A round wooden stick is the best thing to stir butter with in melting. If the butter is to be melted with cream, use the same proportion as of water, but no flour. Stir it constantly and heat it thoroughly, but do not let it boil. 322. French melted butter. Mix in a stew pan with a quarter of a pound of fresh butter, a tablespoonful of flour, a little salt, half a gill of water, half a spoonful of white vinegar, and a little grated nutmeg. Put it on the fire, stir it, and let it thicken, but do not allow it to boil, lest it should taste of the flour. 323. Stuffing for hare or kid. Parboil the liver and mince it. Add an equal quantity of grated bread, double the quantity of fat bacon chopped, and a bit of butter the size of a walnut. Season with pepper, salt, nutmeg, chopped lemon thyme, and parsley. Bind with an egg beaten. 324. Stuffing peculiar for fowls only. Take 4 boiled potatoes, break them into pieces while hot, and add a chuttock or 2 ounces of butter free of water, some pepper and salt, a little grated breadcrumb, and some 8 or 10 olives stoned and cut or chopped small. The quantity of potatoes and breadcrumb may be increased or decreased accordingly to the size of the fowl or number of fowls to be stuffed. Moisten with a little stock or gravy before stuffing the fowls. 325. Stuffing for roast pig, roast kid, fillets of veal and duck. Break up, but do not mash, 6 boiled potatoes with 1 chuttock or 2 ounces of butter free of water. Cut into fine slices 2 white button onions. Take a little finely chopped suet, finely grated crumbs of a slice of stale bread, a teaspoonful of ground pepper, a teaspoonful of salt, all kinds of soup herbs, and a dessertspoonful of tomato or tap sauce. Add a little of the stock or gravy of the giblets, etc., and stuff the pig, kid, or bird. The quantity of potatoes may be increased or decreased according to the size of the roast to be stuffed. N.B. The liver may be cut up or minced and added to the stuffing. 326. Stuffing for boiled turkey, goose, or duck. Mince a quarter of a pound of beef suet and grate fine the crumb of a thick slice of stale bread. Add a good quantity of soup herb, finely sliced and chopped button onions, lemon peel, some grated nutmeg, a teaspoonful of white pepper, a teaspoonful of salt, half a dozen oysters, and an anchovy, or in the absence of anchovies, a little minced ham or tongue. Melt down 1 chuttak or 2 ounces of butter. Then throw in the above ingredients and warm up well. Moisten with stock and then stuff the bird. 327. Stuffing for roast duck. Slice into fine long strips or ribbons as much of the heart or inside of a young tender cabbage as will suffice for stuffing. Wash and dry it through a colander and shake it up in a napkin without crushing or destroying the crispness of the leaves. Take for the stuffing as much only as will suffice to stuff the number of ducks intended to be dressed. Add for each duck a teaspoonful of finely pounded pepper and 1 of salt, with 3 cloves of garlic, and 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of butter free of water. Stuff your birds and bake or roast as you please. 328. Stuffing for roast turkey or goose. Break, blanch and slice up very fine 25 Barcelona nuts and a dozen Jordan almonds and set aside. Fry in 2 chuttaks or 4 ounces of butter free of water, 4 tablespoonfuls of finely sliced onions. Add to it 1 dozen oysters, half a dozen boiled potatoes broken up small but not mashed, a pork or beef sausage broken up small, the rind of a fresh lemon finely sliced and chopped, the crumb of a slice of stale bread grated fine, some garden herbs, grated nutmeg, plenty of finely pounded pepper, and salt to taste. Then add the sliced nuts and as much stock as will cover the whole of the mixture, and allow it to simmer over a slow fire until it is reduced to the consistency of stuffing. Next add the juice of a lemon and a little mushroom catsup and port wine, and stuff the bird after fixing the stuffing with an egg. 329. Jelly for cooked birds, meats or meat dishes. Boil down 8 calves' feet with some pepper and salt, 2 onions, a head of celery and 2 carrots in 3 or 4 quarts of water, according to the quantity of jelly required. When perfectly boiled down, strain it lightly without bruising the onions or carrots. Let it cool and remove all the fat. Then, with a dozen cloves and the juice and rind of a lemon, boil it again, adding a tablespoonful of soy or any other dark-colored, rich and well-flavored sauce. Beat up to a light froth the whites of 4 eggs and clear the soup or jelly. Add a wineglass of brown sherry and run or drip it through flannel. Pour what you require over the ready cooked or dressed meat into molds and let the rest cool in some large flat dish, and cut it up small for garnishing the meat or bird when served up. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Indian Cookery Book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Indian pickles, chutneys, sauces, etc. 330. Love apple or tomato sauce. Ingredients: 500 tomatoes, 2 pounds of green ginger ground fine, 1.5 pounds of garlic ground fine, 1 pound of chilies ground fine, 1 pound of salt, 3 pounds of tamarinds and 3 quarts of vinegar. Steep the tamarinds for 12 hours in a quart of vinegar. Strain them through a sieve, rejecting the stones, and add the other 2 quarts of vinegar, all the ground condiments and salt. Break the tomatoes into the mixture and boil the whole, stirring it all the time until it thickens. Remove it from the fire and when cold, strain it carefully and bottle the liquid, which is the sauce. 331. Tomato or love apple chutney. Ingredients: 200 large ripe love apples, 4 ounces of raisins, 7 ounces of salt, 4 ounces of sugar, 8 ounces of chilies finely sliced, 4 ounces of ground garlic, and 7 ounces of ground mustard seeds. Parboil the tomatoes in a quart of vinegar. Add the other ingredients and allow the whole to stand for 10 to 12 hours. Then boil it for 20 to 30 minutes over a slow fire. When cold, bottle it. 332. Tap sauce. Ingredients: 3 sears or 6 pounds of peeled and sliced mangoes, 2 pounds of ground raisins, a pound of ground garlic, half a pound of ground chilies, a pound and a half of ground ginger, a pound of sugar, 2 pounds of salt, a quart of lime juice, and 6 quarts of vinegar. Mix all the above well together, put it into stone jars, and expose it to the sun for 20 days or a month, after which drain away the liquid, which is the sauce. Boil it for 10 to 15 minutes, and when cold, bottle and cork it. 333. Sweet chutney. The refuse of the tap sauce makes an excellent chutney with the addition of some thick syrup, a few dried dates, a few more whole raisins, and some hot spices. Put the whole into a pan and let it simmer for a quarter of an hour, or until the syrup is absorbed and the chutney reduced to a proper consistency. When cool, bottle and cork it well down. 334. Another way. Ingredients: 200 green mangoes, peeled and sliced, 4 pounds of salt, 3 pounds of ground garlic, 3 pounds of ground ginger, 1 pound of chilies finely sliced, 4 pounds of raisins, half a dozen bay leaves, 8 pounds of sugar, and 4 quarts of vinegar. Make all the sugar into a syrup with 2 quarts of the vinegar, in which the sliced mangoes must be boiled. When half done, throw in the other ingredients and mix up well. Last of all, add the remaining 2 quarts of vinegar, and when the chutney begins to thicken, remove it from the fire, let it cool, and then bottle it. 335. Sweet mango chutney. Ingredients: 100 green mangoes peeled and sliced, 2 sears of tamarinds stoned, the syrup of 6 pounds of sugar boiled in 3 quarts of vinegar, 1 tablespoonful of finely pounded cinnamon, 2 pounds of salt, 2 pounds of sliced ginger, 2 pounds of cleaned and picked raisins, 3 quarts of vinegar, and 1 dessertspoonful of grated nutmeg. Peel the mangoes, cut them into fine slices, and steep them in salt for 36 hours. Drain away the salt water and boil them in the 3 quarts of vinegar. When cool, remove them into a preserving pan. Mix in all the condiments and other ingredients and allow the whole to simmer for half an hour, pouring in the syrup gradually and mixing all the time until the vinegar and syrup have been absorbed and the chutney has acquired the desired consistency. Bottle and cork when perfectly cold. 336. Hot sweet mango chutney. Ingredients: 100 green mangoes, the syrup of 4 pounds of sugar and 3 quarts of vinegar, 4 pounds of tamarinds stoned and strained, 3 quarts of vinegar, 8 or 10 bay leaves, 1 pound of ground chilies, 2 pounds of sliced ginger, 1 pound of cloves of garlic, 1 pound of raisins, and 2 pounds of salt. Peel and cut the mangoes into fine slices and steep them in salt for 24 to 36 hours. Remove the mangoes from the salt water and boil them in 3 quarts of vinegar. When quite cool, lay them in a preserving pan. Sprinkle over them the remaining salt. Add all the condiments, tamarinds, raisins, etc., and allow the whole to simmer for half an hour, stirring all the while with the syrup. It should not be bottled until quite cold. 337. Tamarind chutney. Ingredients: 4 pounds of ripe tamarinds without the stones, a quarter of a pound each of ground chilies, ginger and garlic, 2 ounces of ground cinnamon, half a pound of picked currants, half a pound of raisins, the small kabul are the best, 2 pounds of soft sugar, a quarter of a pound of salt, and a quart of vinegar. Put the whole into a glazed earthen preserving pan. Pour over it a quart of vinegar or syrup, or as much as will entirely cover the mixture, and mix all well together. Then allow it to simmer over a quick fire until the vinegar or syrup is absorbed and the chutney thickened to the required consistency. It must be stirred during the whole time it is on the fire. N.B. The 2 pounds of sugar and the quart of vinegar may be made into syrup or used separately. 338. Kashundi. Peel and slice fine 100 green mangoes. Steep them in salt for 12 hours. Then put them under a heavy pressure for 2 hours and drain away all the water. Then mix with them half a pound each of ground chilies, ginger and garlic, half a pound of bruised mustard seed, 2 pounds of tamarinds without the stones, and some salt. When the whole is thoroughly mixed, pour over it as much warmed or cooked mustard oil as will entirely cover it, and cook it for 10 to 15 minutes over a brisk fire. When cold, bottle it, taking care that it is kept several inches well under the oil, and that it is well corked, or it will spoil. 339. Mango Amchur. Peel and quarter some green mangoes, sprinkle with salt, and expose them to the sun until they begin to dry up. Then rub them with dry pounded turmeric, chilies, and dry ginger. Sprinkle some water and expose them to the sun again until they are quite dried up, when they may be bottled and kept for use. 340. Pickled cabbage. Quarter a full-sized cabbage. Keep it in salt for 48 hours and then drain away all the water. Prepare a pickle or brine of salt and water in the proportion of 8 ounces of salt to 24 ounces of water, and boil it with half an ounce each of peppercorns and bay leaves. Pack the cabbage loose in a wide-mouthed stone jar and pour over it the cold pickle or brine, which should have been boiled the day before. Care must be taken to keep the mouth of the jar always airtight, or the cabbage will rot. When required for use, take out as much as will be required, steep it in fresh cold water for an hour or two, and then boil it the same as fresh cabbage. 341. Red cabbage pickle. Slice the cabbage and sprinkle salt over each layer. After 24 hours, remove it into a colander and allow all the salt water to drain. Then put the cabbage into a pan, pour in sufficient boiling vinegar to cover it, and add a few slices of red beetroot. When cold, put it into glass bottles and cork down. 342. Red cauliflower pickle. This is a very uncommon pickle and looks particularly pretty in white bottles. Cut the cauliflower into pieces of equal sizes, sprinkle with salt, and place it in the sun for a couple of days. Make a syrup of vinegar and sugar. To every quart of vinegar, put a quarter of a pound of sugar, a few sticks of cinnamon, and as much sliced or bruised and pounded red beet as will give the vinegar a deep red color. When all the salt water has drained away, put the cauliflower into a pan and pour over it the boiling hot vinegar or syrup through a fine sieve, in order to leave behind the sticks of cinnamon and fibers of the beetroot. When cold, put the pickle into nice white bottles and cork. 343. Patna or Bombay onion pickle. According to the size and number of bottles, take the small or button onions. Remove the outer coat, wash and dry them thoroughly. Throw them into a pan with some vinegar and parboil them. Set the vinegar aside after filtering it for shrimp, cucumber and other salads, or for the preparation of mustard. Put the parboiled onions, when cold, into wide-mouthed bottles, laying them alternately with fresh red chilies, a few black peppercorns, some finely sliced green ginger, and a little salt. Fill the bottles with vinegar and cork them. 344. Mangoes pickled whole. Peel and divide some large-sized mangoes sufficiently to admit of the stones being easily extracted. Rub them over with salt and expose them to the sun for 2 or 3 days. Then dry them with a napkin and stuff each mango with a few cloves of garlic, finely sliced chilies and ginger, some kalonji seeds, a clove or two, and a stick or two of cinnamon. Tie them securely with strong sewing cotton and put them into bottles with vinegar sufficient to cover them. Cork the bottles well and expose them to the sun for 15 to 20 days. The pickle will be ready for use in 3 or 4 months. To prevent the pickle spoiling, it is not unusual to pour a tablespoonful or 2 of mustard oil over it when in the bottle. 345. Sweet mango pickle. Peel and quarter 100 green mangoes and steep them in salt for 36 hours. Drain off the salt water, wipe the mangoes dry, and put them into a preserving pan with a sear or 2 pounds of sliced ginger and half a sear of chilies finely sliced. Pour in a syrup made of sugar and vinegar, half a sear of the former to 2 quarts of the latter, and allow the whole to simmer for 10 to 15 minutes. Bottle when quite cold. 346. Long plum pickle. Take the long plums, or what the natives call norkolli boir. Remove the peel and keep them in salt in the sun for a day or two. Drain away the salt water and put them into bottles in layers alternately with fresh chilies, cloves of garlic, ginger finely sliced, and peppercorns. Add a little more salt and pour in as much vinegar as will cover the whole. Cork and expose to the sun for 15 to 20 days. This is one of the most delicious of Indian pickles. It will not be fit for use until the plums have pickled for 6 months. 347. Sweet long plum pickle is made in every respect according to the foregoing recipe, with the addition of a syrup in the proportion of 1/4 pound of sugar to every quart of vinegar, and a few sticks of cinnamon. 348. Round plum pickle. Get the perfectly ripe fruit, which the natives call kool. Put them into a damp cloth and roll them about to free them of dust. Sprinkle them well with salt and stand them in the sun for 3 or 4 days. Then drain away all the water and bottle the plums alternately with cloves of garlic, green or fresh red chilies, sliced ginger, peppercorns, and ground mustard seed. Add a little salt, fill up the bottles with vinegar and cork, and expose them to the sun for 15 to 20 days. 349. Round plum pickle with mustard oil. Round plum pickle with mustard oil is made like the above, the only difference being that some mustard oil is poured over the vinegar and allowed to float about 1/8 of an inch thick over the surface. 350. Dry fruit pickle. This is the pickle of all pickles. Take equal quantities of dry dates, called the shawara, kobani, or Arabian apricots, alu bukhara, a species of Arabian plum or damson, English prunes, rather of the dry sort, and Normandy dry pippins. Wash and clean them thoroughly, particularly the Arabian dry fruits, which are very dirty, and dry them well in the sun. Stew the dry dates for 10 to 15 minutes. Cut them up into rings and throw away the stones. Make a syrup of good French vinegar in the proportion of 1/4 pound of good clean sugar to 1/4 French vinegar. After quartering the pippins, arrange them and the other fruit in a wide-mouthed bottle in alternate layers with finely sliced ginger, peppercorns, sticks of cinnamon, and small sprinklings of salt. Then pour over the whole as much of the vinegar syrup as will entirely cover the fruit. Cork the bottle well down, expose it in the sun for a few days, and it will be fit for use in a month. 351. Green mint vinegar. Put into a wide-mouthed bottle enough fresh, clean mint leaves to fill it loosely and fill it up with good vinegar. After it has been stopped close for 2 or 3 weeks, pour off the vinegar clear into another bottle and keep it well corked for use. Serve with lamb or kid when fresh mint cannot be obtained. 352. Another way. Fill a wide-mouthed bottle with fresh, full-grown green mint leaves. Pour in a quart of vinegar. After 10 or 15 days, strain away the liquor and refill the bottle with fresh leaves. Pour back the liquor, and after it has steeped for 10 or 15 days longer, strain and bottle for use as required. 353. Horseradish vinegar. To 3 ounces of finely scraped horseradish, add a quart of vinegar and a dram of cayenne, some black pepper and celery seeds, and 1 ounce of bruised onions. After 8 or 10 days, Filter the vinegar, which will serve as an excellent relish for cold beef, salads, etc., and for the preparation of mustard. 354. Chili vinegar. Pick, clean and put into a glass stoppered bottle 1 chuttak or 2 ounces of bird's eye chilies, and pour over them a pint and a half of the best vinegar. After a month's time, filter through blotting paper a pint of the vinegar. Add to what remains half a pint more of vinegar and expose it to the sun for a few days, when the second portion will also be ready for use. 355. Essence of chilies. Pick 1 chuttak or 2 ounces of the best dried Patna chilies. Expose them to a hot sun for an hour, then pound them to as fine a powder as possible. Put the powder into a stoppered bottle with a teaspoonful of salt. Pour over it as much vinegar, only as will form a limp paste, and expose it to the sun for a few days. Then pass it through muslin, adding to it as much more vinegar as will reduce it to the consistency of some thick sauce. 356. To preserve lime juice. Squeeze and strain a pint of lime juice. Put into a basin 1 pound of double refined sugar, finely pounded and sifted. Add the lime juice and stir it with a silver spoon till the sugar is perfectly dissolved. Bottle it and cork it tightly. Seal the cork or tie bladder over it and keep it in a dry, cool place. 357. To purify lime juice. To a quart of strained lime juice, add an ounce of well-burnt and finely pounded animal charcoal. In 12 hours, filter it through blotting paper and put it into small phials. Cork these tightly and keep them in a cool place. A thick crust will form beneath the corks and the mucilage will fall to the bottom. 358. Green mint juice. If for immediate use, extract it with water, but if required to keep for a few days, take brandy for the purpose. Pick and clean half a dozen large stalks of good fresh mint and pound the leaves in a mortar with a dessert spoonful of water or with brandy. Then put them into muslin and squeeze out all the liquor. Juice may be extracted a second time by a little more water or brandy being added, and the leaves rebruised and pressed through muslin. 359. Green ginger juice is extracted in the same manner as mint juice. 360. Juice of onions and garlic is extracted by pounding the condiment in a mortar with a little water and squeezing the juice through muslin. 361. There are various ways of preparing mustard for the table, each with its admirers, yet in 9 houses out of 10, it is often so execrably done as to mar the best dinner, through the loss of its piquancy and pungency. Be the quantity ever so small, it should never be prepared in a cup, but in a soup or other deep plate. The dry mustard, with a little salt, should first be well rubbed down with the back of a spoon. The water, vinegar, or other liquid should then be gradually added and mixed gently until the required consistency has been obtained. It should then be mixed briskly, turning the spoon one way only, and in a few minutes the pungency of the mustard will tell on the eyes. Put it immediately into the mustard pot and cork it, removing the cork only when the mustard is required for use. It is a mistake to suppose that the little silver or plated lid to a mustard pot is intended or is sufficient to preserve the piquancy and pungency of the condiment. The practice which prevails in some houses of allowing the spoon to remain immersed in the mustard, which has probably been prepared with vinegar, the spoon perhaps being a plated one, is very objectionable. It is scarcely necessary to give any further instructions, excepting that hot water should not be used. Some like mustard prepared simply with water. Others prefer weak vinegar and water. It is also prepared with plain vinegar, with tarragon vinegar, with vinegar taken from pickles and capers, and with onion and garlic juice. The best mustard for roast beef is that prepared with horseradish. The most delicate flavored is that made with tarragon vinegar or vinegar taken from capers. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Indian preserves, jams, jellies, and marmalades. Hints about the making of preserves. It is not generally known that boiling fruit a long time without sugar in an open preserving pan and skimming it well is a very economical way, as the whole of the scum rises from the fruit, and boiling without a cover allows the evaporation of all the watery particles. Preserves boiled in this way keep firm and well flavored. Jam made as above, with the addition of 1/4 pound of good pure sugar to every pound of fruit, is excellent. 362. To detect adulteration of sugar. The adulteration of brown sugar may be detected by dissolving a little in a glass of clear water. If sand or any similar substance be present, it will, after a while, fall to the bottom of the glass. If white sugar, adulterated with flour, chalk, or other similar substances, be dissolved in clear water, the latter will become opaque or discolored, and a sediment will be formed at the bottom of the glass. 363. White syrup. Put a quart of water over the fire in a well-tinned and clean copper stew pan. When on the boil, drop into it, lump by lump, 1 pound of the best loaf sugar. Let it boil up, and after all the sugar is thoroughly dissolved, pour it into a broad dish to cool. When cold, it is fit for use. 364. Brown sugar. Take a pound of brown sugar candy, called misery, and prepare the syrup as directed above. After all the sugar is thoroughly dissolved, strain it through a sheet of stout blotting paper spread on muslin, and allow the syrup to drip into a broad dish. Use it when quite cold. 365. To clarify sugar. To every 3 pounds of loaf sugar, allow the beaten white of 1 egg and 1.5 pints of water. Break the sugar small, put it into a nicely cleaned brass pan, and pour the water over it. Let it stand some time before it be put upon the fire. Then add the beaten white of the egg. Stir till the sugar be entirely dissolved, and when it boils up, pour in 1/4 pint of cold water, and let it boil up a second time. Then remove it from the fire, and let it settle for 15 minutes. Carefully take off all the scum. Put it again on the fire, and boil till sufficiently thick, or if required, till candy high. In order to ascertain this, drop a little from a spoon into a cup of cold water, and if it becomes quite hard, it is sufficiently done, or dip the handle of a wooden spoon into the sugar, plunge it into cold water, and draw off the sugar which adheres. If the sugar be hard and snaps, the fruit to be preserved must be instantly put in and boiled. 366. Capillae. To a quart of water add 3 pounds of lump sugar, 1 pound of soft sugar, and the whites and yolks of 2 eggs well beaten up. Boil it gently and skim well. On the scum ceasing to rise, remove the pan from the fire, add 2 ounces of the best orange flower water, and strain through flannel. 367. Ceylon moss, seaweed, and Iceland moss preserves. Steep the moss or weed for 2 or 3 days in fresh water, changing the water 2 or 3 times a day. Wash it well once before boiling it. To every seer or 2 pounds of the weed, add a wineglassful of the best vinegar. Allow it to simmer over a gentle fire until it thickens, so as to congeal in a glass. Then strain the moss or weed through a towel. Pour the liquid into clarified sugar or syrup, and boil them together for half an hour. Pour the jelly into large wide dishes, and when quite cold, cut it into cakes. If desired, the jelly may be colored or tinted with cochineal. 368. Guava jelly. Select ripe guavas, and as they are peeled and quartered, throw them into a large bowl of fresh clean water. Then boil them in as much other clean water as will only cover the fruit, and when perfectly tender, so as to dissolve to the touch, strain through a fine sieve or towel without breaking or pressing the fruit, and allow it to drip through for 12 to 18 or 24 hours if necessary. Put the juice on the fire again without a cover to the preserving pan. Boil and skim well. Add gradually good clean sugar to your taste. When nearly done, add lime juice in the proportion of 10 large juicy limes to every 100 guavas. After it has boiled until no more scum rises and the jelly is quite clear, pour it while the jelly is warm into glass or stone jars and cork them down when quite cold. 100 guavas will give 2 to 2.5 jars of jelly and will take from 2 to 2.5 hours cooking or boiling. 369. Guava cheese. After all the water or juice has drained from the guavas, boiled for jelly, pass the fruit or pulp through a sieve, rejecting the seeds. Add lime juice and sugar to taste and boil over a slow fire to a consistency stiff enough for it to remain unmoved in a spoon. Rub a little butter in a mold. Fill it with the cheese while hot and place it in a heat or in an expiring oven to dry. The color may be improved with the aid of cochineal. 370. Mango jelly. Peel and stone 100 green mangoes and cut each into 4, throwing them as they are ready into a solution of weak lime water strained of all sediment. When all have been peeled and stoned, remove them into a large vessel. Pour in as much cold water as will entirely cover them and boil them until they are quite dissolved. Then carefully strain the liquid without pressing the fruit and let it drip all night. Boil the juice again in an open preserving pan and cut away the scum as it rises. Then add gradually good clean white sugar until it is sweetened to taste. Continue to boil steadily until the scum has ceased to rise and the jelly is quite clear and transparent. Allow some of it to drop on a plate and cool. If it congeals, remove the pan and fill the bottles while the jelly is slightly warm and cork down when quite cold. 371. Mango marmalade. Pass through a sieve the pulp of the mangoes which had been boiled for jelly. Add plenty of clean white sugar without quite destroying the acidity of the fruit. Boil it over a slow fire until it acquires the thickness of guava cheese and bottle while it is yet warm. N.B. This marmalade is well adapted for roly-poly puddings, tarts, mango fool, and the preparation of sauces for boiled goose, ducks, etc. 372. Green mango preserve. Select mangoes slightly under the middling size, taking care that they are not bruised or injured in any way. Steep them in clear water. Grate the outer coat or peel very finely so as to remove thoroughly a fine coat of green from the surface. Cut them sufficiently lengthways to extract the stones and then throw them into lime water. Remove them into a copper preserving pan with clean water and parboil them, skimming them well. Throw them into a sieve and allow all the water to drain away. Have a large quantity of good syrup prepared, allowing 2 pounds of sugar to every 25 mangoes. Throw the mangoes into the syrup and allow them to simmer. Cut away the scum until the sugar begins to crystallize. Then remove the pan from the fire and put the preserve into wide-mouthed bottles. Before corking them down, it will be necessary to examine the syrup every 2 or 3 days, and if it be found that it is becoming thin, it will have to be reboiled. Just as the boiling is about to be finished, the mangoes ought to be put into it to warm up. This precaution must be taken every time the syrup has been reboiled, until there is no further appearance of fermentation. The bottles may then be securely corked down, and the preserve will keep good for years. 373. Another way. Peel and stone good middling-sized green mangoes and steep them in lime water. Parboil them in fresh water and then in syrup until it thickens. Put them into bottles and examine them daily. If any signs of fermentation appear, reboil the syrup and put in the fruit at the end of the boiling. The reboiling to be continued until the syrup has ceased to ferment. The difference between this and the foregoing preserve is only in appearance. The former will be of a greenish tint and the latter of a rich light brown. N.B. Care must be taken to have plenty of syrup at the starting, so that at the end of the 2 or 3 reboilings there may be enough left to cover the fruit. 374. Pineapple Preserve. Take care that the pines are not green, nor yet quite ripe. Remove the peel, cutting it deeply, and then all the seeds and eyes. Cut each pine into 6 slices. Lay them in a preserving pan and sprinkle over each layer a good quantity of sugar, a few sticks of cinnamon, and a few bay leaves, covering the uppermost layer with a larger quantity of sugar. Allow them to simmer over a tolerably brisk fire until the sugar has all melted. Then reduce the fire and continue to simmer until the pines have quite changed color and become tender. Remove them out of the syrup into a colander and allow them to drain, but continue to boil the syrup with all that drops from the fruit until it has thickened. Then return the fruit into the syrup and finish the boiling. Bottle when quite cool, but before corking them for good, ascertain the state of the syrup every 2 or 3 days. If it shows signs of fermentation, remove it from the fruit and reboil it. This operation must be continued until the syrup has ceased to ferment. The fruit is not to be reboiled, but only returned into the syrup when the boiling is about to be finished. 375. Another way. Finish the preserve by boiling the sliced pines and sugar together until the fruit has become of quite a dark color and the syrup so thick that it is not likely to ferment. There is, however, the objection to this method that the fruit becomes more or less leathery and is not mellow like that preserved according to the foregoing recipe. 376. Peach Preserve. Clean the peaches, slit them with a silver or plated knife, and remove the stones. Have a very strong syrup ready, and while it is boiling hot, throw in the peaches and let them stand over a slow fire for 6 to 8 hours. Then remove them from the fire, and 12 hours after, drain off the syrup and reboil it. Return the fruit into the syrup, and if it shows any disposition to ferment, boil it again. When satisfied it will not ferment any more, add a little brandy, say a wineglassful to every 50 peaches, and boil the whole over a slow fire for 2 hours. Bottle when quite cold. The kernels from the stones may be put in if desired. 377. Another way. Clean the peaches and put them with the stones into a preserving pan with sufficient water to cover them. Allow them to simmer until quite tender, cutting away the scum, and then spread them on a dish to cool. Make a syrup, allowing 3/4 of a pound of sugar to every pound of fruit, and while it is boiling hot, put in the peaches and boil them gently until the syrup is quite thick. 2 days after, drain off the syrup and reboil it, returning the fruit into it while hot. If at the end of 24 or 36 hours it has become thin again, it must be reboiled. A little brandy should be added finally. N.B. If the peaches are boiled in 2 waters, the first may be thrown away, but the second, in which the peaches should be boiled a longer time, may be taken for making the syrup. 378. Pulwal Preserve. Take 2 seers or 4 pounds of large full-grown pulwals without any decay. Peel, slit, remove the seeds, and throw them into cold water. Wash them thoroughly and parboil them in clean water. Then put them in a colander and set them aside to cool. Prepare a good strong syrup of half a seer of sugar and 1/4 of a seer or half a pound of green ginger well bruised. Throw the pulwals in and allow them to simmer until the syrup thickens. They should be removed immediately the color becomes quite brown, but the syrup must be kept boiling till it has acquired the proper consistency. Return the pulwals into the syrup, and if necessary, Reboil it 2 or 3 days after, if it appears to have become thin or inclined to ferment. 379. Another way. Take 2 seers or 4 pounds of good large fresh pulvers. Thoroughly grate the outer surface. Half slit them, remove the seeds, and throw them into water. Parboil them in clean water, remove them into a colander, and allow them to drain and dry. Then stuff each pulver with some bruised green ginger. Tie or bind them with fine cotton. Put them into a strong syrup made of half a seer of sugar, and allow them to simmer until they change color. Remove them and continue to boil the syrup until it thickens. Then return them into the syrup, and in 2 or 3 days reboil the syrup if it has become thin or appears inclined to ferment. 380. Candied pulver. The same process is observed as directed for pulver preserves, the chief difference being that hot or boiling clarified sugar or syrup must be used, and the preserve exposed to the sun, spread out on fresh oiled paper to dry. 381. Tipari, commonly called gooseberry preserve. Shell or remove the pods of the tiparis and wipe away all dust. Prick each with a bamboo or other wooden pin and put them into a preserving pan. Strew some sugar over each layer of fruit, making the final layer of sugar thicker than the others, and simmer the whole until all the juice has been extracted and the syrup has acquired such a consistency that it will congeal if dropped on a plate. Then remove the preserve quickly from the fire and bottle while warm. 382. Tipari jelly. Clean and prick the tiparis, as in the foregoing recipe, and put them into a clean, well-tinned stew pan with as much water as will entirely cover them. Boil them until all the juice has run out. Strain the latter into a preserving pan through fine muslin, without crushing the fruit, and allow it to simmer for a while, removing the scum. Then add to it fine clean white sugar to taste, in small quantities at a time, skimming it well all the while. When nearly ready, put in the juice of 2 lemons, strained through muslin. When the scum has ceased to rise and the jelly is clear, remove the pan from the fire, bottle the jelly while it is warm, and cork when it is quite cold. 383. Tipari cheese or marmalade. Take the fruit which had been boiled for jelly and pass it through a fine sieve, leaving the skins behind. Clean and prick a few more tiparis and add them to the strained fruit. Put the whole into a preserving pan with sugar and simmer until of a sufficient consistency to make into cheese. Add some orange marmalade in the proportion of a tablespoonful to every mold. With a feather, damp the molds with melted butter or sweet oil and pour into them the cheese while quite hot. Place them in cold water and turn out the cheeses as soon as they are cool enough to retain their shape. 384. To preserve tamarinds. Rid the tamarinds of all the stones. Put a layer of sugar in a wide-mouthed bottle and over it a layer of stoned tamarinds. Then another layer of sugar and so on alternately until the bottle is full. The final layer must be a deep one of sugar. Tie the stopper down with oiled bladder. This will keep good for years and prove serviceable when fresh tamarinds cannot be procured. 385. Bale preserve. The fruit must be rather less than half ripe to enable it to be cut into firm slices 1/4 inch thick. Carefully remove the seeds together with the gums by which they are surrounded and throw the slices into cold water. When all the bale is ready, remove it from the water and simmer it in a strong syrup over a slow fire for half an hour or until it has become of a rich, light brown color. Bottle it when cool, taking care that the fruit is well covered with syrup. 386. Bale jam. The fruit must be half ripe, all the seeds and gum carefully removed, and the pulp passed through a coarse sieve into a preserving pan with the help of a little water. Add sugar to taste and simmer over a slow fire for half an hour, or until the fruit and sugar have acquired the consistency of jam. Let it cool and then bottle. 387. Candied Bale. The fruit should be selected as for the preserve, cut into slices and the seeds and gum removed. After steeping it in cold water, drain it and put it in a preserving pan with sufficient boiling clarified sugar or syrup to cover it. Simmer it over a slow fire for half an hour or until it becomes quite tender. Then remove the pan from the fire, lay the fruit on some fresh oiled paper spread on tin trays and expose it to the sun. It will crystallize in a few hours and the oil will prevent it adhering to the paper. 388. Orange Jelly. Melt 1.5 ounces of isinglass and 3/4 pound of fine white sugar in a pint of water. Add some orange and lemon peel and boil until it is a good syrup. While warm, add the juice of 10 oranges and 2 lemons. Strain the whole through flannel and put it into molds. The juice of the fruit should not be boiled. 389. Damson Cheese. Take damsons that have been bottled for tarts, pass them through a sieve, and reject the skins and stones. To every pound of the strained pulp, add 1/2 pound of loaf sugar broken small. Boil the whole until it has thickened. Then pour it into buttered molds and put it in an oven or warm place to dry. When quite firm, remove it from the molds and serve up. 390. Apricot Cheese. Take the Kabul apricots, or those preserved for tarts. If the former, wash them thoroughly in several waters, parboil and reduce them to a pulp, and pass them through a sieve, rejecting all the skin, etc. Add sugar as directed in the foregoing recipe, and a handful or 2 of the apricot stones blanched, and boil the whole until it has thickened sufficiently. Then pour it into buttered molds and put it into an expiring oven or some warm place to dry, and when quite firm, turn it out of the molds. N.B. Other bottled fruits sent out to this country for tarts, not preserved in sugar, are admirably adapted for converting into marmalades or for making into foods. 391. Orange Marmalade. Take 24 oranges and 6 lemons, and of the best sugar a quantity equal to the weight of the fruit. Grate the rinds of the oranges and lemons, then mark or cut into quarters and strip off the rinds without hurting the pulps. Stew the rinds until they become perfectly tender, changing the water 2 or 3 times. Then drain them, scrape out a little of the inside, and cut them into very fine slices or chips. Next, separate the pips, skin, and fibrous parts from the pulps, over which pour some water and strain it off. With this and a little more water, prepare a syrup in a preserving pan. Add to it the whites of 2 eggs, well beaten up, skim it well, and the moment it begins to boil, take it off the fire. Continue to remove the scum, add a little more water, boil and strain until the syrup is perfectly clear. Then throw in the chips and boil until they are quite transparent. Next, put in all the pulp and juice and boil until it thickens. To ascertain if it has been sufficiently cooked, drop a little on a plate and see if it congeals. 392. Another way. Stew good fresh ripe oranges till perfectly tender, changing the water several times. Drain them and cut and remove the rinds without breaking them or wounding the pulps. Weigh the pulps, having previously removed all the pips, skin and seeds, and to every 6 pounds of fruit, add 7 of sugar. Pour boiling water over the pips, seeds, etc., strain them, and take the liquor for the preparation of syrup. Skim it well while boiling. When clear, add to it the rind, having first scraped and thrown away some of the inside, and then cut it up into thin slices or chips. After a while, add the pulp and juice and boil it up again until it acquires the consistency of jelly. This is a new method and approved by some as being excellent and economical. 393. Indian way of making calf's foot jelly. Take 12 large or full-sized calf's feet, 1 pound or half a seer of sugar, 8 limes, 2 oranges, half a dozen blades of lemongrass, a tablespoonful of mixed spices, say cinnamon, cardamoms, mace, nutmeg and cloves, 6 eggs, a handful of isinglass, and a claret glass full of sherry. Having thoroughly washed the feet, break them up and boil them. Allow all the meat to dissolve over a slow fire. Skim away every particle of fat and strain the liquid through a coarse napkin. Add the sugar, all the hot spices, and the rinds of 2 lemons and 1 orange. Simmer the whole for some time. Squeeze in the juice of the 8 limes and the 2 oranges, together with the isinglass and lemongrass, and when it begins to thicken, strain it. Then reboil until it is reduced to the required quantity, skimming all the fat. Beat the whites of the 6 eggs to a good light froth. Add this to the jelly. Pour it from one pan into another several times until it clears. Then add the sherry and strain it through flannel, returning it quickly 2 or 3 times until it runs perfectly bright and clear. Fill into glasses or molds before it congeals. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Indian Cookery Book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homemade liqueurs. 394. Cream of citron. Put 60 drops of the oil of citron into a quart of spirits of wine of the strength of 62 degrees overproof. Shake it well. Mix with it a quart of syrup and 2 ounces of yellow coloring matter, and filter the whole through filtering paper. If not sufficiently bright, filter it a second time through some fresh paper and bottle it. 395. Cream of cloves. To a quart of spirits of wine of the strength given in the foregoing recipe, add 40 drops of oil of cloves. Shake it well and mix with it a quart of syrup and as much yellow coloring matter as will give it a good color. Filter through filtering paper and bottle immediately. It is a delightful liqueur and is excellent for relaxed throats. 396. Cream of Noyau. To a quart of spirits of wine, 62 degrees overproof, add 20 drops of good essential oil of bitter almonds and 6 drops of oil of orange. Shake it well and add a quart of syrup. Filter it through paper until it is quite clear. 397. Pink Noyau. To a quart of spirits of wine, 62 degrees overproof, add 15 drops of essential oil of bitter almonds, 3 drops of oil of roses, 4 drops of oil of aniseed, and 1 drop of tincture of vanilla. Shake it well and mix with it a quart of syrup and a sufficient quantity of pink coloring matter to make it of a delicate pink color. Bottle it after filtering. 398. Cream of aniseed. Put 20 drops of essential oil of aniseed in a quart of spirits of wine. After shaking it well, mix with it a quart of syrup, filter and put it in bottles. 399. Cream of cinnamon. To a quart of spirits of wine, add 2 drops of oil of cinnamon and 2 of oil of roses. Shake it well until the oil has thoroughly dissolved, and add a quart of syrup and a sufficient quantity of red tincture to produce a bright, full color. It may then be filtered and bottled. This is an agreeable liqueur and beneficial to dyspeptic persons. 400. Rose cream. Into a quart of spirits of wine, put 12 drops of the oil of roses and 3 of oil of nutmeg. Shake the mixture well until the oils are dissolved, and add a quart of syrup and a sufficient quantity of pink tincture to produce a fine rose color. Filter and bottle. 401. Cream of mint. Drop into a quart of spirits of wine 25 drops of oil of mint and 3 drops of oil of citron. Shake it well and add a quart of syrup and as much green coloring tincture as may be necessary. Filter and bottle. 402. Cream of vanilla. Put 12 drops of tincture of vanilla into a quart of spirits of wine. Shake it well and add a quart of syrup. When well mixed, let it stand for a quarter of an hour. Then filter it 2 or 3 times through filtering paper, but do not filter again if it comes out bright and clear the first time. This is a most delicious cordial. 403. Golden Wasser or Danzig brandy. To a quart of spirits of wine, add 12 drops of oil of aniseed, 6 of oil of cinnamon, 3 of oil of roses, and 8 of oil of citron. Shake it well until the oils dissolve. Then add a quart of syrup and filter through filtering paper. Before bottling the liqueur, stir into it a few squares of leaf gold cut into very little bits. 404. Curacao. Boil a quart of water in a very clean pan and add to it bit by bit a pound of dark brown sugar candy. When the latter is dissolved, increase the fire and let the syrup boil up. Then pour it into a deep dish to cool. Dissolve 120 drops of oil of bitter orange in a quart of spirits of wine, 62 degrees overproof, and mix with the syrup when quite cold. Then filter and bottle the liqueur. This is a most difficult liqueur to filter of a clear bright color. Indeed, all liqueurs in which essential oils extracted from peels of the lemon tribe are used to become so opaque on being mixed with syrup that the filtering is rendered a most tedious undertaking. The proportions given in the above recipes are for the production of really good, strong liqueurs, which will keep good for years and improve by age. Liqueurs for immediate consumption need not be made quite so strong. 2 parts of syrup and 1 of spirits of wine will usually be sufficient, but consumers will be the best judges of their own tastes. A caution is very necessary against the free use of the essential oils. They are all harmless in moderation, but poison if used in excess, and some more powerful than others. 405. Punch à la romaine. Squeeze the juice out of 8 juicy limes and 4 lemons or oranges. Strain it through muslin and well mix with it 2 pounds of the best loaf sugar. Beat to a light froth the whites of 10 fresh eggs and add gradually to the sugared juice. Pour the whole into a pewter vessel and place it in a tub containing 2 seers of kaccha or raw rice, stirring it frequently to make it congeal. Ice 2 quarts of champagne and when required, add it to the contents of the pewter vessel. Mix all well together and serve in green or amber-colored hock glasses. The addition of a little rum is considered an improvement. 406. Mint beer. Put some bruised, fresh-gathered mint leaves into a large tankard and pour over them a bottle of beer well iced and a soda water bottle of sparkling lemonade, also well iced. Or use bottled mint juice if the beer and lemonade have not been iced, and stir in a quarter of a pound of crushed ice. 407. Another way. To the juice or bruised leaves add sufficient sugar to sweeten, and pour into the tankard 2 tumblers of water and 2 quarts of beer. Stir and serve up with crushed ice, or cool the beer and water before the preparation. 408. Ginger beer. Use bruised green ginger instead of mint, and ginger beer instead of lemonade. 409. The Commander-in-Chief. Empty into a punch bowl a quart of claret and a bottle of soda water. Add a wineglass full of curacao and sweeten to taste with sugar. Then throw in a handful of picked and bruised mint leaves with a seer of crushed ice and a quart of champagne. Stir briskly and serve up. 410. Regent Punch. Mix a quart of sparkling champagne, a claret glass full of brandy, a wine glass full of old Jamaica rum, and a pint of very strong, pure green tea. Sweeten to taste with capellet or any other syrup. 411. Milk Punch. 6 quarts of rum and 1 of brandy, 1 quart of lime juice, 2 seers of soft sugar, 3 quarts of cold water, 2 seers of pure milk, the rinds of 40 limes, and 3 nutmegs will make 12 quarts of punch, as follows. Steep for 2 days in a bottle of rum the peels of the 40 limes, boil in the 3 quarts of water, the 2 seers of soft sugar, and grate in the nutmeg. Pour all the rum and syrup into a large vessel and add gradually the quart of lime juice and 2 seers of milk, boiling hot, stirring the whole time. Let it stand for an hour or 2, then strain through flannel several times until it drips clear and bottle. 412. Another way. 16 bottles of rum, 3 bottles of brandy, 4 bottles of lime juice, 8 bottles of milk, 12 bottles of water, 8 seers of sugar, 8 nutmegs, and the rinds of 80 limes will make 36 quarts of milk punch, but of a milder quality than the foregoing. The addition of a bottle of curacao to milk punch is a great improvement. It may be added after the milk and lime juice. 413. Boil an ounce of well-bruised green ginger, cleaned of all rind, an ounce of cream of tartar, a pound of white sugar, some toddy, and some of the rind and all the juice of a large lime, in 4 quarts of water for 20 minutes. When nearly cold, add a claret glass full of good fresh toddy. Let it stand for 6 hours, and then put into soda water bottles. It will fill 8 or 9 bottles. 414. Imperial Pop. Take 3 ounces of cream of tartar, an ounce of bruised ginger, a pound and a half of white sugar, and an ounce of lemon juice, and pour a gallon and a half of boiling water on them, with 2 tablespoonfuls of yeast. Mix, bottle, and tie down the corks as usual. 415. Negus. To 2 quarts of claret or 1 of port wine, add a wineglassful of brandy, 2 limes cut into thin slices, a slight grating of nutmeg, a few cloves, cardamoms, and sticks of cinnamon, 2 teacupfuls of boiling water, and 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar. 416. Flash. Mix half a pint of lemon ice with a wineglassful of Jamaica rum. Pour over it, stirring briskly, a bottle of iced ginger beer. Drink it while it is effervescing. 417. Sherry Cobbler. Pour into a tumbler 2 wineglassfuls of sherry, half a wineglassful of rum, and half a wineglassful of maraschino. Add half an orange sliced fine and fill the tumbler with crushed ice. Take the preparation through a reed, quill, or common straw. 418. Apricot effervescing drink. Filter until clear a pint of the juice of bruised apricots, and make into a syrup with half a pound of sugar, then add an ounce of tartaric acid. Bottle and cork well. To a tumbler 3 parts full of water, add 2 tablespoonfuls of the syrup and a scruple of carbonate of soda. Stir well and drink while effervescing. 419. Mint julep. Put about a dozen of the young sprigs of mint into a tumbler. Add a tablespoonful of white sugar, half a wineglassful of peach, and the same of common brandy. Then fill up the tumbler with pounded ice. 420. Orangeade. Squeeze out the juice of an orange, pour boiling water on a little of the peel, and cover it close. Boil water and sugar to a thin syrup, and skim it. When cold, mix all together with as much water as will make a rich drink. Strain through a jelly bag and ice. 421. Orgeat. Blanch and pound 3/4 of a pound of sweet and 30 bitter almonds with a tablespoonful of water. Stir in by degrees 2 pints of water and 3 pints of milk, and strain the whole through a cloth. Dissolve half a pound of loaf sugar in a pint of water. Boil, skim well, and mix with the almond water, adding 2 tablespoonfuls of orange water flour and a teacupful of good brandy. 422. Poor man's champagne. Put a pint of Scotch ale into a jug, and add a bottle of good ginger beer. 423. Royal lemonade. Pare 2 oranges and 6 lemons as thin as possible, and steep them 4 hours in a quart of hot water. Boil a pound and a quarter of loaf sugar in 3 pints of water. Skim it and add to the 2 liquors the juice of 6 oranges and a dozen lemons. Stir well. Strain through a jelly bag and ice. 424. Summer beverage. Pour while hot 2 quarts of barley water, made as in recipe 426, on the juice and rind of a lemon very thinly cut, to which add honey, capillaire or sugar according to taste. Let it stand 1 hour and strain. 425. Lemon barley water. 2 tablespoonfuls of pearl barley, a quarter of a pound of lump sugar, rather more than 2 quarts of boiling water, and the peel of a fresh lemon make a pleasant drink for summer. It should stand all night and be strained the next morning. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Medicinal and other recipes. 426. Barley water for the sick chamber. Mix smoothly a teaspoonful of Robinson's patent barley and a tablespoonful of cold spring water into a smooth paste, and gradually add a quart of boiling water. Boil it gently for 10 minutes, stirring constantly, and strain when cold. 427. To cure the sting of a wasp, oil of tartar or solution of potash applied to the part affected will give instant relief. 428. To cure deafness from deficient secretion of wax, mix half a dram of oil of turpentine and 2 drams of olive oil. Put 2 drops into the ear at bedtime. 429. Cure for cramp in the legs. Stretch out the heels and draw up the toes as far as possible. This will often stop a fit of the cramp after it has commenced. 430. Emetic draught. Mix 1 grain of emetic tartar, 15 grains of powder of ipecacuanha, and 1.5 ounces of water. This is commonly employed for unloading the stomach on the accession of fevers and in ordinary cases. 431. Another recipe. Mix 10 grains of blue vitriol, sulphate of copper, and 2 ounces of distilled water. 432. Another recipe. For a draught to be taken directly, mix a scruple of subcarbonate of ammonia, half a dram of ipecacuanha in powder, 3 ounces of peppermint water, and 2 drams of tincture of cayenne pepper. In case of poisoning, this is said to be more certain and effectual in arousing the action of the stomach than either of the preceding draughts. Cure for tic douloureux or neuralgia. Mix half a pint of rose water and 2 teaspoonfuls of white vinegar. Apply it to the part affected 3 or 4 times a day. Fresh linen should be used at each application. This will, in 2 or 3 days, gradually take the pain away. At least 300 infallible cures for tic douloureux have been discovered, but the disease arises from such various causes that no remedy can be relied upon. Carbonate of iron cures one, quinine another. Upon a third, neither has any effect. The remedy above suggested, although safe and simple, takes time to afford relief. 10 to 20 drops of Collis Brown's chlorodyne have been found from repeated experience to afford nearly instantaneous relief, and in some cases, subject to periodical return, to have effected almost perfect cures. 434. To cure hiccough or hiccup. This spasm is caused by flatulency, indigestion, and acidity. It may generally be relieved by a sudden fright or surprise, or the application of cold. Also by swallowing 2 or 3 mouthfuls of cold water, or a teaspoonful of vinegar, or by eating a small piece of ice, taking a pinch of snuff, or anything that excites coughing. 435. Cure for colds. Total abstinence from liquid food of any kind for a day or 2, known as the dry system, has been known to cure coughs and colds where it has been persevered in. 436. Mixture for recent coughs. Mix 5 ounces of honey, 1/4 of a pound of treacle, and 7 ounces of best vinegar, and simmer in a common pipkin for 15 minutes. Remove it from the fire, and when the mixture has become lukewarm, add 2 drams of Ipecacuanha wine. The dose is a tablespoonful every 4 hours for adults. This is one of the best mixtures known for recent cough, and on account of its pleasant taste, is particularly eligible for children and infants. 437. Emulsion for recent coughs. Mix an ounce of oil of sweet almonds, the yolk of 1 egg, 5 ounces of orange flower water, half an ounce of mucilage of gum arabic, a dram and a half of Ipecacuanha wine, and half an ounce of syrup of marshmallows. The dose is a tablespoonful when the cough is troublesome. Half this quantity may be given to young children. 438. Emulsion for old coughs. Rub well 2 drams of gum ammoniac, gradually adding half a pint of water. When they are thoroughly mixed, strain them through linen. This is a useful expectorant in old coughs and asthmas when no inflammatory systems are present. The dose is from 1 to 2 tablespoonfuls, united with an equal quantity of almond emulsion. 439. Cure for whooping cough. Dissolve a scruple of salt of tartar in 1/4 of a pint of water. Add 10 grains of cochineal and sweeten with sugar. Give to an infant the 4th part of a tablespoonful 4 times a day. 2 years old, half a teaspoonful. From 4 years, a tablespoonful. 440. Roche's embrocation for whooping cough. Mix 8 ounces of olive oil, 4 ounces of oil of amber, and a sufficient quantity of oil of cloves to scent it strongly. This is the same as the famous embrocation of Roche. When rubbed on the chest, it stimulates the skin gently and is sometimes serviceable in whooping cough and the other coughs of children. In whooping cough, it should not be used for the first 10 days of the disease. 441. Valuable lotion for whooping cough, etc. Dissolve 1 dram of emetic tartar in 2 ounces of common water and add half an ounce of tincture of Spanish fly. This is a valuable lotion in the advanced stages of whooping cough and is of much service in all other coughs, both of adults and children. It is often very useful in removing the distressing cough and oppression of the chest left after the whoop has quitted the patient. After it has been rubbed into the chest, night and morning for about a week, it will create a redness and bring out some small pustules. It should then be applied only once a day, and if the part becomes very sore, it may be laid aside altogether and the pustules anointed twice a day with simple white ointment. In very severe cases, however, it will be necessary to continue the use of this lotion until a large number of pustules appear, and if they are kept discharging freely by an occasional use of it, the relief will be more striking and permanent. 442. Warm plaster. Melt together with a moderate heat 1 part of blistering plaster and 14 of burgundy pitch, and mix them so as to form a plaster. This will be stimulant and create a slight irritation on the part to which it is applied. It is used with advantage in common cough, whooping cough, sciatica, and local pain. 443. Gargle for irritation and inflammation in the throat. Mix 2 drams of purified niter, 7 ounces of barley water, and 7 drams of acetate of honey. Use frequently. 444. Another recipe. Mix half a dram of muriatic acid and 7 ounces of decoction of black currant leaves or barley water. This and the preceding gargle should be used when the object is to reduce the inflammation in the throat, without its proceeding to suppuration. They are likewise useful in relaxed sore throat. This gargle possesses cleansing qualities and should be used when the fauces are clogged with viscid mucus. It may be made still more detergent if necessary by increasing a little the quantity of acid. 445. A good gargle for sore throat. Mix 2 drams of tincture of myrrh, 4 ounces of water, and half an ounce of vinegar. 446. Excellent domestic gargle. Mix together in a half-pint tumbler 3 teaspoonfuls of vinegar, 2 of tincture of myrrh, and about 1/4 of a tumbler of port wine. Then fill up the tumbler with lukewarm water, and the gargle will be fit for use. This is both pleasant and efficacious in all cases of sore throat. If a decoction of blackcurrant leaves be used instead of lukewarm water, it will be much improved. 447. Remedy for sprains. Mix together 1 ounce each of camphorated spirit, common vinegar, and spirits of turpentine. 448. Another recipe. Put the white of an egg into a saucer and stir it with a piece of alum, about the size of a walnut, until it becomes a thick jelly. Apply a portion of it on a piece of lint or tow large enough to cover the sprain, changing it for a fresh one as often as it gets warm or dry, and keep the limb in a horizontal position. 449. Embrocation for sprains and bruises. Mix together 1.5 ounces of compound liniment of camphor and 1/2 ounce of tincture of opium. This is a very useful application to sprains and bruises after all inflammation has disappeared and for rheumatic pains. Warmed and rubbed over the surface of the abdomen, it is of much service in allaying the pain of colic unattended by inflammation. 450. Another recipe. Mix 1 ounce of solution of acetate of ammonia and 1 ounce of soap liniment. This is useful when the bruises or sprains are accompanied with inflammation. 451. Lime liniment for burns, scalds, etc. Mix together equal parts of linseed or common olive oil and lime water. Well shake the liniment every time it is used. 452. Spermaceti ointment for dressing blisters. Melt 1 ounce of white wax and 1/4 ounce of spermaceti in 2 ounces of olive oil and stir the mixture till it becomes cold. 453. To prevent galling in persons confined to their beds, beat the white of an egg to a strong froth and gradually drop in 2 teaspoonfuls of spirits of wine. Put the mixture into a bottle and apply occasionally with a feather. 454. Anodyne fermentation. Boil 3 ounces of white poppy heads, 1/2 ounce of elderflowers, and 3 pints of water till 1 pint is evaporated. Then strain out the liquor. This fermentation is used to relax spasm and relieve acute pain. Sometimes it may be advisable to add 3 teaspoonfuls of tincture of opium to it. 455. Common fermentation. Boil 1 ounce of dried mallows, 1/2 ounce of dried chamomile flowers, and a pint of water for 1/4 hour and strain. This is a very good fermentation for all common occasions. 456. Nitric acid lotion. Mix together 2 drachms of diluted nitric acid and a pint of water. This lotion is stimulating and detergent and is very serviceable when applied to foul-fetid ulcers attended with a thin ichorous discharge. It is also useful in caries of the bone and when there is an impending mortification. It is a favorite lotion in unhealthy ulcerations which require the application of a mild stimulant. 457. Cure for bowel complaint. Mix 1/2 dram of rhubarb powder, 1 dram of calcined magnesia, and 1 ounce of paregoric elixir and 1/2 pint of peppermint water. Shake up and take 2 tablespoonfuls every 3 hours till relieved. 458. Another recipe. The following is a better prescription for the same purpose. Mix 8 ounces of chalk mixture, 1 dram of aromatic confection, 3 drams of compound tincture of camphor, and 3 or 4 drops of oil of caraway. Take 2 tablespoonfuls every 3 hours, or oftener if the pain and purging be urgent. A teaspoonful is a dose for young children, and 1 tablespoonful for those of 10 or 12 years of age. 459. Compound infusion of senna. Macerate for an hour in a pint of boiling water in a lightly covered vessel, 1.5 ounces of senna leaves and 1 dram of sliced ginger root, and strain the liquor. This is a useful purging infusion in common use among medicinal men. It is usually given in conjunction with a little Epsom or Glauber's salts and forms a purging mixture of great service in all acute diseases. 460. Warm purgative tincture. Put 3 ounces of senna leaves, 3 drams of bruised caraway seeds, a dram of cardamom seeds, and 4 ounces of stoned raisins into 2 pints of best brandy. Macerate for 14 days in a gentle heat and filter. This is quite equal to the celebrated Daffy's elixir and is similar to the tincture of senna sold at the shops. It is stomachic and purgative and is beneficially employed in flatulency, pains in the bowels, gouty habits, and as an opening medicine for those whose bowels have been weakened by intemperance. The dose is 1, 2, or 3 tablespoonfuls in any agreeable vehicle. 461. Tonic aperient mixture. Mix 3 ounces and a half each of decoction of bark and infusion of senna, 3 drams of sulphate of potash, and half an ounce of compound tincture of bark. Take 3 tablespoonfuls once or twice a day so as to keep the bowels regular, or it may be used only occasionally when an aperient is required. 462. Mild aperient pills. Beat into a mass and divide into 12 pills half a dram of compound extract of colocynth, a scruple of compound rhubarb pill, 10 drains of castile soap, and 5 drops of oil of juniper. These are excellent aperient pills for occasional use in costiveness, bilious affections, and on all ordinary occasions, and are suited to the relief of these complaints in children as well as in adults. 1 pill taken at bedtime is generally sufficient, but some persons may require 2. 463. Digestive aperient pills. Well, rub 36 or 40 grains of socotrine aloes with 18 grains of gum mastic and add 24 grains each of compound extract of gentian and compound galbanum pill and a sufficient quantity of oil of aniseed to make 20 pills. Take 2 or 3 an hour before dinner or at night. They are stomachic and aperient, containing an antispasmodic and producing usually a full feculent evacuation. They are very suitable for persons who have no vital energy to spare and require a medicine which will operate mildly, surely, and safely. 464. Worm powder. Rub well together 2 or 3 grains of calomel and 10 grains of compound powder of simony. This is an efficacious powder for the expulsion of worms from children and adults and may be given twice a week or oftener till the object be accomplished. 465. Infallible cure for tapeworm. Take the plant Jizachia pharmaceutis in its green, fresh state, leaves, stalks, seeds, and seed capsules, if the plant be in seed or forming its seed vessels, indiscriminately 1 pound, and grind it down with sufficient water to render it liquid. It should be administered to the patient after 12 hours of fasting, and repeated on the 4th and 8th days. As a precautionary measure to destroy any latent germs, repeat the dose in 8 days more. The Jizachia is free of every poisonous quality. It simply possesses an arid, volatile principle, fatal alone to the tapeworm, and is in no way distressing to the stomach or digestive organs. The plant flourishes most luxuriantly in the jungles at Firozpur, Sutlej territories, Kanpur, Serampur, Egypt, Coromandel, the banks of the Irrawaddy in Burma, and throughout Oudh. As a specific, it was first brought to European notice by a fakir at Firozpur about the year 1856. N.B. The dried plant is useless. 466. Cure for ringworm. The parts should be washed twice a day with soft soap and warm water. When dry, rub them with a piece of linen rag dipped in ammonia from gas tar. The patient should take a little sulphur and treacle or some other gentle aperient every morning. Brushes and combs should be washed every day, and the ammonia kept tightly corked. 467. Quinine draught. For dyspepsia and hepatic derangement, mix 2 grains of sulphate of quinine, 2 drops of diluted sulphuric acid, 1 dram of spirit of nutmegs, and 10 drams of distilled water, and take daily at midday. 468. Seidlitz powders. 2 drams of tartarized soda, and 2 scruples of bicarbonate of soda for the blue paper, 30 grains of tartaric acid for the white paper. 469. Ginger beer powders. Half a dram of bicarbonate of soda, with a grain or 2 of powdered ginger, and 1/4 ounce of sugar for the blue paper, 25 grains of tartaric acid for the white paper. 470. Lemonade powders. Omit the ginger powders from the above, and to the water add a little essence of lemon or lemon juice. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Perfumery, Cosmetics and Dentifrice. 471. Indian mode of preparing perfumed oils. The natives never make use of distillation. The plan adopted is to place on a large tray a layer of the flowers, about 4 inches thick and 2 feet square. On this they put some of the til or sesamum seed, wetted or damped, about 2 inches thick. On this again is placed another layer of flowers 4 inches thick. The whole is then covered with a sheet held down by weights at the sides and allowed to remain for 18 hours. The flowers are then removed and replaced by layers of fresh flowers, and the operation repeated 3 times, each layer of fresh flowers being allowed to remain 18 hours. After the last process, the seeds are taken in their swollen state and placed in a clean mill. The oil then expressed possesses most fully the scent of the flowers. It is kept in prepared skins called dabbas and sold at so much per seer. The jasmine, bela and chambrail are the flowers from which the natives chiefly produce the oil. 472. Remedy for scurf in the head. Drop a lump of fresh quicklime the size of a walnut into a pint of water and let it stand all night. Pour the water off clear from sediment and 1/4 pint of the best vinegar, and wash the head with the mixture. It is perfectly harmless, only the roots of the hair need be wetted. 473. Imitative bear's grease. Melt together until combined 8 ounces of hog's lard and 1/8 ounce each of flowers of benzoin and palm oil. Stir until cold and scent at pleasure. This will keep a long time. 474. Hair grease. Dissolve 1/4 pound of lard in a basin of boiling water. When cold, strain off the water and squeeze the lard dry in a cloth, after which melt it in a pipkin and mix well with it 3 tablespoonfuls of salad oil and enough palm oil to give it a color. When cold or nearly so, scent it and put it into pots. A little white wax may be added to make it thicker or stiffer. 475. Pomatum. Take a pound of white mutton suet, well boiled in a quart of hot water and washed to free it from salt, etc. When dried, melt it with 1/2 pound of fresh lard and 1/4 pound of beeswax. Pour it into an earthen vessel and stir till it is cold. Then beat into it 15 drops of oil of cloves or any essential oil whose suet is preferred. If too hard, use less wax. 476. Another recipe. Take 4 ounces of lard, an ounce of castor oil, 1/4 ounce of spermaceti, an ounce and a half of salad oil, 1/4 ounce of white wax, 1.5 drams of tincture of lighter, and 20 drops of oil of roses, verbena, bergamot, or cloves. Melt the wax, spermaceti, and lard with the oils in a glazed earthen pipkin, and when nearly cold, add the scent. 477. Pomade for hair that is falling off. Take 8 ounces of beef marrow, 22 drops of tincture of cantharides, 60 grains of sugar of lead, an ounce of spirits of wine, and 20 drops of oil of bergamot. Boil the marrow in the bone and mix the prescribed quantity, free of bone and fiber, with the other ingredients, excepting the scent, which is to be added last of all. If any other scent be preferred, the bergamot may be omitted. 478. Pomade Divine. This is a capital pomade for rubbing into bruises or to give relief in any similar hurt. Take 1.5 pounds of beef marrow, which will be the produce of 6 or 8 bones. Clear it thoroughly from bone and fibre and put it in an earthen vessel of spring water. Change the water every night and morning for 8 or 10 days. Then steep the marrow in a pint of rose water for 24 hours and drain it dry through a linen cloth. Take 1 ounce of flowers of benzoin, cypress root, odoriferous thorn and Florentine iris root, 1/2 ounce of cinnamon and 1/4 ounce each of cloves and nutmeg. Pound all these very fine and mix them well with the marrow. Then put all into a pewter digester which holds 3 pints and let the top be closely fitted. Spread on linen a paste made of flour and white of egg and fix it over the top so that there can be no evaporation. Suspend the digester by the handles in the middle of a pot of boiling water and keep it boiling, adding more boiling water as often as necessary. Strain the pomade into small, wide-mouthed bottles and cover it down when quite cold. 479. Another recipe. Take 3/4 pound of beef marrow, clean it well from bone and fibre, and wash it in water fresh from the spring, which must be changed night and morning for 10 days. Then steep in it rose water for 24 hours and drain it. Take 1/2 ounce each of storax, gum benjamin, and odoriferous cypress powder, 2 drachms of cinnamon, and a dram of cloves. Let these ingredients be all powdered and well mixed with the marrow, and put them in a pewter pot, which holds about 1.5 pints. Make a paste of white of egg and flour, and lay it on a piece of linen, and place a second linen to cover the pot very tight, and keep in the steam. Place the pot in a copper vessel of water, and keep it steady, so that the water may not reach or touch the covering. As the water evaporates, add more, boiling hot, and keep it boiling for 4 hours without ceasing. Strain the pomade into small jars or bowls, and cork when quite cold. Take care to touch it only with silver. 480. Bandoline for the hair. Mix 2 ounces of olive oil with 1 dram each of spermaceti and oil of bergamot. Heat and strain. Then beat in 6 drops of otto of roses. If color be desired, add 1/2 dram of annatto. 481. Dentrifice. Scrape as much whiting to a fine powder as will fill a pint pot. Moisten 2 ounces of camphor with a few drops of brandy. Rub it into a powder and mix with the whiting 1/2 ounce of powdered myrrh. Bottle it and keep it well corked down, taking small quantities out in a separate bottle for daily use. 482. Another recipe. Dissolve 2 ounces of borax in 3 pints of boiling water. Before quite cold, add a teaspoonful of tincture of myrrh and a tablespoonful of spirits of camphor. Bottle the mixture for use. 1 wineglassful of the solution with 1/2 pint of tepid water is sufficient for each application. Applied daily, it preserves and beautifies the teeth, extirpates all tartarous adhesion, produces a pearl-like whiteness, arrests decay, and induces a healthy action in the gums. 483. Another recipe. No dentrifice in the world can equal that of powdered betel nut if properly prepared, but very few know how to do this. The nuts should not be burned, but sliced and roasted like coffee to a rich brown color, and then pulverized and passed through fine muslin. The grit should then be repounded and strained through muslin, and this operation continued until all the powder is finely sifted. The color, instead of being black like charcoal, should be a fine, rich chocolate color. The dentrifice may then be used just as it is, or tincture of myrrh and camphor and eau de cologne may be added to it. 484. Rose lip salve. Take 1.5 ounces of spermaceti, 9 drachms of white wax, 12 ounces of oil of sweet almonds, 2 ounces of alkanet root, and 1 dram of otto of roses. Digest the first 4 ingredients, with the heat of boiling water for 4 hours. Then strain through flannel and add the otto of roses. 485. Essence of roses. Mix 2 drachms of otto of roses and a pint of rectified spirits of wine. 486. Essence of lemon peel. Steep 6 ounces of lemon peel, cut very thin and without any particle of the white skin, in 8 ounces of spirits of wine, well corked. 487. Eau de cologne. Put 12 drops each of oil of neroli, citron, bergamot, orange, and rosemary, and a drachm of cardamom seeds into a pint of spirits of wine and let it stand for a week. 488. Lavender water. Mix 2 drachms of oil of lavender, half a drachm of oil of bergamot, and a drachm of essence of musk, 13 ounces of spirits of wine, and 5 ounces of water, and let it stand a week. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Indian Cookery book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Miscellaneous useful recipes. 489. To unite broken glass or china. Rub the edges of the pieces that require mending with the white of an egg and then dust some slack lime upon them. Hold them together till they stick and let them dry. This cement is not liable to be softened by heat. 490. Cement for attaching metal to glass or porcelain. Mix 2 ounces of a thick solution of glue with 1 ounce of linseed oil varnish or 3/4 of an ounce of Venice turpentine. Boil together, agitating until the mixture becomes as intimate as possible. The pieces cemented should be fastened together for 48 hours or 60 hours. 491. Japanese cement. This is made by thoroughly mixing rice flour with cold water and then gently boiling it. It is beautifully white and dries almost transparent. 492. To clean silks, satins, colored woolen dresses, etc. Mix well together 1/4 pound cash of soft soap and honey, the white of an egg, and a wineglassful of gin. The article should be scoured thoroughly with rather a hard brush, rinsed in cold water, left to drain, and ironed whilst damp. 493. To remove stains from mourning dresses. Boil a handful of fig leaves in 2 quarts of water until reduced to a pint. Bombazines, crepe, cloth, etc. need only be rubbed with a sponge dipped in this liquor, and the stains will be instantly removed. 494. To remove iron mold. Rub the spot with a little powdered oxalic acid or salts of lemon and warm water. Let it remain a few minutes and then well rinse it in clear water. 495. To clean kid gloves. First see that your hands are clean. Then put on the gloves and wash them as though you were washing your hands in a basin of spirits of turpentine until quite clean. Hang them up in a warm place or where there is a good current of air, which will carry off all smell of the turpentine. 496. To clean feathers. To every gallon of water, allow 1/2 pound of quicklime. Stir the mixture well and let it stand a night. Then pour off the water that is perfectly clear. Put the feathers to be cleaned into a deep tub and pour in as much lime water as will cover them. Let them stand 2 or 3 days, stirring them frequently. Then put them into a bag and wash them thoroughly in cold water. Turn them out on sieves and wring the water from them by squeezing them in small portions with the hands, after which they may be separated, the hard quills picked out and the down stripped from the large feathers. When they are thus carefully cleaned, lay them on a floor where air can be freely admitted, turn and shake them frequently, and when dry, put them into bags and beat them on a knocking stone with a knocker. 497. To wash lace. Place the lace in folds and baste it on each side. Lay it in cold water for a night and wash it in cold water with the best white soap. Gently rub and squeeze it. Wash it in 3 or 4 waters with the soap and rinse it well in clean water. Then put it into thin starch or rice water. Take out the basting thread and spread it on a blanket upon a bed to dry. When it is nearly so, pick it out and lay it in folds, and when quite dry, lay it in an old cambric handkerchief and then in the folds of a towel. Put it upon the rug or upon a blanket laid upon a stone, and with a heavy wooden pestle or rolling pin, beat it hard till it looks quite smooth. A scarf or veil, after being starched, should be pinned out tight upon a cloth on the floor, and when dry, beaten in the same manner. 498. To wash head and clothes brushes. Put a dessertspoonful of pearl ashes into a pint of boiling water, and shake the brush about in it till it is perfectly clean. Then pour some clean hot water over it. Shake and dry it before the fire. 499. To clean gold chains, earrings, etc. Make a lather of soap and water, and boil the chain in it for a few minutes. Immediately on taking it out, lay it in magnesia powder, which has been heated by the fire, and when dry, rub it with flannel. If embossed, use a brush. 500. To clean plate. Boil an ounce each of cream of tartar, alum and common salt in a gallon of water. Put the plate in and boil it, and when taken out and rubbed dry, it will have a fine polish. Plate when laid aside will generally tarnish, but if cleaned by this method at stated periods, it will always look well. 501. To clean marble. Sift through a fine sieve 2 parts of common soda, 1 of pumice stone, and 1 of finely powdered chalk, and mix it with water. Rub it well all over the marble, and the stains will be removed. Then wash the marble with soap and water, and it will be perfectly clean. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Indian Cookery Book. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Things worth knowing. 502. To make stale bread fresh. If stale bread be immersed in cold water for a moment or two and rebaked for about an hour, it will be for the time in every respect equal to newly baked bread, but the deception will be found out in the course of a few hours. 503. How to select and keep coffee. In purchasing coffee, always prefer the mocha, a small roundish berry of a bluish tint. Never buy it roasted. A coffee roaster can be procured at a reasonable price, and the trouble of roasting and grinding it at home is not very great. Let it be kept in a plain tin canister, and when roasted and ground, transfer it to a smaller, airtight one, as nothing deteriorates coffee so much as exposure to the light and air after it has been roasted. 504. Lettuce salad. Salads should be very fresh, carefully washed, picked and dried in a clean cloth, cut up separately, and put into the bowl only just before they are required for use. The salad mixture should be placed at the bottom of the bowl and the salad on top. If mixed, the leaves lose that crispness which is so delicious. Slices of beet, eggs, or boiled potatoes are placed on the top to garnish. 505. Substitute for cream in tea or coffee. Beat the white of an egg to a froth and mix well with it a very small lump of butter. Then add the coffee to it gradually, so that it may not curdle. If perfectly done, it will be an excellent substitute for cream. 506. Another way. Beat up separately the yolk and the white of an egg. Transfer them into a large cup and pour over it sweetened coffee scalding hot. Skim away the froth and fill the coffee into a cup of the required size. 507. To protect bed linen and curtains from burnings. Add an ounce of alum to the last water in which the linen and curtains are to be rinsed, and they will be rendered inflammable or so slightly combustible that they would take fire very slowly if at all. This is a simple precaution and is recommended where there are children and in the sick chamber. 508. To prevent the smoking of a lamp, soak the wick in strong vinegar and dry it well before using. It will then burn both sweet and pleasant and give much satisfaction for the trifling trouble in preparing it. 509. Transparent paper. Paper can be made as transparent as glass and capable of being substituted for many purposes by spreading over it on both sides with a feather a very thin layer of resin dissolved in spirits of wine. Fine thin post paper is the best for the purpose. 510. To take impressions of leaves. A very beautiful and cheap way of taking impressions of leaves is to take a small quantity of bichromate of potass, say a teaspoonful, which may be had at any druggist's or colourman's shop. Dissolve it in a saucer full of water and pass the paper on which the impressions are to be taken through the solution. While wet, press the leaves lightly upon it and expose it to the sun, which should be shining powerfully. When perfectly dry, remove the leaves, and a perfect facsimile will remain in a light lemon shade, while the rest of the paper will be of a dark brown tint. Bichrome, as it is generally termed, is in dark yellow crystals, which should be powdered previous to using it. 511. To take impressions of leaves on silk, etc. Prepare 2 rubbers by tying up wool or any other substance in wash leather. Then rub up with cold drawn linseed oil the wished for colors, as indigo for blue, chrome for yellow, etc. Dip the rubbers into the paint and rub them one over the other so that too much may not remain upon them. Place a leaf on one of the rubbers and damp it with the other. Take the leaf off and apply it to the silk, satin, paper, or other substance you wish stamped. Place a piece of paper on the leaf and rub it gently, and there will be a beautiful impression of all the veins. Leaves can only be used once. They should be all nearly the same size, or the pattern will not look uniform. End of section 31. End of the Indian Cookery book.